Expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to a sunny Alton Park. It's race day here for the British Superbike Championship. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, around the circuit here on 94.9 FM and around the world at BritishSuperbike.com. A very warm welcome to what is going to be a very, very busy, action-packed afternoon of racing here at Alton Park. To describe all the action, including the British Superbikes that are
him in 6, and as I ventured to him yesterday, when he started on row 4 of the grid, qualifying was not an unmitigated disaster for the double champion, but it's certainly not where he expects to be. He had to come through the field and as a result expend a lot of energy, a lot of tyre, and get to where he was. And as I put it to him, I said, when you finish second in a British Superbike race on a bad day, perhaps the stars are aligning.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with that, but he had to work for that. He had to work so hard for that, and the little bit of infighting that happened for that second and third and fourth and fifth place position that Storm Stacey, Leon Haslam was involved in, you know, it was Kyle Ryde, Scott Redding, Joe Talbot put in a really, really sound display yesterday. Oh, do you remember how he told you the story about the Clay Hill photograph? His mum found me and says, "Oh, Duncan, you need to come and see this." There's a young little Joe Talbot with a bowl cut hairdo standing there in front of the car. What was the family car? It wasn't a Volvo, was it? But yeah, Clay Hill round the back.
But given that he's not that old, isn't Joe? It wouldn't be that long ago. But yeah, I just ventured to him on the grid saying, "Did you ever think you'd be sat here on the second row of a Superbike grid?" And not when my dad brought me when we stood at Clay Hill a few years ago. No, I never ever thought that. So anyway, he's one of a number of local heroes. And a rider that impressed me yesterday was another one of the local riders, and that was Storm Stacey. We saw the best of Storm, and he was unlucky not to get onto the podium, I think, yesterday, and he'll be looking to put that right today.
Storm Stacey was in sensational form yesterday, and he said before that he could ride a shopping trolley around here, and he thinks he would go fast. He absolutely adores the place. But we've seen Storm perform at every circuit we've gone to this year, so that's something else we need to really keep our eyes on. Rory Skinner tipped off yesterday.
Have you had a chance to have a chat to him?
He didn't have a good show at all in the start of the race. He lost 4 positions instantly. He says it kind of got him a little bit flustered. He tried to make a manoeuvre around Island Bend. He tried to go up the inside into Shell Hairpin, and it didn't work. Brooksy was too late in the brakes, so Rory had this dilemma. I'm either going to T-bone Brooksy, or I'll let the brakes off or run past him into the gravel. That's what he chose to do, which was a nice thing for Josh Brooks, but not great for Rory Skinner. On the flip side of that, his teammate Danny Kent, just a little bit of a struggle bus for those two guys at the present moment.
Yeah, it has been. There was a couple of last-minute additions. If you haven't got a copy of the race programme, ladies and gents, whether there's any left in the sales outlets, I'm not too sure, but we would urge you to avail yourself of one of them. There's a lot of work and effort that goes into it. But alas, even the best team in the business of putting the race programmes together, which I've got the privilege of being ahead of, can't foresee Luke Hedger falling off a roof in his workaday week and injuring himself. And likewise, the number 15 of Eugene McManus still not being 100% fully fit to ride the Master Mac Honda. So we've got a couple of interesting replacements, Dunk, to add into the programme.
Few standing riders. Dan Brooks steps up from the Pirelli National Superstock Championship with the Master Mac Honda squad to take that vacant seat. Well, Eugene McManus.
Has he made a comeback?
No. Well, Eugene recovers, and we wish him the best of luck. I've never done that in all the years I've been in here. I've never called him.
Yeah, I know. Well, Eugene McManus, of course, he had a big offer at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago, and whilst he's perfectly fine, he's fit and what have you, the team just said, we just want him to sit this round out. It's quite a physically demanding circuit at Zolton Park. We don't want him to not do himself fully justice, and the team's superstock rider is Dan Brooks, so he sacrificed his superstock ride effectively this weekend to jump on board that superbike.
Just seen a replay of Elia going across the grass. His is now a big flame out the exhaust, not what you want in the dry grass down here.
Bit of rocket oxygen coming out of the back of that, wasn't there? So.
I see what you did there. I like that. like that.
And the other rider to pencil in, we mentioned about poor old Bushy Hedger, who seems to have smashed a few mirrors this season. He was very lucky. He's got some pretty nasty injuries, but he fell 2 stories off a roof where he was working midweek, and he's just got some. He's currently in hospital with 1 or 2 bits and pieces that need sorting out. So he's not with us this weekend. But Dean Hipwell said, I needed a rider. We've got a lot of guests coming this weekend, so he put a phone call in to a certain Joe Sheldon Shaw, who is on big screen now if you're catching a picture of him. And Joe was without a ride after the team that he was riding for, they went their separate ways a couple of rounds ago. He said, yep, absolutely, I can be at Alton Park. When do you need me there? And he's happy to jump aboard that Whitecliff CDH Honda. So instead of number 23 out there, it's not Luke Hedger, that is Joe Sheldon Shaw, the rider out of Sheffield. And likewise, running number 12, not number 15, number 12 is Dan Brooks. No relation to the 2 times Aussie champion, BSB champion Josh Brooks, spelled totally differently. Dan's is without the E, but 2 rookies effectively. Well, he's not a rookie because he's done 14 Superbike races, Joe Sheldon Shaw, but 2 additions to the programme for you. In case you're wondering why Eugene McManus and
you checked yourself, didn't you? Sorry.
And Luke Hedger are not out there.
Yeah, as we look down pit lane, we can see our Port West technical team in the blue shirts. Fabulous job that they always do. We appreciate and thank the technical team, along with the Port West Race Safe Marshals dressed in orange trackside. Bradley, it's early in the morning, isn't it?
Nearly had a Bradley Smith there, did we?
I don't know who was coming out. Bradley Ray goes to the top of the times on the number 28 McCams Yamaha with a 1:33.5. He will start from pole position later on today. Not too far in
about an hour's time.
Yeah, exactly. Kyle Wright sits in second place. Ryan Vickers, Storm Stacey, Max Cook showing no ill effects from yesterday in this warm-up session.
It was a big off, wasn't it?
It was a very big off. And I spoke to Front Row Joe about the bottom of Cascades and what's the Bimota like. He says our bike is so good through there. You come through Denton's, there's a couple of rollers downhill, Larry. Then you've got a bit of positive camber and it flattens out. He says we can run
this part of the track where we're just watching car ride at present.
We can run so hot into this area where Kyle is on screen, if you can see the big screens. but he thinks Max maybe running just that little bit too hot, asking a little bit too much later in the session once the tyre pressures have gone up, because Joe said he just started to run wide in a few areas, but it was a big off. And somebody who went under the radar yesterday was this man that we see on screen, the pocket rocket, motor torpedo star, Leon Haslam. That looks like it is Storm Stacey at Cascades. Storm Stacey off in morning warm-up or off in warm-up. That's not what's needed. Where's the bike, Larry, and how many pieces? Let's watch the big screens, ladies and gentlemen. He has a bit of movement on the way in. That loads up the front end, and down goes Storm Stacey.
Just slide. Oh, no. That's
dear.
what does the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, well, if you weren't in... he's perfectly okay, Storm. He picks himself up. But as we were conjecturing, it is a late warm-up due to the fact that we can't start engines here at Oulton Park till 12 noon due to the local bylaws and planning regulations. And that means that AGM Batham's team have now got round about 1 hour to rebuild a motorcycle.
Yeah. What we've just seen on the big screens as well was Rory Skinner performing a practice start. Now, that is very important that he does that. I think there's only one practice start area. He got a dreadful start yesterday. 4 positions dropped, so he knows that that's key for him to make sure he gets a good launch off the line here for this afternoon. But yeah, we caught that replay of Storm Stacey. Great shame that bike has gone down. I suppose that's one thing, being the pit lane reporter. I know exactly where you're going to arrive.
I was just about to say, I'm about to take these cans off and go monitor this. I coined a phrase many years ago in British Superbikes, and it's one that I'm proud of, and it's never been bettered. Expect the unexpected. Yep. And it happens every time. We know not what, we know not who, we know not how. But always something throws a little curveball into the equation. And there we go on one of the rounds where we have it's effectively the only late start to the day. We're going racing with the first race in around about an hour's time. And Michael Rutter and the rest of the team have now a crash motorcycle to effect. What I'm going to do, Dunk, with your permission, I'm going to get on the hoof, I'm going to get rigged up with the radio mic and cans, and I'm just going to nip down there and just monitor that progress, because I think they'll do it. We don't have spare bikes, and they can't wheel a T-bike out or anything else like that. They have to repair that bike of Storm Stacey, so the emphasis will be for the Port West recovery teams to get that bike back to the garage, and they can then make a start on getting that fixed.
All those years of broadcasting, and your biggest claim to fame is 3 words. Expect the
Well, it's actually 9 words, because we are the unpredictable and believe the unbelievable as well.
You got 9, yeah, brilliant, Larry.
So we've got a few up there.
Yeah, fabulous.
And the good news, as far as you're concerned, is Yorkshire Day was yesterday, Duncan. Today's my beautiful wife Sue's birthday, so we have a happy birthday if you're listening, Sue. And so we won't have any Yorkshire idioms today. You'll be
are you sure?
Idioms, not idiots.
All right, okay,
so
but one of the Yorkshire idioms is about to leave the commentary box. Is that what you're saying?
Something along them
Sue,
lines.
happy birthday. Hope you have a great day back home with Rosie. We will get Larry sent home to you in one piece, won't we, Uncle Alan?
Thanks, Dunk.
We most certainly will.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
3-1.
this end of what we have. Scott Swan fastest after tipping off yesterday from Luke Mossey and David Allingham, with Josh Owens, Ash Beach, Lewis Rollo, Emily Latty, Ash Barnes, Declan Connell and Matt Truelove. Now, Larry, here's a question for you. Scott Swan, he's going to come out fighting today. Very, very unlucky as a checker flag pops out, but also very lucky the bike didn't get collected by anybody when it cut back across the track at the exit of Lodge.
Yeah, I was listening, Duncan. I didn't have any TV pictures at the time, and you described it perfectly that Scott Swan had just slid off the side of the SMR BMW. That is correct in the programme. He's no longer on the Honda. He has been recruited by SMR. What's their initials? Sean Muir Racing. It's right. It's only the bloke that runs the World Championship Superbike team for him. And he said, where's the bike going? Where's the bike going? And I didn't have pictures, and I thought, what's happened? Has it picked itself up or whatever? And it ended up doing a pirouette on its side right across the racing line. And how Deco Connell missed it when I saw the replay, I will never know. And I think you said on commentary, Deco Connell's luck has just changed. Given that we've been bemoaning his bad luck for the past 2 or 3 rounds, where he's not had the best of outcomes, then I concur with that. It could have quite easily ended up in the side of the Rapid Honda, but it didn't. And I think he's a little bit disappointed, is Swanee, because that was his debut ride for Sean Muir and the team. And I'm pretty sure he proved he's got the pace, but let's see what he can do today. But D-Bomb is going to take some stopping in all this. The one rider I do feel sorry for in all this is poor old Luke Mossey, because he's finished behind him on, 6 occasions now. And he's not won a race since Alton Park last autumn, hasn't Luke Mossey. He's been denied effectively by a couple of red flags in recent rounds, where he's just about to make his move, and there's been an incident, red flags come out. And that was the case yesterday when Harrison Crosby's bike blew. So I think that Luke Mossey will have been fed raw meat overnight, and I'm pretty sure that he'll come out with his dander up today.
Big Joe Richardson makes his way down pit lane, looking very good in the shades and the shorts. He'll be a happy man as well. Yes, unfortunately, he did have one technical problem with his bike for Harrison Crosby, but the other one, Josh Owens getting on the podium was fabulous. A feel-good story after the incident which he had at Brands Hatch, which was a fairly sizable high side, shall we say. He almost touched the sky, or touched the moon, as David Allingham said. And Sam Cox said it was still happening as he came back down, and he was a little bit behind it, but there we go. David Allingham, the championship leader, the man who won yesterday, 7 race wins in the Pirelli National Superstock, ends it 3rd fastest. Swanee is fastest in it though, with Luke Mossey 2nd. So they're coming back fighting. It's not going to be easy for David this afternoon, but that 9-lap race, you could almost sense the frustration in Luke Mossey getting that opportunity to go taken away from him at the very end. But that's part of the plan. It's part of racing. You can't leave it till the very last minute, Larry.
It's always a danger, isn't it? Especially when we're going past 2/3 race distance, a result can be declared. And it's in the back of the riders' minds that they have to lead across the lap if that was the case. But it was telling when I said to him along in Parc Fermé to Luke, I said, penny for your thoughts, Luke. He says, well, I'm not going to tell you the exact same words that I've just said to Sue and Clyde Padgett, put it like that. So, yeah, I've got to feel a little bit sorry for him as far as that's concerned. Still work going on at a pace on the Storm Stacey Batham's AGN Ducati, and like there was to the AGN Steelstock Bimoto of Max Cook, but great news that Max is going to be fine. I can see Joe Talbot there just having a chat to one of the sponsors in the garage as well, and just want to try and take a little bit of time, if we can, to grab a word with riders who we may or may not have a chat to on the grid. But whether or not we could just grab Joe. Joe, I don't know if you're aware of this. Joe Talbot is I'm speaking to, the local hero from 10 miles up the road at Warrington. Is that about what it is?
Yeah, 15 miles, yeah.
Yeah, to your mansion. By the time you've gone down the drive, it probably adds another couple onto that. But
yeah,
I'm not too sure. We had a chat on the grid yesterday, and you were saying you were here at Alton Park, your local track, on the second row of the Superbike grid, a few years ago when you were trackside, and you started regaling us with this story about, said when me and my dad used to come along and stand at Clay Hill. I'm not too sure if you know what happened next, but your mum actually sent us a picture into BSB Radio. Yeah, oh my God, he said, oh my God, of you stood with your dad. You knee-eyed to a grasshopper. Yeah. Of you and him actually stood there trackside here at Alton Park. So thanks to your mum for doing that. It's given us a totally different perspective of you, Joe, put it like that. But it just goes to show dreams can come true, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly, mate. Just a little chubby Joe then back then, just watching the bikes, and yeah, you're there on the second row between all the top names, and then you don't realise you're doing it until you look back at memories like that. So yeah, a little bit of I don't know what the word is, like you felt in the moment and then you had a little flashback of what you were doing, so you've got to feel grateful sometimes, but then you've got to like refocus, right, watch the lights go out, and then you've got to sort of forget that who they are and just crack on like they're another racer. So
well, you're a professional racer, Joe. You've been around for a long time, and notwithstanding your young years, but that's what you do, and the pressure of racing at Alton Park is no different to racing at Brands Hatch or Snetterton, whatever. You're a racer. You've just got to go out, and I'll tell you what, mate, I've been Moto 1-2 yesterday. That stuff that you'll be dining out on for a while.
Yeah, it looked cool, didn't it? I could, when I was riding, I was thinking, this is cool. I felt like a scene off Top Gun with the boys at the front. So hopefully if we can replicate that again today, we'll be doing a good job.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Well, see if we can have a chat to you on the grid, but I just thought I wanted to let you know so that you can tell Mum to stop embarrassing you.
Photos in, yeah.
Thanks, Mum. Thanks for that, Joe. Joe Talbot, the one of the local heroes as well down here, but yeah, he was taken aback by that. I don't know whether Laura picked that up. I'm sure she did on the YouTube coverage there, but he was shaking his head when I announced that his mum had sent us a picture in.
Good to see that. It wasn't exactly chubby Joe, but I mean he was a very young boy. But it wasn't long ago. That's the thing, Larry. You know, is these young superbike stars that we have now. You know, stars in their own right, stars in their own making. Very, very impressive for what they do, but it was the bowl cut. I keep coming back towards that. I say, is that Joan? And I could tell with a little smile in the eyes that yes, it was. But his mum was like, oh, Duncan, you need to come and see this. Not picking out the family album, because that's what would have happened in your day, Larry, or maybe even my day. I think I was past that digitally in photographs.
You used to have to take the film out of the back of the camera, drop it in at Boots, or send it to True Camera on the back of the Radio Times or something, get your photos back 2 weeks later with all sorts of messages about incorrect exposure and too light and too dark and everything else. Whatever happened to those days, Dunk?
What was it? Who did you take your camera to? Was it Boots you would go to, Larry?
Yeah, I think you used to put them in. You used to get a little envelope on the back of the weekly magazines, didn't you? And you used to send them off for $2.99, and like I say, a week later you used to get your holiday snaps back. Imagine that these days, eh?
And you would keep the negatives as well in case you wanted
to
get
the negatives if you needed prints or anything else.
Did you ever
like
have a slide projector, Larry?
Oh yes, I had a kaleidoscope. I had all sorts of things.
Did you?
Yeah, and technology knows no bounds up in North Yorkshire. You know that.
Fabulous, Larry, fabulous. We see the Super Sport bikes about to start their morning warm-up. Do we need to pause and have a very quick commercial break, Alan, as they make the winter track? So what we'll do is we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio for a very quick commercial break.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Final warm-up session underway. The bikes have already left pit lane. The Quattro Group British Supersports out on circuit. Time for one message from Sue and Darren. Good morning. A brilliant day as always yesterday. Looking forward to more today. Thank you for keeping us entertained as always and providing us with new names for you. Larry, Uncle Scooby-Doo. Dunk must be Shaggy, and Alan must be Scrappy too. Good luck, everybody, and that comes with love from Sue and Darren. I wonder what the commentary team feel about their new nicknames. Duncan, what do you think about that?
I didn't hear my nickname. I had
Shaggy.
Yeah, boombastic, baby. I'm into that. That's not a problem.
Larry's Uncle Scooby-Doo, and I seem to be Scrappy-Doo.
Well, I do need a haircut, so I could be
It's better
Shaggy.
than your nickname from yesterday, put it like that, Paul.
That was unbroadcastable, was it not?
Yeah, yesterday, folks, all of a sudden, Larry Scoop Carter is a nickname that I've had for many years. And people say, where's Scoop come from? I said, well, it's because I like ice cream and potatoes. It's nothing to do with that. Back in the old journalistic days, a scoop was a first with the news, first with story. And I think it's my old colleague Fred Clark that actually came up with that one. And because I was interviewing riders down here and getting that information for the first time, I scooped a lot of the information, and hence the nickname stuck.
Yeah.
That was how it all came about, until yesterday when my illustrious colleague Duncan Vincent, who I have immense respect for, well, at least I had, decided to hand down to me as Scoopy-Doo. And from there on in, after raptures of laughter throughout the course of the Alton Park venue down here, aided and abetted in no uncertain terms by his aide-de accomplice Alan Hyde, for whatever reason, we're now looking to get a new jingle made, apparently. Alan, Scoopy-Doo and Duncan on BSB Radio.
Scoopy-Doopy-Doo.
Are you done now, Scoopy?
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Are you off?
Yeah, back to you.
Brilliant. He did tell me there was a new soundbite coming.
I hope that's copyrighted somewhere along the line, Heidi.
Brilliant, Alan.
We got a license to use that one.
We don't need that. Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Oh, I've got a sore jaw from smiling, and we've only been 10 minutes or 20 minutes on air. Brilliant stuff. Jack Kennedy is fastest, but it's very early days in this warm-up session for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Yesterday's race, well, a pretty impressive result, actually, when you look at it. The result coming through with Ollie Bayliss fastest, or won the race from Luke Stapleford and Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy, though, I think you guys all agree with me in this. I'll bring you all into this conversation. Alan, first of all, Jack Kennedy had to work harder yesterday for our third place than we've had to see him work all year for a win.
Absolutely super race that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Scoopy-Doo for yourself?
Yeah, I think so. Jack is another Luke Mossey, isn't he? He's so frustrated with not winning, effectively. He's done everything but win, as Max Wadsworth just rolls down pit lane. He had a big off yesterday, didn't he, Max? But
that's good that he's back out.
And he'll be ruining the fact that this bloke Bayliss, who's decided to lumber himself in the championship, why all of a sudden has he decided to come this year when the job was hard enough as it was with the likes of Luke Stapleford? And a shout out to Ben Curry as well. Ben, who's on the sick list after a fairly big off on Friday. He's just undergoing one or two observations in hospital. I'm not too sure whether he's still there, whether he's been discharged or not, but he beat himself up a little bit, did Ben, on Friday. A punctured lung and a couple of broken ribs and an arm injury as well, and the extent of which I don't know. But effectively the rider from just over the Welsh border in Rill, where he makes his home nowadays, sadly he won't be with us. But poor old Jack Kennedy, you've got to feel for him, because you know he's really up against it. He makes no secret of the fact that he's on the smallest capacity machine out there, the 600 Honda, as compared to the bikes which are bigger, but they do have power restrictions, weight restrictions. The more CCs you get, the more restrictions you get, effectively. So it is a balance of power performance in these new generation Super Sport rules. It's not Super Sport 600, forget that terminology went out with the ARC, but this is the new generation Super Sport rules. But yeah, I think that once he gets a win, Jack Kennedy, Alan, I think that we'll start to see a concerted championship tilt. The big question will be is how much ground he has to reel in on Luke Stapleford. And this big question as to towards the end of the year is, will Ollie Bayliss do all of the remaining rounds in conjunction with his World Supersport commitment?
It's a very valid point. I mean, right now, Luke Stapleford has a 46-point championship lead. That's chunky, Larry. That's a chunky, comfortable buffer. You know, 50 points would be 2 race wins with with Luke Stapleford effectively sitting in the garage drinking coffee watching the guys. Ben Curry sits in third place in the championship. He's only 6 points behind Jack Kennedy, 52 points off the championship lead, but Ben will not score any points this weekend at all. Dean Harrison lurking in fourth place. He's only 12 points behind Ben Curry, so technically Harrison should leapfrog Curry and move into third place in the championship this weekend. Anything can happen in a race, but what we're seeing from Dean Harrison this weekend is a really on-form Dean Harrison, finishing fourth in race number 1. and for most of the race, Larry, being the top Honda from Honda UK, which I don't want to sound surprised, but when you've got Jack Kennedy breathing down your neck for the entire race, Dino rode such a strong race yesterday.
Yeah, and I ventured to him. He's been doing a lot of road racing lately, hasn't he? If you've been on Planet Z, you'll not know about the exploits of Dean Harrison in the Isle of Man, whether it be the TT, the Southern 100, or whatever previously, the Northwest 200. And I said, is it all that road racing that's keeping you sharp? He said, no, it's the other way around. He said, if I didn't do the British Supersport Championship, I would be half the rider I am on the roads, effectively, which I thought was pretty testament to the quality of competition that he's racing with every weekend. But there's no team orders in there. Kind of half ventured that, didn't I? Saying your championship leader or the potential champion is there. You're not taking points off him. No, nothing. No talk of anything like that. So hopefully we can before too long see the Hondas up there, because it's getting a little bit long in the tooth. He said it's the oldest bike out there, and it's the least CC. But we know where they'll come good, and it's in their own backyard in a couple of rounds' time at Cadwell Park. They're based at Louth in Lincolnshire, and I think that the Hondas around there, whether it's on the Superbikes or Supersports, that's where we usually see the best of them.
Have you got anybody from Bench Pro 3B Construction beside you? Because yesterday I caught up with Carter Brown in race control. His bike was absolutely destroyed after he went down at turn number 1, Old Hall. I said, will it get fixed? He says, I hope so, but it's not in a good way. But one thing that Dave Binch and the guys around there will do in that 3B Construction Bench Pro team is try their best to get it back together, and they have. And he's finished the session 7th fastest this morning. But it's the amount of work that has gone into that bike overnight. That's a good reward from Carter there.
Let me just puncture that to David Binch down here. David, it looks like your hard work overnight has been justified there.
Yeah, it's been a long night, Larry. We're burning the midnight oil, got the bike straight there, and he's gone out and everything's okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit frustrating because Carter, we're talking about, has been there or thereabouts in the last couple of rounds, and it's just not happened for whatever reason. But we know he's a quality act there, and hopefully he can just put all the missing links together, and they can challenge up there for a podium where he's due.
Yeah, we run Carter's 19, Oliver's 22. We're running young lads, and they're really doing well. We have to give them credit for what they're up to. But yeah, also we have to accept there's a lot of experience in that class and world-class riders. So yeah, we're doing really well for what we're up to.
Yeah, well, I think you maybe buy the team a beer when you get chances. They worked all night, David.
Thanks, Larry. See you later.
Good looking races today. I did see just something pop up on screen, Duncan. I don't know whether you did, but riders number 44 and 55 had tumble in that session. That's Hazard Trulove and Jack and Dean Harrison, who we were talking about.
Yeah, both tipped off at Lodge, both riders biased as being okay. And quite early in the session, we're going to see a replay on the big screens at this moment. I think actually Dino's maybe gone down and Haz has been scooped up in it, but we're just having a bit of a look at that. We can see Stuart Higgs, Eddie Roberts and Scott Smart having a bit of a peer over that in race direction. But both riders okay. Number 44, as you say, Hazard Trulove. Number 55, Dean Harrison. And there's Eugene McManus walking down the pit lane. In fact, there's a pair of Eugene McManuses walking down the pit lane. Dad and son. It's good to see young Eugene. Looks like he's very much getting on the mend. I like to see that walking. And doesn't look like he's walking in too much discomfort, or he looks nice and loose, which is good to see. Hopefully, we'll see him back on the bike at Thruxton. And there's Binchy walking down the pit lane. Well done last night. That's a good bit of work from you and the guys to get Carter Brown's bike.
He hasn't had the overtime bill yet. Let's not over-egg the pudding on that one just yet.
That's a shivering moment for Carter Brown.
You mentioned about Eugene and Eugene McManus there. I did pick up a thread on social media last evening when I was just having a quick trawl through for some information, and there was one there saying, how many dads and lads can you name over the year that have raced? And there was a wonderful thread there that came up with some wonderful names like Neil McKenzie, Taz McKenzie and Taylor McKenzie, Leon and Ron Haslam, and Ollie and Troy Bayliss, and I went through and there was lots of names there that I was thinking, yeah, I forgot about that one. Yes, he did race with him or whatever. I don't know which alias it was under, but if you do get a chance to have a look at that on social media, then it could well be one of Scoop's trick quiz questions in the programme as the season goes on.
Like Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo?
Known as the editor of the programmes. He's now no longer Larry Carter. It is Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo. There goes Luke Stapleford and his garage.
New email alias, 1AL.
You heading off to the grid, Larry?
Yeah, he's somewhere. I'm just watching a replay of Dean Harrison going down and scooping up, unfortunately, Harry Truelove in towards the last corner. It's exactly what happened. Dino up the inside, still breaking towards Apex, folds the front. Poor Hazard Truelove, absolutely nothing to do with him. Right in front of Oliver Barr, he got a grandstand view of that. So race direction, having a bit of a look at that. Will there be a penalty going Dean Harrison's way? It's not really what you want to do in warm-up, and Dean really, really angry with himself there, apologising to Harry straight away. But yeah, a Honda and a Yamaha in the gravel on their side, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals doing their bit to clean up. But yeah, not exactly what you're looking for morning warm-up. I have to say, not exactly what you're looking for morning warm-up. But
Scott Hargreaves is down here, the team boss. Oh, when they give you this kick, Scott? you knew what came with it there. We've seen the race director looking at that. You've now got A, an angry rider to deal with. B, you might have a visit to race control. Was this in the pay grade, mate?
Yeah, the perks of the new job, eh? This is something obviously that comes part and parcel of the racing. So obviously we have to get the facts, see what's happened. We'll go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's unfortunate. We never want to crash in morning warm-up, especially when it's such a late warm-up, effectively.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, it looks like both riders are up, so bikes we can get fixed. So at least they're both okay by the looks of it. So
yeah, we'll let you get back to it, Scott. And thanks for signing up for this.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Scott Hargreaves, poor guy who is the team manager now. He's merged through the ranks, started off as a boy apprentice, went through the ranks as mechanic and crew chief, and now he's the the head honcho down there. And
he's good to answer to upstairs.
That's one of the poor guys, no hair, isn't he? He used to have a full head of hair at the start of this season, but not so longer.
Okay, Larry Carter will make his way out to the grid because we are about to go racing, and we'll draw breath in the commentary point for a couple of minutes, and we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
Did you say Larry Carter's heading to the grid?
Yeah. Brilliant.
Really can't help myself. Keep your messages coming in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Larry is heading to the grid because from 3 more afternoon warm-up sessions we go straight into racing now. The 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes are next.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out, search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Couple of messages and we'll get back to our commentary team because the grid is building up for our first race of today, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. 12:55 it's due to start. That's just 5 minutes away. Hi guys, could you wish our granddaughter Chloe a happy 16th birthday for the 13th of August. It's her first time here and is supporting Marley McKenzie. Thank you. That's from Andy and Neil as well. Thank you very much indeed. On WhatsApp 07482 877 877, and I'll do my very best to get to all of those messages over the course of today. Are we heading straight down to the grid and Larry Carter? I wonder if possibly we are.
Yeah, you can if you want, because there is one or two riders that have just parked up down here, whereas pit lane doesn't actually close for another 2 minutes yet. Already down here, the very welcome addition to the championship for RVN, Ryan van Nooykerk, the South African, down here on the front row of the grid. Let's just move in. He won the both races at Snetterton a few weeks ago. He finished second yesterday to the championship leader, Marley McKenzie. And I'll tell you what, Ryan, what an impressive performance that was on your debut here at Alton Park. Hopefully you can run the championship leader close and perhaps take that victory this time.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, obviously the goal is to try to be as close to him as possible and learn as much as possible so we can bring it into next year.
Well, this is all, it's about the apprenticeship, isn't it? You're learning one or two of the tracks this year, and I'll tell you what, when you do come into the championship next year, you're going to be a massive force to be reckoned with.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm super excited to do all the tracks. This track has just been amazing, a lot harder to learn, but I've had so much fun, and yeah, I can't thank my team enough for everything they've done.
Well, we'll see you hopefully on the podium there. The man that's responsible for all this is a name that's familiar to BSB fans throughout the history. It's a certain Hudson Kenner, Hudson Kenyuk to give it the correct pronunciation. And what a career you had in British Superbikes, Hudson. And I've got to say, what a polite young man that Ryan is. He's being brought up very, very well. He's very courteous. And unlike yourself. But yeah, it's great to bring a new talent across.
Yeah, he's got the strong-headedness that's needed, but he's also got the nice refined elements, and he's been brilliant to work with. And a big shout out to BSB. You know, this class is a breath of fresh air, and that's why we were able to bring a rider in. We've got other riders coming in the year for a taster, so it's enabling all teams to bring more youth and more riders to such an amazing show. So a big shout out to all the guys that have made this happen.
Been a big part of this championship over the years, Hudson, and it's wonderful words for that. So good luck, and that is Hudson Kenner. Effectively, here's the chunk, the rider from just south of the River Forth up there in Scotland. And a very quick word, given that the 3-minute board has already gone. Well, same again, Marley, after yesterday, Alton Park's proving to be a pretty good hunting ground for you this year.
Yeah, but back on pole, so hopefully just do the same as yesterday, try and get to the front, break away, try and get down to the times I want to do faster, and have a good race.
Yeah, we wish you well, my friend. Thanks very much for that. Well, the front row is incomplete because so far we do not have the number 72 of Lake and Payne. The rest of the grid is complete. That second row of the grid sees yesterday's podium finisher Luca Wilkinson. He is there under number 76. Luca Hopkins for Steve Brogan Racing. He is alongside him, and the rider that got shuffled out of it on that last lap run to the flag up Deer Leap, and that is Ben Jolliffe, who is one of the few riders to have beaten Marley McKenzie this year. He is there on row number 2 of the grid. But whether you can see him around the track, in fact, the team have just arrived down here for the Lake and Payne entry of the number 72 rider. They have got a little while yet, but he's going to be fashionably late. He's going to be the rider that arrives with the warmest tyres on there. Does the screen intimate that whereabouts he's on track, Duncan, at present?
I don't have my tracker screen up. I can try and change a TV channel.
Here we come. The yellow flags are being waved just at Deer's Leap. And there is a rider just gone into towards Lodge Corner. I've caught that out of the corner of my eye. Just want to make sure that this is Lake and Payne and that there is no problem. It looks to be his colour scheme. It's the yellow and red colour scheme of Lake and Payne. So we use the term fashionably late. They don't come much more later than this onto the grid because the 1-minute board is about to go up. And we are about to go racing with this, the 1P Mobile Junior National Sportbike Championship. Back to you, Duncan.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Good to have you on. Good to have you boots on the ground down there. And if Smart Beaton, if you just stand there, you'll be absolutely perfect. You're on screen now, and I like that. That's good. Put an X on the floor for you. So if your right foot stands on that X, you're perfectly on screen. How are you, young man?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Was watching back the race from yesterday, the Junior Sport Bike race on the TV, and I think their commentary team was just as split on that last lap incident as we were.
Right. Okay. What did they say about it? Were they the same as what we were thinking, or because we almost had a split?
I think they were split as well. I think Danny Buchan was leaning more towards my side of how we saw it, and yeah, I'm not sure. I was watching it back, and I'm still not sure whether it should have been penalised or not. Like I said yesterday, I don't think anything was intentional.
No.
But just the way you move across at the end there on a place is very tight.
You have to have a knowledge on and a kind of a foresight to the riders around you.
We've got a problem.
Oh, we've got a problem.
It's Ryan van Nooykerk. I did see that Hudson Kenner was working on the front of that bike. He got ushered off of the grid. It appears that the number 3 has stalled it. There's a problem, and this means that a potential race winner. Is he going to get ushered off the grid? It's going to be a back of the grid if he can get away at very least.
He should have pushed it across this side, Larry. I think that's one of the big problems. He should have come across this side of the grid. Gone back in, he'd have got into the pit lane. I don't think he'll get to start that now, unless he gets to go away at the back of the grid, like you say. Anyway, we make our way for the warm-up lap. Good bit of knowledge and intel, Larry. RVN, Ryan Van Newkirk, with a bit of an issue at the start there. So Marley McKenzie on pole position, the man who dominated yesterday. Towards the end of the race, he didn't have all his own way at the start of it. Ryan Van Newkirk at the side of the grid. They're pushing that bike back across towards pit lane, Larry. It won't be a back of the grid start, it'll be a pit lane start if they can get that bike going. Number 3, 72 Lake and Payne is alongside the empty spot on the front row of the grid with McKenzie. Row 2, 76 Luca Wilkinson, 41 Luca Hopkins and 42 Ben Jolliffe, Larry.
He's got it going as Ryan Van Newkirk. Now the front wheel, the back wheel is covered in dry grass. Now he's making his way down pit lane. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. But let me just have a chat with Hudson Kenner. Hudson, what appeared to be the problem? I just saw you looking at the dash as you left him on the line. What was the problem?
Yeah, it just seems like the bike, when he puts it in gear every now and again, just cuts out on its own. So there's some electronic glitch going on, which has affected him there.
All right, thanks, mate. Yeah, well, it is going to be a pit lane start. Oh, now this is going to be worth the admission money alone, folks. Watching
Absolutely.
Ryan Van Nuyker. Remember, he never seen Snetters before, did the double. He pushed Marley McKenzie right the way to the checkered flag yesterday, and watching this young South African star, the superstar of tomorrow, come through the field is going to be some watching. Alan Hyde will be on Van Nuyker duty on this one, and it'll be interesting to see. I still think if there's no more problems with that motorcycle, he can get on the podium from a pit lane start.
Myself and Finn Smart, we've been watching from here, so it sounds like a side stand issue, like the old side stand switch. You know, you grab the clutch, stick it in gear, it's like there's something going wrong there, it stops the bike. Because you might have your side stand down, but it doesn't obviously have one end, but it sounds like an issue like that. We got to the second row of the grid before Larry gave us that update. We can see RVN underneath the gantry at the end of the pit lane. Jediah Cumbermack, Kylan Shuttlewood and Lewis Mullen are on row 3. Isaac Mark, Mason Johnson and Arnie Carr on row 4. Row 5's Rory Creeth, Freddie Oakley and Jamie Hanks Elliott with Jamie Muir. Sid Marshall and Archie O'Brien, row 6. Row 7, Finn Page, Archie Ormond and Finn Harrison, with Holly Harris on her own on the back row of the grid after kind of retiring, but then getting going from the race yesterday from the pit lane, stopping for a slight bit of an issue. Hudson Kenner's now down here at this side, and also down here is Bjorn Estimate as well. Bjorn Estimate desperate to try and see if he can get involved. Hudson just being ushered back there. A little blower brought in as well from one of the other teams, just to make sure that the bike wasn't overheating. That's a nice part of it, I like that. A little bit of help from Holly Harris's team. Okay, green flag at the back, we're about to go racing. This is going to be spicy, because Ryan Van Newkirk, second yesterday, starts from the pit lane. Alan Woods has cleared the track, red flag is gone, red lights on and off, very, very quick turnaround, and down towards Old Hall Corner they come, all together. Marley McKenzie hasn't made a good start, and he's been passed on the way in. I think that's Luca Wilkinson who's gone past him, as Van Newkirk in the background now gets to go. You've got to wait till all the bikes are away round that first corner, and you can see Finn Smart reading the amount of work that he's going to have to do as McKenzie takes the lead into Cascades.
The only benefit I think it will have here is, I think, as we've seen a lot of times this year, the group does split pretty quickly. So you won't have too much issue once he catches to make his way through. It won't be group racing where he's having to do 2 or 3 bikes at once. That is the only saving grace he's got here.
Marley McKenzie leads in towards Shell Hairpin. With him is Luca Wilkinson. Then it looks like Ben Jolliffe in the mix on the Dunsley Heat Racing R7 Yamaha, making their way round that banked Shell Hairpin. Then it is very much Luca Hopkins. And Luca Hopkins, yeah, he is the man who sits second in the championship behind Marley McKenzie, with Ben Jolliffe in third. And Marley McKenzie, even though he's had all those wins, he's only got a 26-point championship lead. So all that winning hasn't really given him too much of a buffer, but it's still a race win in his pocket.
Yeah, it's a symptom of the way the points work, and I think it's a really great positive that BSB have done in the last few years to make the championships that bit closer and take it to the last round. I think also the weekend he had at Snetterton has probably made an impact there as well. But only a couple of rounds left for these boys after this weekend, so that 26-point gap, while it doesn't sound too big, it's still a race win in hand with only 3 races left after today.
What's flapping on Ben Jolliffe? What was that? That was a tear-off. Looked like it was half stuck on Ben Jolliffe's helmet, and he finally got it off as they were going through Druids. Big diving overtake from Wilkinson to go through on McKenzie. McKenzie saw that coming, let him go because he knew he would run wide, and he powers back through an up Deer Leap, and that gives him a good advantage into turn 1. Here comes Wilkinson with Ben Jolliffe tucked up behind behind in towards Old Hall Corner.
I think that's Lakin Payne there in second. I think Luke
It
Wilkinson
is Lakin.
dropped back
It is
to
Lakin
fifth
Payne.
there.
Good shout, Lakin Payne up there with the white helmet, who Larry Carter was looking for on the grid. Payne into that second place. Hopkins still looking at a little bit menacing, but you're right, look, there's already a little group of 4. And remember, our man in the studio is on Van Newkirk watch, so looking for RVN. Alan Hyde, give us an update to where Ryan has got to.
21st place at the end of lap 1, and that's a drop of 19 positions, obviously.
So he's made it 1 place, but Finn, he had to make up that huge bit of ground in front of him, like we saw yesterday in the first race. Was it this race?
Yeah. I mean, looking now, all I'm looking for there is he's 10.5 seconds behind after that first lap. It's a 10-lap race. He's already had the first one there, so he really needs to be doing a second a lap on the front buoy stick, even have a chance at catching. And then, you know, it's one thing catching, it's a complete other thing to make the overtake.
100%, 100%. And is there quite a lot of overtaking places around Oulton Park on the smaller capacity bikes?
I think there's Oulton Park as a circuit, there's a lot of overtaking places anyway. Once you add in the fact that obviously on these smaller bikes you can just make overtakes in places you maybe wouldn't want to on the higher capacity machines. It's definitely, there's a lot of other places for him to make the overtake. He's not going to be worried about that. It's just, you know, he's going to have a lot of overtakes to do here. It's he's going to have to get creative with a few of them if he's going to do them quickly.
That. Creative. He's going to have to be creative. I was getting excited about Luca Wilkinson earlier on. He's starting to home up towards the back of this 4-bike battle, about to make it a 5-bike train as Mackenzie, late on the brakes, heads towards the apex. Lakin Payne has that bike jumping about, but he's in the slipstream. Really strong run through Lodge and Deer Leap. He could possibly have a look up the inside of Mackenzie into turn 1, and he does. Lovely manoeuvre from Lakin Payne. Does he manage to get the apex and exit? Yes, as they come through the corner, and Ben Jolliffe sits there in 3rd place as Marley Mackenzie now pops out from the slipstream to try and come through on the inside into Cascades. Not an easy manoeuvre to do, but Marley goes through, releases the brakes and carries a huge amount of corner speed out towards the exit curb, but doesn't run wide. We saw quite a few people in the mud at the end of that exit curb yesterday.
Lakin Payne, I think, was our prime culprit there.
Yes, it was. And I was actually I walked the circuit this morning, Finn, and if you're in that area, you're actually running over the green, because the red and white stops, then there's green, then there's mud, so you're actually in the area where you're not meant to be. So there's something, make sure you're noting that for when you're in the sport bike race later on. But 4 becomes 5 now, as Luca Wilkinson is definitely on the back of this group as they head in towards Britons. They go left, they go back to the right, and then they've got to get a good drive out over here. Try not to bounce over that last exit curb or the apex curb on the chicane, because that's the type of thing that will kill your momentum up over the hill. Here comes Ben Jolliffe on the brakes. He's good on the brakes, but doesn't go through on Lakin Payne. Luca Hopkins has a little bit of a handful on his SBR powered by DKS ZX4RR going in through the entry point to his. But look at them, they have all now spaced away. The gap behind Luca Wilkinson is 1.8 seconds and growing back to Jediah Cumbermack.
Yeah, I think the front group there have done really well to go with Marley again today. But I think the only thing it is pointing out here is I do think it won't be quite enough for Ryan Van Newkirk to make a podium. Just with that gap behind and managing to go with Marley, I think they'll have just a little bit too much pace for him today.
Looking at Van Newkirk's lap times, 1:48.5, so he's not even in the leader's lap times. So look, he's round about, 8th, 9th place at best.
I think that is a part because of the overtake 7 to 8 though. If you look at the sector times there, he's purple through sector 1, fastest man through sector 1. It's just, once he's having to make those overtakes, it's not quite able to do the lap time that he wants to do.
Ooh, 2 bikes very close together. Lewis Mullen lifts up and goes through on Jediah Cumbermack. Or was that Kylan Shuttlewood?
I think that was Kylan Shuttlewood there.
Kylan didn't want to give that place up at all. Jediah just up the road ahead of these guys.
Ryan Van Newkirk with the fastest lap of the race there on that last lap there.
Yeah, 46.9, so he's now going quicker than the race leader, so you're very correct. He does have a good pace, and he's very much in the middle of the battle that we would see him in the middle of the battle at the lead if he could get there, but that's the thing, it's only, a 10-lap race. He's got 7 laps to go. You're right, big ask. Even to get into that top 10 is going to be a big ask. Ryan Van Newkirk, Alan Hyde, give us an update on RVN. Where will we see him on our timing screens and on track?
16th place, up 3 places on that lap.
That's a good bit of overtaking on 1 lap, Finn. That really is strong. Now, Marley Mackenzie is looking like he's trying to maybe split this pack at the front as we have a marshal running on to pick up a little bit of debris there. A knee slider's fallen off somebody. You'll miss that, that's for sure. You don't want to lose a knee slider.
We definitely do not want to. It'll be interesting to see if we can spot, if that's any of the front group there, spot who that is who's lost a knee slider.
Oh, is it a knee slider? That's crash bobbing, actually. Forget that.
Okay.
It's just the bit that gets screwed into holding the engine in, so that's not too much of an issue, is it?
If I can just add a postscript to my update on 16th place with the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, exactly. Fastest lap of the race. We're seeing a replay of Ben Jolliffe possibly having a moment here. Yes, that's exactly what split that group. Ben Jolliffe at Britain's just asking a little bit too much there, Finn.
Very easy to do out of there. I mean, it's probably the slowest point of the circuit in terms of where you get into the power. Maybe shell oils. So a very easy thing to do to just get yourself a bit out of sorts and out of the seat there.
Fastest lap of the race last time round for Lake and Payne, 146.6. He and Marley McKenzie both in the 46s, a 46.7 and a 46.6, as we just mentioned. And Lake and Payne showing that he has got the pace to stay with Marley McKenzie on that Kirkcaldy Kawasaki, which is also backed by ELPM.
Very interesting that Marley once again today, you know, we're almost halfway into this race and he's not managed to get down to the lap times that we saw him doing qualifying. Yeah,
absolutely. A very, very good point for you there. But this is an interesting battle at the front. Let's see what we can get from Luca Hopkins in third place as he's moved ahead, going in towards Lodge on the last lap. We saw him going past Ben Jolliffe. It was a nice controlled manoeuvre. He can see his championship rival once again leading the race, and he doesn't want to give, even though it's only a couple, in this 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, he doesn't want to give any couple of points away at all.
No, the good thing Luca Hopkins has done this year, he's almost had a very similar season to Freddie Oakley last year. He's been very consistent, very good at getting on the podium, even when he didn't have the out-and-out pace to match Marley. So I think he's going to want to go and try and catch up Lake and Payne and Marley McKenzie at the front here, but I'm sure that he'll be happy to settle for the points there. You know, still a few races left this season, and anything could happen at the end of the year.
6 laps to go. Marley McKenzie, the championship leader, leads from Lake and Payne. Laken on number 72. 3 Kawasaki's first, second and third, because 41 is Luca Hopkins on the team SBR powered by DKS Drilling. Kawasaki ZX4 RR. Then it's the Dunsley Heat Racing R7 of Ben Jolliffe, and behind Ben Jolliffe we've got Luca Wilkinson on bike 76. Luca with the Speedy Free NW Racing ZX4 RR. Across the line they go in towards turn 1. Marley isn't getting away from Lake and Payne, but he really is setting a fast pace here again. Both riders in the 46. Oh, is that, who is that that's down 60, I'm going to say? Is it Kylan or is that somebody else? Difficult to see. It's one of our Rocket rookies. I'm not going to jump at that one. Number 6. Yeah, it's Jediah. Number 6, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame for him. He's
down at Druids.
That's a very fast place to go down no matter what bike you're on. And a big
high corner speed on these little bikes as well, isn't there? So, yeah. Let's say, thankfully he's up on his feet and perfectly okay, but the Rocket Rookies rider walks away from that one, and he will be back to ride another day. He was having a good run as well, was Jediah.
He was really, especially considering, you know, he's missed the last couple of rounds, so it would be a hard one for him to come back into. He missed FP1 this weekend. He was having a really good go at it there.
As we watch them coming through, Britain's Mackenzie really gets tucked in so incredibly well. Lake and Payne likewise behind him. Had a little bit of movement from the back of the bike, just where we saw Ben Jolliffe having his moment as they came through Britain's, but it didn't really seem to hold Lake and Payne back as Mackenzie goes from left to right and right to left as he comes back through and exits on the right before they come up, exiting Britain's, exiting Hizzies and Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill. Get tucked in here, Finn. Get everything tucked in.
Especially on these little bikes. Going up into any part of this circuit, you want to get as much as you tucked into that bike, carry as much corner speed as you possibly can. You've not got the power to get back out of the corners. You need to keep the momentum up as much as you can.
These two definitely way at the front. Battling for the last step on the podium, Luca Hopkins and Ben Jolliffe. It's going to come down to those two guys as we're about to start lap 7. Oh, Hopkins makes a mistake. Ben Jolliffe almost follows him off the track there. That's a bit of an error on Luca Hopkins' part. Did I miss something there that I was watching, Finn?
I'm not sure what happened there. I'd like to see a replay as we just watch him into here.
Did he get down the gears? Could he? Oh, it looked like he was. Oh, he locked the front up there.
Yeah, he was luckier to get away with staying on the bike there. Obviously, he'd be annoyed at, you know, running into the gravel, be out of the podium battle, but he's lucky to stay on it there.
Target fixation for Ben Jolliffe as well.
It's very easy to do when you're so close. When you're running so close behind someone like that, even the slightest bit just in your peripheral vision can just unsettle you.
Yeah, Ben Jolliffe getting away with that one, but that really has hurt the man who's at second in the championship. Luca Hopkins comes back on after making a little error going in there, and Luca's all the way down to 14th place. That, oh yeah, Finn, your face says it all. That's hemorrhaging points.
That is there's a lot of points to lose there. I thought with the way he ran on and the gap they had, he might be able to get back in 5th or 6th, but to drop all the way back down to 14th, he's going to have a hard work to do here on the last few laps of this race.
Let's just hope he doesn't have some sort of technical problem, because it was really weird how the front brake kind of grabbed and locked as it just looked like a normal entry to the corner.
Yeah, it wasn't even too late. You know, normally you'd be expecting that as you're getting your last bit of braking done mid-corner, lots of lean angle. It was quite early into the braking zone there. It seemed to lock up on him there. So, like you said, fingers crossed there's nothing wrong with the bike. Nothing that's going to happen again here.
Here we come up Clay Hill. Marley McKenzie with Lakin Payne, his shadow, making their way in towards Druids. It's really what we could call Lakin. He's been following Marley all the way. As we look back into the pack, we see a replay on the big screen with Ryan van Newkirk up the inside of a couple of guys, right in the tail of Lewis Mullen as they come through there. And what we're going to see from Ryan van Newkirk, I thought we were going to see a moment, but we only saw a really good, sweet overtake as he went past Arnie Carr.
Is this him here again? Oh, with a little bit of a moment coming over at the exit of Druids, but looks like he's lining up an overtake for P5 on Mason Johnson here into the final corner.
Lovely manoeuvre on Mason Johnson. Bit of chatter going through that whole bike there on Ryan van Newkirk. But Ryan van Newkirk about to come across the line, and that will put him. Is that going to put him up to 5th place, Alan Hyde, as he crosses the line this time? Yes.
It will.
Wow, what a ride. I mean, I said they might struggle for the top 10.
That is very impressive.
I feel bad now. I feel really bad. That's a really good ride.
Without claiming too much of a credit, I didn't get on the podium from here.
Sorry, what did the Scooby-Doo say there in your ear? Could you hear that?
Yeah, he's running to the grid again. You're okay, boys.
Yeah.
Just a quick progress report on Storm Stacey's motorcycle for you fans out there. It's looking more like a motorcycle. Ooh. I am fairly optimistic that they're going to get that bike on the grid.
Larry, brilliant work. Thank you very much. That's why he's called Scoop down there. 3 laps to go. Pit lane opens at 1:25 for the Zin British Superbike Championship. So that's quite a bit of time for him still to work on that bike. As we watch the leaders come down towards the Hizzy chicane. These two guys away at the front. How much does Lakin Payne want to risk this for a victory?
The only thing I was just watching here, just in the background, I think it is reminding me a lot of yesterday's race with Ryan van Newkirk. I think Marley looked really comfortable setting the pace there. He's not had anything to challenge him yet. No, since sort of lap 2 onwards, lap 3 onwards, he's not really had any overtakes thrown by Lakin. I do worry that Lakin's maybe riding at his limit here, and I'm not sure if he'll have much more to throw at Marley.
Yeah, a little bit of chatter going through the rear end of Lakin Payne as he goes over the slight bumps that we have on the natural bumps in the track as you go in towards Druids. And again, watch the bike as he comes in towards here. You can just see a little bit of chatter.
Quite a lot of chatter there into the final corner. Like I said, I think maybe he's just on his limit or on the combined limit of him and the bike today. You know, he's running at pace that he's not been doing all weekend. You do seem to find things once you start to move that pace. Maybe the way the bike was working yesterday in the 47s doesn't quite work in the 46s now.
Yeah. In case you're using a bit of jargon, chatter, just when we're watching the wheel on the actual track, we can just see chattering and vibrating as he starts to lean into the corner. So it's kind of reference that a lot of riders use a lot of the time. You get it in the front and it's horrible. You get it in the back, it's horrible. If you get it in the front and the back at the same time, as we saw at Snetterton and a few Superbikes, it almost becomes unrideable. As we're on lap 9 out of 10, Marley McKenzie's taking the fastest lap back a lap or two ago, 1:46.453. And is the Chunk, the nickname is the Chunk, are we going to see Marley McKenzie start to just stretch away ever so slightly? We know he had a big jump on the rest of the field through qualifying, through the free practice and qualifying session. And Marley just controlling this race at the front. I agree 100% with yourself, and he hasn't been troubled. He looks very comfortable setting the pace. And yesterday, with 2 or 3 laps to go, he just edged away a couple of tenths of a second a lap.
Yeah, we're going on to the last lap in a minute here. I think he maybe will try and just drop the hammer, drop the pace.
Lakin's had a warning on the way in towards Hizzies, and he's had a warning mid-Hizzies there. He's riding very hard. He's had 2 small errors in 2 corners back to back, and that's given Marley McKenzie a little bit of breathing space. I think you might be right. I think Lakin yesterday, the bike setup was perfect for the lap time he was doing, but today he's just in a little bit of a different area. What he needs to do here is make sure he brings us home for a good haul of points.
I was just double checking the championship there. Same thought process as you. I think Luca Hopkins being so far down the order today, I think Lakin needs to maybe think about the championship and try and come home in second, settle, take some points home, and hopefully move up a little bit in the championship there, ready for the last round.
P2 okay. on the pit board. Is that what you'd like to see, yes?
That's exactly what I would be putting out if I was on the pit wall for him.
On to the final lap. Marley McKenzie leads through Old Hall Corner. Lake and Payne crossed the line 0.4 of a second. Last time when they crossed the line, they were separated by 1/10, so he's lost basically 0.3 of a second in that little bit of an error. Just as the bike moved about and away and towards the first part of his, and then the second part, he just had a little jump as he got on the power just ever so early. They're coming along Lakeside in towards Island Bend for the last time. It's the number 45 Kawasaki of Marley McKenzie that leads the way from 72 on a very similar Kawasaki in the hands of Lake and Payne. This would be a good result for both of these guys championship wise. That's what myself and Finn Smart-Whedon are thinking. Third place, Ben Jolliffe, and a comfortable third place because he's got 4.8 seconds over Luca Wilkinson. Then Ryan Van Newkirk on the charge, 3.4 seconds to get up to Luca Wilkinson. That's going to be a fairly big ask as the leaders come down. Marley McKenzie a little bit defensive just in case Lake and Payne is there.
Yeah, a very different race today. I mean, fairly similar at the front, although just swapped, obviously, Lake and Payne for Ryan Van Newkirk. But Ben Jolliffe, like you said, has got a big gap there in P3. And interesting that that group that's battling for P3 has split so much today compared to how much of a ding-dong battle it was in yesterday's race.
Up through Clay Hill, past Water Tower, in towards Druids. Marley McKenzie pops up from behind the bubble, elbow out, chin out, drags that ZX4RR through the corner, out towards the exit curb. Beautifully executed Druids, and along and in towards Lodge. He's covering the inside just in case. He doesn't need to. He just needs to make sure he gets this through the corner and away. This will be another victory for Marley McKenzie. This will be victory number 9. We're heading for double figures in 2026. Marley McKenzie wins the race, and he wins it by 0.8 of a second. That was a lot of pressure, though, given to him from Lake and Payne, and a really, really impressive ride to second place. Ben Jolliffe crosses the line in third on bike 42. Then we wait to see Wilkinson. Will it be Wilkinson? Yes, it is. Luca Wilkinson ahead of Ryan Van Newkirk. Got to see, that's an impressive run from RVN to go from the pit lane up to P5.
It was a lot closer on that last lap than we thought it would be as well. Managed to close 2.5 seconds on Luca Wilkinson on that final lap. I think one more lap and he would have had that.
Lewis Mullen in 6th place, Mason Johnson 7th, Freddie Oakley 8th, Isaac Mark in 9th, and Arnie Carr with the 2nd place in the championship. Luca Hopkins, this is a sole one, 11th place. That is going to upset the apple cart in the championship. We'll give you an update with the championship as it pops up on our screen once we've done a very quick little bit of maths as well, possibly Harry Carter. Behind Luca Hopkins in 12th, Jamie Hanks Elliott, Kylan Shuttlewood, Rory Creeth, Sid Marshall, Jamie Muir, Finn Page, Archie O'Brien, Finn Harrison, and Archie Ormwood will cross the line. Finn Smart-Whedon, thank you very much once again. Good luck for the sport bike race later on today. How are you feeling?
Feel good. I think it's some of the best I've felt all season. Pace is not quite there in terms of one lap, but I think we've got good consistency, and I feel really comfortable around the Alton Park circuit this weekend.
Finn Smart-Whedon, watch him on the Power Slide Suzuki. He'll be doing his thing in sport bike. We will take a very quick pause in the commentary point, and we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio for a very quick commercial break.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection, and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at britishsuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
On 94.9 FM here at Alton Park, let's get straight down to ground level and Larry Carter.
With a question from the team is, you're probably running out of questions and superlatives to say about Marley, aren't you? Well, yes, I am. Because now we haven't done the exact sums, but because Luca Hopkins did finish a little bit further down the order. But I reckon that Marley McKenzie's lead now is in excess of 30 points of the championship. There is just 4 rounds to go with a maximum of 120 points left. Yeah, of course, it's not going to be won until the final round. But he's doing everything right with that 9th win of the season and homing in on that inaugural championship for the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bike National Championship. And he's down here, just down here. Well, Marley, that was probably a little bit easier than yesterday, although Laken was up there with you. But that's the 9th win of the season. Luca, your main championship rival, was a little bit down the order. You've extended your championship lead, and now just 4 rounds left. Things are looking good.
Perfect weekend. Free practice went well. Qualifying, pole, race 1. Had to work for it, but got the win in the end. And today, yeah, Laken, great ride. Right, I saw plus 0.0 every lap, so had to keep on going, and eventually got to the finish line in first again. So I can't thank all my team sponsors enough, and yeah, perfect weekend. So is that 9 out of
That's 9 out of 12. Ben beat her at Donington and missed out twice at Snetterton.
Yeah, so I think Luca Hopkins finished a bit further down, so that's more points in my pocket. So because after Snet I lost a couple, and now I'm just gaining them back. So yeah, really happy.
The big thing is, obviously, it ramps up at the final round. Effectively, a lot more points up for grabs. So the championship's way off yet. There's still 120 points up for grabs. You're 30 points in the lead. Still a lot of work to do yet, Marley.
It's all about consistency. Just try and keep on getting at least on the podium every round. And yeah, at the last round, is it double points?
It's more or less, yeah. It's 35 rather than 25 for him.
Right, okay, so yeah, bigger points up for grabs, so just hopefully I get those.
Yeah, you'll do, mate. You've done a great job. I think we are ready to go, Richard. Yeah, why not? We're not going to get a word with Laken Payne or Ben Jolliffe on this occasion, but do our best to chat to as many riders as we can. But let's get the riders up here then in this round 6, race 12 out of 16 in the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bike National Championship. And thanks to 1P Mobile, as ever, Clifford Wetherell here is to do the honours on the podium, the managing director of that particular company. Up onto the podium then for the 7th time this season for Dunsley Heat Racing on the Yamaha. A 7th podium of the season for Ben Jolliffe. You're welcome to join us behind the podium here for all the celebrations today. 2nd position then, a 4th podium of the season. The local rider from Lee for LP41 Racing, Laken Payne. Congratulates Ben Jolliffe on his way to the podium. But what about this one with a 9th win of the season, increasing his championship lead for Scotland and Kirkcaldy Kawasaki, the race winner, Marley McKenzie. And the ELPM, RPM, Kirkcaldy Kawasaki squad take the race manufacturer's trophy back up the M74 to the outskirts of Edinburgh with them. And as we said, Clifford Wetherall, the managing director of our title sponsors, 1B Mobile, makes the podium presentation to Ben Jolliffe. His 7th podium of the season. Congratulations to Ben. Laken Payne, as we said, the rider with one of the shortest journeys home, back up to Lancashire later on this evening. But taking the winner's trophy back up to the southern banks of the River Forth, the race winner, championship leader, Marley McKenzie. And the team get the manufacturer's award as well. Thanks to Clifford Wetherall for making the podium presentation on behalf of 1P Mobile. So with that, that concludes the first of the races here. What's going to be a very, very busy afternoon. We have got a small matter of a British Superbike grid starting to assemble down there. So with that, in the meantime, back to the studio.
First one of the day, 2 races for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli today. 12 laps the first race and 18 laps the second race. And the question is, the number 79 bike, if you're looking at our YouTube stream, you'll see that Storm Stacey's bike in the garage, and the words that we heard from Larry Carter from the team, from Michael Rutter earlier on today, didn't think that there was going to be enough time to turn that bike around and get it out for the first race of the day. I tell you what, it looks in the garage as if it is ready.
Impressive work there. We're just seeing on the big screens on the mains a replay of Storm going down. A little wobble from the back end, which may have overloaded the front, and then down he went. But it looks like, well, there's Ray Stringer walking out with the laptop.
I can tell you,
good.
They're down here on the grid. Here's Lola Spielberg, his sister. Lola, have they got the bike ready then?
I think so. I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, I thought they'd do it. Yeah. Well, they are ready to receive the rider down here on the grid.
Tyre warmers are coming off, Larry.
Storm Stacey fan, it's all go. Storm Stacey makes the start. Fantastic news.
Amazing work, isn't it, Duncan?
Brilliant. I mean, you know, Michael Rutter, it's always half empty or completely empty, isn't it? There's no half full.
Oh, I don't think we can get it ready, Scoop.
Oh, Michael Rutter's joined us.
Yeah.
The bike's wheeled out from the garage and he will be joining the track. So that's fabulous for the Storm Stacey fans to see that happening. What a bit of work there. A bit of a hug before he goes, throws his leg over. But there is big news about this race. There will only be one Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Danny Kent has been pulled from the race, did a valve and morning warm-up. What a disaster. Steve Plater stopped me on my way back down pit lane and says, listen, there's only going to be Rory. We've had to pull Danny. He's done a valve. We'll get the bike and engine swap for the next race. But that's a disaster for Danny Kent. It's just not been feeling for him this weekend. So maybe there was something on its way out. As you can see, the garage door down in pit lane for Danny Kent. But Bradley Ray is on pole from Storm Stacey and Leon Haslam for this 12-lap British Superbike race. Scott Redding, Max Cook and Kyle Ryde make up the second row of the grid. I mean, that could be the first row. In fact, it was the first row at Brands Hatch, if I'm not mistaken. Ryan Vickers, Joe Talbot and Glenn Irwin are on row 3. With the O-Show, Jason O'Halloran, the bad boy Brooksy, Josh Brooks, alongside his teammate Lee Jackson on the 4th row. Christian Idden, Rory Skinner and the non-starting Danny Kent would have been on the 5th row. Rhys Irwin, Ely Mickelchick and Fraser Rogers make up row number 6. Charlie Spud Nesbitt has Richard Kerr and Graham Irwin for company, with Braden Elliott, Dan Brooks and Joe Sheldon Shaw making up the 23 bikes that we will have on the grid. Some bikes making their way towards the grid, another couple maybe wanting to do a ride through. So what we'll do is we'll look along there, because I'm pretty sure he's run from the podium, Alan, all the way towards the grid. Let's hand down to Scooby-Doo, Larry Carter.
I just wonder which other buttons we can inaugurate as the season goes on. It is a worry, isn't it? Apologies for the standard of the broadcast. It's gone decidedly downhill, folks. We're not very good, but we are cheap and available. That's all I will say. Bradley Ray's down here on pole position, and he's about to get the Omologato watch pole position award down here, and add to his collection something like 30-odd poles now for Brad Ray, as the Omologato watch gets presented to yesterday's race winner and the pole position setter from the sponsors, as Brad Ray does the formalities there. And whilst that's a nice little touch, so they are very valuable, these Omologato watches. You know, they're not just 10 a penny, they are collector's items in various different designs and everything else. And I know that Lizzie Pridewell, Tommy's mum, she actually wrote to Omologato and said, I want a particular type next time Tommy's on pole position, and they obliged with that one. Well, here is Brad. He's just going to take the last of the energy gels on. The temperature has become a lot more muggy than what it was yesterday. Any breeze that we had yesterday has now dropped, and it is temperature a little bit warmer. Well, Brad, quite simple. Just I know it's easier said than done, but same again from yesterday.
Yeah, no, it'd be nice. Try and get a bit better start than I did yesterday. It wasn't the best, but it was in good track position. So yeah, I think today, obviously, the sprint race is always a lot harder. You go a lot harder for 12 laps. So I think it's going to be a fight like yesterday, but yeah, we'll get stuck in.
If it's as good a race as yesterday, we'll look forward to that. Thanks, Brad. Well, the rider that's all eyes were on, and he's made it, folks. We know that there's a lot of support for him, and Storm Stacey's on the grid. Absolutely fantastic. Well, Storm, I think when you were in the gravel trap with an hour to go before during morning warm-up, this seemed a long way away, but you're on the grid, mate, after yesterday's performance, hopefully challenge for another podium.
Yeah, that's the plan. The bike's all running well, everything's good. Yeah, it wasn't ideal to do that in warm-up. I know it's warm-up, but we had things we wanted to try this morning to, again, make the bike better for these races. And just unfortunately, it just wasn't stopping like it was left. Left down. Yeah, left down, yeah.
Just talk to the race stringer there, crew chief.
Just the bars are a bit twisted at the minute, so they've got to loosen all the front end of the bike up and try and straighten them up. So yeah, the bike cartwheeled a fair few times, and just to hear it, that it's only twisted a little bit on the bars, and that's a bit of a positive, isn't it?
Yeah, you've ridden bikes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. I've seen you at Langbar in the Moped Mayhem Storm with a bike that's bent in half and you can still ride it. Well, one of the rides yesterday was he's just going to get a quick photograph with one of the young fans here on the grid. It's the Pocket Rocket. I don't know. I've known you a little while. I know Leon has them, and Alton Park always goes well. And I said halfway through that race yesterday, keep your eye on the Pocket Rocket. He might be the one to watch. And lo and behold, you came and nearly won the race.
Yeah, we got to the lead, which was nice, and sat comfortable with behind Brad. We just need to figure out a few little bits we're missing on the front end of the bike, but yeah, we're trying some new things again for this one, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more to fight with.
It's great to see you up there, Leon. Thanks very much for that. The Rocket down here. Life in the old dog, yeah. Nice to see him leading the race yesterday, Ron.
Oh, God, it was, yeah. I was very, a smile come on my face from that one, yeah. But again, too nervous for me, but yeah, fantastic.
Takes you back to the transatlantics in the 1970s around Mallory Park and Alton and Brands.
Oh, it does, yeah. The good old days, I'll say for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to speak. The legend that's Rocket Rod has them. There is the cowboy, the comeback kid, Scott Redding. It's been a little bit under the weather this weekend, so we've not been getting too many yee-haws out of him or whatever, but he's down here on row number 2 of the grid. A little bit tells me that you've just been a little bit under the weather this weekend, Scott. Hopefully that you can just overcome any little bug that you picked up, and hopefully you're feeling a little bit better today.
Yeah, I do feel a bit better today. It's no excuse to, making my riding any different. But yeah, I've been just quite tired, a bit under the weather, but it is what it is. Yesterday I just found it hard to get into my rhythm in the race, should I say. But yeah, it's not been easy for me this weekend. I'm not going to sit back and be like, oh yeah, it's been great. It's been quite a tough weekend, but you have these weekends sometimes. You just got to overcome and just keep trying, and do the best you can do in those races, and then move on to the next one.
Well, we know you'll give it a go, cowboy. Yeehaw!
Always give it a go, baby. Yeehaw!
Well done, Scott. Thanks very much. Not too many yeehaws coming out of him today. He's a little bit under the weather. Is Max Cook. We had a quick chat with Max earlier on in the day. Let's just move in and say, okay. Feeling good, Max? All ready to go?
Yeah, feeling good. 12-lap race. Yeah, obviously, bike's mega. So, yeah, the boys have rebuilt it all night. So, yeah, huge thank you to them. So, yeah, let's see what we can do in this one.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks very much for that. Well, the youth, Carl Ryder, is another rider. He had a big tip-off on Friday, and he has tweaked himself a little bit. Well, what a ride from P10 to onto the podium yesterday, Ride. It's a ride of champions, giving yourself a little bit more of a fighting chance today. Hopefully the little bits of tweaks that you've done to yourself are okay and good to go with this one. 12 laps should suit you a bit better.
I don't really know, Larry. This morning's warm-up was very good, but obviously that's on a tyre that was very used, so yeah, we'll soon find out. Obviously, yeah, we'll have a great race hopefully, and we need to do a mainly good lap time for this afternoon.
Thanks very much. Well, James Whittam, thanks very much for that one. Great to see Mervyn White down here. Mervyn, nice to see you here. Wonderful. Can we order some weather like this for the Northwest next year?
Yeah, hopefully. Hasn't been too bad this last couple of years, but as I say, hopefully get a bit of decent weather for next year again.
It's great to see you here at British Superbikes with the assembled stars. Thanks, Mervyn. Mervyn White, the race director at the Northwest 200. There is Ryan Vickers down here. Well, Ryan down here yesterday. P6 again. It's one of these rides where if you can just get away at the front, perhaps just tag on with the podium bunch, Ryan. That first podium's going to come.
Yeah, first podium's difficult. I don't know when it's going to happen. I think we will get one this season, but it's not easy. It's got to all go perfectly. At the moment, we're able to stay on the back of the leaders, but it's the absolute maximum to be able to do that. And then as soon as the tyre just starts to drop, we just lose that performance a little bit. But we're pushing every time. We're making the bike a little bit better in each session. Made a bit of a step this morning, so we'll be up there now. Let's dig in for 12 laps and see if we can run at the front again.
So glad to have you back in the championship this year, Ryan. Thanks for that. And for your in the in the World Championship. Front row, Joe. It's not quite the front row, but Joe Talbot again. We've had it. This is a local lad, folks, from Warrington, just down the road. Again, he was 1-2 running at the front yesterday. That's something that you'll never forget, Joe. I tell you what would make top the memory is if you led this one.
Yeah, well, I think it's harder from 8th, but another good start's the goal, and just try and chip away and just learn from the boys and just get a good rhythm and see what we can do.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that. Well, Glenn Irwin is down here, as Alton Park certainly wasn't his friend earlier on in the year, but down here as after yesterday. P10 yesterday, not where you wanted to be, Glenn, but a polar apart from where you were at the start of the year with the Ducati, when I think you said to me the only thing we were left to change on the bike is the colour scheme. But obviously, you know your way around here. You've won plenty of races. Hopefully, you get away at the front and see what happens.
Yeah, look, the P10 didn't look so great yesterday, but I felt much stronger than the group that I was in. So we've made some good changes. We had a few, something changed in the race yesterday, that can change in racing, impacted our ability to pass, but felt great in warm-up this morning. Couple of things we could improve, but I think we've done that now, so let's go.
Wish you well. Thanks very much. So the next rider on the grid is the reigning World Endurance Champion, and that is the Osho Jason O'Halloran. Now makes his home at Market Racing in Lincolnshire. A rider who has won the British Superbike Championship twice in his history, is a former World Superbike Championship race winner as well, and that is the first of the Dow Racing Hondas of Josh Brooks. His teammate alongside him won 2 races at Alton Park in recent years, and that is Lee Bob Jackson, who's looking to try and put things right. Christian Idden, who's had a little bit of a tough weekend so far. The rider originally from Stockport in Greater Manchester, a local track for him, looking to get the Sencat up there on the podium for the first time. One of the 2 Cheshire Mouldings Yamahas, and that is Rory Skinner, sadly without his teammate Danny Kent, who had that engine problem, back a further over the grid. And we've got the reigning Supersport champion running for Master Mac Honda, and that is the Irishman Rhys Irwin. Alongside him, the first ever Ukrainian to win points in the British Superbike Championship, and the reigning Super Stock champion, and that is Ilya Michalczyk. Then we've got Hollywood himself, Fraser Rogers, who again had a troubled race yesterday, the first of the Tag Saw Hondas, alongside his teammate Charlie Nesbitt, who is a former podium finisher. Then we've got Richard Kerr, the 23 National Superstock champion. Alongside him, the British Motocross champion from 2017, deputising for his injured brother Andrew, and that is Graham Irwin, back onto the back row of the grid. And we've got Braden Elliott, the Aussie, alongside him, the 2 additions to the programme, the normal Superstock racer Dan Brooks, and then Joe Sheldon Shaw running for the Colin and Dean Hipwell CDH Whitecliff squad. As ever, 24 of the best motorcycle racers on planet Earth set to do battle around this wonderful packed Alton Park circuit with a record crowd here this weekend. And to witness it and to talk about it, the voice of British motorcycle sport, as ever, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter, down there on the grid and in the pit lane, giving us exactly what we need to hear. So big news from this one: Storm Stacey, the team build the bike and get him back on track. And unfortunately, Danny Kent misses this race. Will be back for the next race. Danny Kent will be back for any Danny Kent fans who are out there. A Valve, yeah, Steve Plater said, very disappointing, but there's not much they could do about it. Let's see what happens. We're getting ready for the build-up. The team personnel making their way back down and in towards their pit garages. And it now comes down to the riders. We've got all the information that we need for this race. We're getting ready to go. It's only a 12-lap race, though. 18 laps yesterday, 12 laps today. This will be a pretty quick race. It'll be over in a bit of a flash. But who can take it? Will we see Scott Redding will we see him arrive this weekend? He sounded very, very quiet there. So quiet that Alan Hyde had to ride that fader up and give that just a little bit of extra volume just to make sure we could hear Scott. So very softly spoken. You know what it's like, guys. If you're not feeling well and you have to go to work, it's never a great day. Imagine riding one of these 200 plus, 230 brake horsepower superbikes around Alton Park. Let's go.
official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
Track temperature 37 degrees, ambient temperature 25 degrees. As ever, all riders choosing to ride on the SC1 front and rear tyre from Pirelli. Here we go then, making their way up towards the grid. This 12-lap race just getting ready to go. Looking inside the PBM garage, then the McCann's garage. Tense faces indeed. Can Bradley Reid deliver? Can he do a double here? And will Scott Redding arrive? What will Kyle do? The man who's leading the championship. And let's hope that that Batham's AGN Ducati is perfectly ready for Storm Stacey to do what he does best. We are getting ready to go here. We're under starters orders. Waiting for the red lights. Red lights on, longer hold, off they go down towards Old Hall Corner, turn number 1. And it's a great start for Bradley and Ryan Vickers with Storm Stacey slots into second place. Redding goes into second place. He lifts up Storm Stacey as they go through the corner. What a start from Scott Redding to come from the second row of the grid. Puts himself in with a fighting chance at the very beginning. Ryan Vickers also, nice strong start up into third place with Storm Stacey trying to make a manoeuvre around the Honda UK Star as they come along Lakeside. Then it's Max Cook, the pocket rocket. Then it looks like it's Josh Brooks. Where's Kyle Reid got to off this start? It looks like he's mired behind Josh Brooks and just ahead of Joe Talbot. He is. Good start for Brooksy. Very impressive start for Brooksy from the fourth row off the grid. There's a few of the guys running a bit wide towards the back there. That was Joe Sheldon Shaw, Graham Irwin and I think Braden Elliott. As we come through the Britain chicane for the first time of asking, you're about to see them come over Hilltop down towards Hizzies and then Knickerbrook. And yes, it is still Bradley Ray who leads the way from Scott Redding, from Ryan Vickers. Great show from the Honda. Let's hope everybody gets through the Hizzies chicane for the first time of asking and then on towards Knickerbrook. Bit wide for Max Cook on the exit of Knickerbrook, but he still has good speed up behind Storm Stacey. Through Clay Hill they come, cross our sector time, doing some 130, 140 miles per hour before they come in towards Druids, that lovely double apex Druids right, and it goes over the crest of a hill on the exit underneath the Carroll Nash Bridge along to the first major big overtaking spot. Max Cook was thinking about it, he was thinking, but he didn't go through on the inside. Storm Stacey had that one covered off. So lap number 1 is done. In towards the Old Hall Corner we go. Joe Talbot goes through on the inside of Josh Brooks in that braking area. Is that Glenn Irwin as well? Yes, Glenn Irwin having a bit of a fight with what looked like, was that Rory Skinner or was it Jason O'Halloran as they went through there? It was Rory Skinner and Glenn Irwin, and Glenn giving Rory no room on the exit of the corner, and Rory now behind Lee Jackson and Christian Idden. So a bit of a fall down from positions for Skinner there with a bit of work to do, but Glenn Irwin with a late manoeuvre up the inside. Oh, fair and love and more, it's what happens. And Rory, unfortunately, just run out of road. Look at Ryan Vickers. Ladies and gentlemen, Honda UK star Ryan Vickers looking really strong, pulling up towards the back of Scott Redding. And with the pace, it looks like he's able to run with Bradley Ray as they come up over the crest of the hill. Behind Ryan Vickers, a bit of a gap starting to appear. Then we've got Storm Stacey. Behind Storm Stacey, Max Cook. Oh, Kyle Reid goes underneath Leon Haslam on the braking zone in towards Hizzies. And that was a pretty Kyle Reid-esque manoeuvre through on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. He didn't get a good start, that's for sure, but he's starting to work away and come back through the field. Is Bradley Ray starting to just edge away ever so slightly from Scott Redding? And if he is, Ryan Vickers can see this. He needs to make a manoeuvre. He needs to try and pounce on that Honda as Max Cook again jumps up the inside, but Storm Stacey so late on the brakes is not letting that happen. And these two guys trying to battle with each other. Here comes Kyle Reid on the Ducati. Reid looking up the inside into Old Hall. No, Cook scythes past Storm Stacey. Can he make the apex? Can he turn that through the corner? Yes, he can. Lovely overtake. Beautiful stuff there from Max Cook. He came from quite a long way back, but through he went. Now here's a bit of a rivalry for you, a new rivalry in town. Storm Stacey and Kyle Reid. There was a little bit of a war of words after, was it race number 1 or qualifying for these two guys? And let's see exactly how this goes on track as they come through Island Bend. The Batham's AGN Ducati of Storm Stacey ahead of the British champion, the current defending reigning champion, an all-round nice guy, Kyle Reid, as they make their way round towards Britain's Storm goes through the corner, pulls that Ducati back down. Great work from Michael Rutt and the team to get that bike fixed and back up, as it looks like Kyle has a bit of a better run as they come up over the crest of the hill. Oh, Graham Irwin's gone down, and Dan Brooks has also gone down, both up on their feet. Graham running back towards the yellow Ducati. Dan Brooks just starting to see if he could get his Master Mac Hawk Honda out from the air fence. And has there been a change of position? Yes, Kyle has gone past Storm Stacey on the brakes in towards his. And we can already see the Pocket Rocket starting to line up Storm Stacey. And Joe Talbot very much having a great weekend here at Oulton Park, making his way up. The local man from some 15 miles down the road, I think he said to Larry Carter, not far at all, as the Pocket Rocket struggles to stop the Motor Rapido Ducati. Here comes Joe Talbot alongside Leon Haslam, side by side as they come through Deer's Leap. Talbot just backs out of that one. A little bit of, you know what, nothing wrong with following Leon Haslam for a couple of laps around here, as Max Cook sets a 1:33.416, the new fastest lap of the race. Let's see in replay. Oh dear, it does look like Graham Irwin goes down. And then Dan Brooks just, you know what, nowhere to go. What a great shame for Dan Brooks. I just said to Steve Hicken in the pit lane, your rookie's doing really well. And oh no, Rhys Irwin's now gone down off the second Master Mac Hawk Honda at the Hizzies chicane. Oh dear, Steve Hicken will be walking back into that garage with his head in his hands. That's a great shame there. Great work from the Port West Race Safe Marshals to clear up the Graham Irwin and Dan Brooks bikes. And also as they're coming out of Britain's over hilltops, I'm pretty sure Port West Race Safe Marshals will have also moved the Rhys Irwin, the second of the Master Mac Hawk Honda bikes. We can see Stuart Hicken, dad of Steve, walking in towards the garage. Just a little bit of a head shake there. That's not what that team needed. Definitely not Dan Brooks' fault there. He just had nowhere to go. And he has put together a very good debut in the British Superbike class. But back at the sharp end, it's all starting to space out ever so slightly. Kyle Wright's got himself right up behind Max Cook, but he hasn't made any impression into making a pass on Max, but that might be about to change as we come along in towards Lodge. Max puts the leg out. There goes Kyle. He has a bit of a look, but he ducks back in. Not this time. They're both catching Ryan Vickers as they make their way up and in towards Deer Leap. Into my view, they come past. There goes Bradley Ray, followed by Scott Redding. Scott Redding starting to waken up here. Personal best lap last time round for Scott Redding and for Brad Ray. Brad about a couple of hundreds faster than Scott Redding, but both those guys looking good, whereas Kyle Wright puts a new fastest lap of the race in, a 1:33.1 for Kyle Wright as we have a look at them going along Lakeside in towards Island Bend. It's two at the front, then there's a three-bike battle for that last spot on the podium. And you're guaranteed one thing, Ryan Vickers will not want to give up that podium spot. He will be desperate to get on the podium for Honda UK, as we see Storm Stacey still ahead of Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. But understandably, that bike that Storm's got will probably not feel 100% after it got rolled and bowled down at the bottom of Cascades. Yes, it's put back together. Yes, it looks good, but there will still be a bit of an underfeeling that it's not 100% for Storm. But that's what this race is for. A little bit of data back through as Kyle goes through on the inside of Max. Wow, that was robust. That was hard. It took Max a little bit wide through the first part of the Hizzy chicane, and through goes the defending reigning champion as he makes his way up through Clay Hill. He needs to get a clean break from Max Cook, because we saw yesterday that Max is more than happy to attack back straight away as he comes through Druids, looking very good, gets a good run through. Max is strong on the brakes into this next corner. Kyle needs to be aware of that, but he's already far enough ahead. Right deep into the corner there, very deep. Did he manage to turn that and get through the corner as the leading two come through? And Kyle did. Wow, almost pulling liberties with the front end of that Ducati, making it stick in places that you wouldn't normally expect it to, as Leon Haslam through on the inside of Storm Stacey. Storm, I think he realises that he's not got the package underneath him that he had yesterday. But here we go, Ryan Vickers now has to put up with Kyle Wright on his tail. Max Cook has just dropped back ever so slightly. Scott Redding's going for the lead along Lakeside. Redding with a bit of a look up the inside. He needs to get past Bradley Ray now, because the incoming threat for Kyle Wright is pretty strong. And if he can put a couple of positions between himself and Kyle, that will help for the championship points very much so, as they all come out of the shell hairpin. It's two at the front. Then it's almost a little gaggle of two. Is it three bikes for that last podium spot? I'm not 100% sure. I would say yes. Max Cook's still very much involved in that battle. We're halfway through the race. Lap 6 out of 12 here at Oulton Park. Race number 2. It's a sprint race for the British Superbike Championship. And look at Kyle. The commitment that he goes in there, and he just puts the bike on its side and lets the bike kind of sort itself out. This is something that we can see he does, that we hear that Scott Redding just doesn't have that feeling of what the bike, he doesn't know what the bike's going to do next. So he's almost like half a step behind on what the actual feel is giving him. But Ryan Vickers, I think we need to take our hat very much off to the Vickers. Flying Ryan looking good here as up the inside comes Kyle Reid. Vickers knows he's there, he just lets the brake off, back to the apex he goes. Lovely stuff. Oh, Brooksy's gone down, and where's the bike gone? The bike's gone over the fence at Druids, and Brooksy not happy with that one at all. Bike's over the fence. Marshals will get that. The seat unit was actually hanging in the fence as Kyle Reid goes ahead of Ryan Vickers as they go in towards Old Hall Corner. Alarm bells ringing for Scott Redding. I take it you would have caught a glimpse of that, Larry Carter. That doesn't look like a very nice one for the Dow Honda, I have to say. We're going to see a replay on the big screen. You'll see a blue flash through your screen. There goes Brooksy, and the bike, unfortunately, up into the fencing and then over. Mark that one as safe. Green flags, we can carry on. That's a great shame. Thankfully, rider is okay. Bike, not so. We watch the leaders come out of the Shell hairpin. Bradley holding Scott Redding at bay, 0.2 of a second across the line. The gap that Kyle has to get up is around 1.1 seconds up to the back of Scott Redding. Let's see if he can do that. Oh, safety car. Oh, spicy stuff. This safety car has come out. That will be because of what we have happening at Druids as Scott Redding sees that and goes through the long lap loop. Now, what happened there? Will he get to take his original position back up when the safety car come out? That's one that we need to keep our eyes on, Larry Carter. Not 100% sure what happened there. The safety car was brought out onto the circuit, neutralised the race, then Scott went through, and it's been brought out for some track contamination. We've got quite a few stones and pebbles on the track up there, as you would imagine, after Josh Brooks went into that gravel at great speed. But yeah, Scott's got himself back up into the position where I think he should be, because he whether he went straight on through that area because of the safety car or whether he made an error, we'll find out. But they pass us right now. Larry Carter usually gives us a great rendition of what a safety car is and why a safety car is brought into a race.
Yeah, absolutely, Doug. The race under a safety car, it's currently neutralised. Apologies if you are BSB regulars, you know all about this one. It means that the riders have to follow the safety car with the flashing lights. There's no overtaking allowed. That safety car will stay out as long as the race is neutralised until the race direction decide that it's safe to resume racing, whereby the lights will be extinguished on top of the safety car, and that is the indication to the riders that the safety car will be pulling into pit lane at the end of this lap. There is no overtaking allowed until the green flag is shown at pit lane, whereby the race resumes. All laps count towards the full race distance, but currently the race is neutralised.
Yeah, delighted Brooks is okay from that. We just saw another replay, a handful of gravel that was then thrown towards the bike. He's not happy with that one, whether it's spun out from underneath him. We never saw the initial start of it, the initial cause, but we did see exactly where the bike went and where it landed. Unfortunately, gravel coming, it kind of goes everywhere when you hit it. It's like when you pull up a party popper, Alan Hyde, the confetti goes everywhere. It's a bit like the gravel as well.
I'm not to be trusted with party poppers.
Very much not. Or buttons on a computer with
not to be trusted with anything after this weekend, Heidi.
Love it, I love it. If you're watching on YouTube as well, you'll see our YouTube screen with the riders are all there, but along the top we've got the big yellow bar which says safety car. Keep your eyes on the lights if you're trackside, because the lights on the roof of that safety car will tell us when we're about to go racing again. I think we shall see them coming off as the car crosses the line and starts this next lap. It looks like we've done a pretty good job round there at Druids with the Port West Race Safe Marshals off clearing up. Bradley Ray leads from Scott Redding and Kyle Reid, with Ryan Vickers in 4th place and Max Cook in 5th. Leon Haslam is 6th with Joe Talbot, Storm Stacey and Jason O'Halloran. Safety car will be in this lap and 2/3 distance have just been completed. In 10th place, Glenn Irwin ahead of Christian Eden, Lee Jackson, Rory Skinner, Elia Michalczyk, Fraser Rogers, Charlie Nesbitt, Richard Kerr. We've got Braden Elliott 18th and Joe Sheldon Shaw in 19th. Unfortunately, out of the race, Josh Brooks, who we've just seen the reason for the safety car down at Druids. Rhys Irwin tumbling off at the Hizzies chicane, and then unfortunately Graham Irwin went down, and poor Darren Brooks had nowhere to go and ended up riding into Graham Irwin's superbike, which was spinning up the road. But the safety car ending this lap, so we start rubbing our hands in the commentary box because we're ready for this, Heidi. Chris Glendenning will still drive at that controlled pace, which is pretty fast for one of our BMW safety cars, with Pat Blakeney, the Chief Incident Officer, alongside him in the passenger seat. Two very accomplished racing drivers they both are. And then we make our way up over Hilltop. the safety car will pull away a little bit, and then it's under the control of Brad Ray, but he can't fall too far back from the safety car, Larry. That's something that you're always very up on, and you keep a good eye on that.
Yeah, there was a little bit of shenanigans going on down the field with riders gesticulating to each other as they came across the line. Remember, it may be unintentional overtaking, but there are penalties applied if indeed it is deemed that riders overtake behind a safety car.
Let's see how this one unfolds. Safety car in this lap. We've got no messages on our screen, thankfully. It's Brad Ray for McCann's Yamaha and the Hager PBM of Scott Redding in second place. Then Kyle Ryde up to third place. He didn't make a good start. He's made a bit of a job of this for himself. But again, he's up behind Scott Redding. Redding really needs to make a manoeuvre. He's made positions up only at the start of the race. Haven't seen him actually make a pass yet, but it could be bubbling and ready. Safety car is ending. Here goes Brad Ray. Safety car pulls in. We are racing once again at Oulton Park. We have got 4 laps to go. As they cross the line, Kyle Ryde straight away pounces and goes through on Scott Redding. And that's exactly what we have been talking about. Scott, well, maybe that's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for him as he comes along the avenue, but Kyle was hot off the start as they make their way down and in towards Cascades. Through the bottom of Cascades, Redding picks up the throttle nice and early. He's driving to try and pick up a slipstream from Kyle Ryde. The thing is, will he just jump on Bradley Ray straight away, or will he try and follow him for a lap or two? The Pocket Rocket wants to go past Max Cook, but Max Cook very late on the brakes in towards the Shell hairpin. Through they come. Max will just be wanting to get a good finish in this race after having that big egg beater of a crash down at Cascades yesterday. Into Britain's over the left, into the right. Don't be too greedy on the curb or on the power as you come through that middle part of the corner and up over the crest hill. Ryde thinks Redding's right with him. He's trying to cover, but also we always see Kyle just pop out from behind the person he's following. That's just to try and get some clean air into the bike and some cool air on that tyre. If you sit and follow somebody for the entire race, your tyre pressure will go up and that will start to hurt you. That's what we saw yesterday. Kyle would pop out from the still air into that open air quite a few times to try and make sure he could control the tyre pressure and the tyre temperature. Very interesting. Always thinking ahead is our number 1 plate rider as he comes in towards Lodge. Brad looks strong as Max Cook comes up the inside of Ryan Vickers. That was almost like a wrestling move about to happen there as they go in towards Lodge. They come up Deers Leap, they're side by side passing me. Vickers back up the inside. Lovely stuff from Flying Ryan. He runs a little bit wide through the heart of Old Hall, but Max Cook so close to the back of Ryan. Good, lovely overtake. That split that group. We've now got 3 bikes at the front and a gap back to Ryan Vickers, who now has the Pocket Rocket behind him because Max was kind of compromised going through Old Hall Corner. The 2 Bemotas lined up together. Joe Talbot just behind his team leader. Oh, and through has gone Kyle Ryde. He takes the lead straight away. Now, Brad, what have you got? Have you got something in your pocket which is going to let you get back ahead of that nitrous competition Ducati? It looked like the back of Kyle's bike was just starting to move around as he initially opened the gas going through the Shell hairpin, but we need to look back to the very beginning. Kyle started from the second row of the grid. He went back, I think, 3 or 4 positions, and he's fought his way through this entire field. This really is an impressive ride as they come through Hizzies. Oh, down goes Leon Haslam. The Pocket Rocket goes down. Where's the bike going to go? Thankfully, the bike doesn't come back on the track. The bike stays on the grass. Leon up on his feet. He walks away. And that's not what the guys in the Motor Rapido garage want to see, but that's how hard they're pushing there. He folds the front on the first part going in towards Hizzies. Still braking as you head towards that apex. Down he goes, but thankfully the bike didn't come back across the track. And it hasn't really created too much of a hole in that group either. We're about to start the last lap of the race as we come up and out of here. Oh, Max Cook's wide at Lodge and Ryan Vickers has gone back ahead as we cross the line. Last lap of the race. Joe Talbot follows Max Cook in towards turn 1 but decides to not go through. We just saw a replay of the Pocket Rocket going down there. I caught that quite late. If you were catching the big screen, did you see him touch the apex curb or was he away from it? Anyway, here comes Scott Redding. He needs to try and do something on Bradley Ray as they come along Lakeside. He pops out from the slipstream. Is Redding going to go up the inside? No. Again, backs out of it. Just doesn't feel confident to go through there. Drives the bike through Island Bend and again gets himself set up behind Brad Ray. But look at the pace that Kyle Ryde has got. He's pulled away at the front. He had 0.2 of a second across the line. Looks like he's up to 3 or 0.4 of a second by the time we get round to the Britain's chicane, where he comes through with huge amounts of speed and energy. Ryan Vickers, still a really good run for 4th place here. He will be annoyed though because it's not a podium. The podium was just ahead of him, but it's not to be. They come through the area where Leon Haslam slipped off last time through. As we see Ilya Mikulczyk almost doing the same thing. He runs wide over the grass, but he gets back into his 13th position and loses a whole heap of time. And Scott Redding's lost a big chunk of time through that area of the track as well. Yes, we're going to get a podium by the looks of things for Reading Power, but it's Bradley Ray who's dragging himself up towards the back of Kyle Ryde. He's just going to come up a little bit short as they come into the last corner. Kyle gets to the apex. Lovely bit of braking and a lovely ride from deep in the pack. Kyle Ryde wins the first race on Sunday. The 12-lap race goes the way of the nitrous competition, Nitrous Coin Ducati. Bradley Ray comes home in 2nd place with Scott Redding. A good 3rd place, a good solid 3rd place. That's a step in improvement. He was there with the leaders. Remember, still not feeling 100%, a little bit under the weather. Ryan Vickers in 4th, Max Cook in 5th, Joe Talbot in 6th, Jason O'Halloran in 7th place. 2 Hondas inside the top 10 for Honda UK. That will make Scott Hargreaves look a little bit happier down there in Honda UK. Storm Stacey, 8th place. Well, I think credit to the Batham's AGN team actually for getting going there and getting out there as Glenn Irwin pulls up alongside Rory Skinner. And something happening with those two guys there because Kyle was having a little bit of a look at that as well there. Maybe that's something to do with what we saw happening at the first corner earlier on. Don't know if the TV director managed to catch that. We can see a replay of that. Glenn Irwin in 9th place, Chris Sheridan in 10th place, Lee Jackson in 11th, Rory Skinner in 12th, Eli Mikulczyk in 13th, Charlie Nesbitt, Fraser Rogers, Richard Kerr, Braden Elliott and Joe Sheldon Shaw gets home in 18th place. But yeah, lots of talking points in that race, Larry Carter, and Kyle Ryde once again delivers with a maximum points haul. He was deep in the pack, but he fought his way through. Ryde, Ray and Redding will join Larry Scoop Carter, but before we go down there, let's bounce it back to Heidi in the studio.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The story continues. It's another win for Kyle Ryde, and down there with him in Parc Fermé is Larry Carter.
When I was at school, the 3 R's used to be reading, writing and arithmetic, didn't it? Nowadays in British Superbikes, it's Ryde, Redding and Ray. They're making a bit of a name for themselves because it's the terrible trio again here on the podium. Not quite in the order that we've had in the past. And Brad Ray, having yesterday's win, has had to settle for 2nd position. Kyle Ryde, who was on the podium yesterday, has now won a race. That means he's won at every round of the 6 so far this season. And Scott Redding, the comeback kid, the cowboy, call him what you will, the former Grand Prix star, the former MotoGP race winner, is here on the podium as well. Scott, congratulations. That looked a little bit hard work out there. I know you're battling against it, but it's an important podium, but not quite where you want to be.
No, it's, what's that, almost 3 times now. You're in a position to fight for a win, red flag or safety car. That's quite frustrating because I was just doing everything perfect. We got a gap on Kyle. and then the safety car comes out, gets it back, can regroup. And to be honest, I just struggled to pass, like in straight line speed. Then Kyle passed me, got up to Brad, passed him with quite ease, to be honest. It's just a little bit frustrating because the gaps are so small, and small little margins make a big difference. So if I could have got past Brad, maybe I could have pulled away a little bit. But I was just no way past, so I just struggled with that.
Well, you have to. I don't want to go, Scott. Thanks for that. Brad is down there. Just lost a little bit of momentum on the last lap there. Brad, the safety car, not ideal for you, I guess, out there. It's another podium, but not the victory of yesterday.
Yeah, that's it, mate, yeah. Can't do much about the safety car. All of that's out of our control. So, yeah, just do the race we can. I felt all right at the front. I wasn't on the limit, but I was managing well. But, yeah, when that safety car come out, I had to regroup. And there's just one place on this track where I'm a bit weak, and that's where the Ducati's strong. So, yeah, we did the best job we could then. Tried to fight back on the last lap, but, yeah, just had a bit more of a gap. But still positive. Second place, back on the box, and we'll try again in race 3.
That's Brad. Good luck. Thanks for that. Well, the rider that had to settle for second best yesterday, but he's managed to win the race here today. Here's a youth car ride down here, just having a chat with his crew chief, Shannon Etheridge. Well, that looked a little bit like a podium might be hard work at that point. P5 for a lot of that race. Safety car come out, and you managed to just take advantage of your opportunities, Carl.
Yeah, the only advantage really I got was that I got a bit of a breather because these two was at the front. I think Scott was trying to kind of eye Brad up for the last few laps, and I was working my nuts off to get to him. I think I'd have just about got there. I'm not saying I'd have won, but it'd have been a three-way battle for the podium positions. But yeah, once the safety car come out, I regathered my breath and tried my best. Obviously, I passed Scott perfectly into turn 1, and then I just tried to pass Brad as quick as possible before Scott tried to lunge. So yeah, the last lap was pretty good, 33.2, just trying to break them, but yeah, great result there.
That's a winner every round so far this year. The roller coaster rolls on.
Yeah, the starts aren't getting any better. They'll keep going backwards 3 places, so I think we're going to have to go to I think at Fruxton we're going to have to turn up early and use the aircraft bit to practice my starts because they're terrible.
Great win, Carl. Thanks very much for that. Well, that is the top 3 then. The TV interviews are just about to start with Scott Redding. That will take him probably around about 3 or 4 minutes. And realising that we asked a lot of people to interject with the studio, Al, and we don't get an awful lot of time on a very busy Sunday afternoon at Alton Park. Now might be a good time if you've got any important messages to read out.
You read my mind, Larry.
I'll
Because
give you a shout when I need you.
Okay, that's very good, Larry Carter down there in Parc Fermé. Well, head over to the podium, and if you're in the paddock, it's a great place to be to see those 3 riders that Larry was just having a chat to down in Parc Fermé on the podium. That's coming up, and so too coming up the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup you might hear in the background. Bikes heading down pit lane and out onto the circuit to line up on the grid because, as Larry said, it is a very busy afternoon. So your messages have been coming in thick and fast since we went on air 2 hours ago, just over. Here for another amazing day at the races with my daughter Phoebe and wife Jen. Stay safe, and that comes from Tez. Tez, thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, hey, we're getting married in 3 weeks, and we're here today together for our stag and hen parties. Just us 2. Amazing to be spending the special day with you all. That's from Tom and Nikki. Tom and Nikki, good luck in 3 weeks' time. I hope you have an absolutely fabulous wedding day. And what a cool thing to enjoy your stag and hen party together here at Alton Park BSB. This one says, hi team, meet and greet with Joe Talbot and Corey Tinker. Free signed pictures at the Ride Culture Trade Stand, 2 p.m. It's 8 minutes past 2. Thank you very much indeed, RG. And hi, can you say hi to Anna, who's here to cheer on Joe Talbot from Mum and Dad? We certainly can. And this one says, Carolyn, Julie and the Stormtroopers cheering on Lord Stacey with Mike, Ken and Frank. And there are 2 Stormtroopers from Star Wars with the Storm logo on their helmets.
You got pictures?
I've got pictures to prove it, yeah. Come and have a look at this. The Stormtroopers. Don't know why we've never thought of that before, but look at that. Two Stormtroopers with the Storm logo on the top. Very good. Thank you very much indeed for the picture. And hello, could you say hi to Noah and Tyler, the frog catcher, who are loving the sunshine and the racing here at Alton Park today, whilst Dad enjoys some Scooby snacks. Very good. Keep them away from Mr. Carter is all I can say. Can you give a shout out to Grumpy, Dopey, Caitlin and Chloe? Sector 1 TT Marshals over from the Isle of Man. Enjoying some downtime at the bottom of Cascades before the work starts at the Manx Grand Prix Classic TT. Thanks from Simon. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Big shout out to Pete on his 65th birthday. He's here today as part of year-long celebrations with John and Val as well. Happy birthday, Pete. And a big shout out to Chris. From the Isle of Man, watching trackside, celebrating his birthday at Alton Park from everyone at Teapot Racing. Just see Kyle Ride doing the live television interviews with TNT, so it'll be a little while yet before Larry is ready with the podium. So more of your message. A big hello to Levi, his first time at Alton Park, wishing everyone a safe and good racing today. Ashley, thank you for that. And a big shout out to any of the TT Marshals who are here at Alton Park today. The Orange Army are a fantastic team, and so say all of us. From Liam, the Marshal, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, wishing Reece Stevenson and Rocket Racing Team a fast and safe race later today. And also Ian and Sarah lording it up in hospitality on their first visit to Alton Park from North Devon. That's a long old drive, so great to have you here, Russell and Terry. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, can you wish Ella a happy 11th birthday for next Friday? She's been coming to BSB since she was 2 and comes to most rounds, lucky girl, and she'll be cheering on Blaze Baker later in the Super Stock race. Larry Carter has got 3 riders.
Absolutely. Well, Richard is just rounding them up as we go there. And I did say, you talk about the people from across from the Isle of Man. I did actually see an old friend of mine has come across. I haven't seen her for a long, long time. And if you're out there, Charlotte Pullen, it's great to see that you've managed to come back to British Superbikes after 18 long years. Why have you left it so long? If you do see her at some point, Charlotte, come along and say hello. Well, you're very welcome to join us behind the podium here for the celebrations. What I would say, folks, is if you don't want to get wet, because the Prosecco will be making its way out into the crowd, take a step back when the boys come out with it, because it's horrible sticky stuff at 25 degrees, believe you me. Well, we are ready to go then with this round 17 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli, and onto the podium for the 13th time this season for Hager PBM Ducati, the comeback kid, Scott Redding. P3 for Scott, second position, yesterday's race winner, and 9th podium of the season for McCann's Yamaha and Bradley Ray. But taking an 11th win of the season for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati, the championship leader and race winner, Kyle Ride. As he gets the congratulations of his 2 rivals. And to take the team award, it is the team owner of the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad, David Williams. David, congratulations to you. As we make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Scott Redding, a significant 45 times now on a BSB podium, and a 4th here at Alton Park. Second position then, that goes away Brad Ray, 64 times now on a BSB podium, and then a 19th here at Alton. But taking the win out of the 17 races so far, he's won 11 of them and finished on the podium with the other 6. A 35th career win and a 6th at Alton Park for the race winner, Kyle Ride. And the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad, headed up by the team boss and Superstock racer, David Williams, gets the team award. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the race winners. National Anthem. The top 3 in the championship about to celebrate with the Baglietti Prosecco here, and it is Ride, it is Ray, and it is Redding, all set to do battle not only out on track, but here with the assembled masses behind the podium here as the Prosecco gets sprayed out into and the kids absolutely love it. The kids absolutely soaked in the Prosecco. There's probably a law against it, but we're not really that bothered, to be honest, as long as people are just enjoying themselves, which is exactly what we do here at the Zinn British Superbike Championship. So with that concludes the podium presentation. Already the BMW are about to set off back to the studio.
Perfect timing, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Great to see the celebrations down there on the podium for the first of our British Superbike races. One more to come. It's a longer one, 18 laps, and it is perfect timing because off go the BMWs on their warm-up lap, and in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Great work down there, Scooby-Doo, bringing us another Baglieti Prosecco soaked podium. Larry does a great job of making sure he's not in the firing range down there, Alan, because he has been caught a couple of times, and it's a long, sticky drive home.
He ends up giggling, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He gets a little... he likes it just a little bit too much, he does. Oh, did I hear that in my ears? Or was that just did anybody else hear that?
Everyone heard it.
Donkey, give a kid a new toy.
No.
And this is what happens.
Well, at least we don't have the buzzer. You know?
Can I just remind you, this is the most important professional British Superbike Championship in the world.
Yep.
And Alan Hyde playing with his buzzers is mighty entertaining, I've got to say.
Yep.
Isn't it just? And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Just a shame you don't have the buzzer so that we can shut him up, isn't it, Dunk?
Well, no, that's very true, but I can't see Heidi, so it's quite a strange thing.
It's a very odd chemistry in here.
He's just over there.
Yeah.
Where? Over there. He's not far away. Let
so
me give you
close,
the grid.
but so far.
That's what they've been saying about us for 30 years, Alan. The main race for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup is a 12-lap race, and there is a sanction applied to the bottom of the grid sheet. Number 97, Josh Corner. A 3-place grid penalty has been applied. Well, he was starting off the back of the grid anyway because he managed to not finish his heat, so he's got the 3-place grid penalty. He's technically served that. It doesn't carry on to the next meeting, and I think he also picked up 3 penalty points for that unfortunate manoeuvre where he scooped up Big Catch Coates. You like what I did there? You see that? You netted Coates down at the Shell hairpin, and also took Barry Burrell away, but Barry still managed to finish third in his heat. Bobby Very starts from pole position alongside Christian Smith and Barry Burrell. Dale Thomas, having a really good run of form of late, is on the second row of the grid ahead of Bjorn Esterman and Kieran Smith. Bjorn Esterman told me, can't wait for this, Duncan, I'm so ready for it. Kenny McLeod's alongside Jack Tynan and James Ellison, with Rob McNeely, Rhys Coates and Jordan Bannon on the fourth row. The fifth row, Aaron Dakin, Davy Grayson, Liam Vella. Row 6, Simon Bastable, Harley Preble, James Dutton. I've got to be quick, the bikes are almost back. Row 7, Lee Devonport, Harry Gower and James Seath, with Alex Pearson, Josh Smith and Luke Foreman. Row 9, Joe Carnell, Alex Vella and Paul Barker. As Jordan Ashington is alongside Darren Fry and Ryan Arnold, their wild card on the 10th row. Leon Milton, Jason Pease and Ben Rubicki make up 11. The 12th row, Chris Duggan, Nick Heath and Andy Booth. Now listen to this. Row 13, Nicky Coates, who maybe his nickname should be Unlucky. 69, Danny Cartwright and Josh Corner, the former championship leader. This has all the makings of a cracking BMW race. We're under starters' orders. Alan Woods has left the front of the grid with the red flag. Red lights on, lights off, down towards Old Hall we go, and it's a good start off the middle of the front row by Christian Smith. He will lead in towards turn 1. Barry Burrell tries to rough it out up the inside, but can't do anything as they make their way along and in towards the avenue, then Dentons and Cascades past the Marshalls Point on the inside. It is Christian Smith. Here comes Bobby Very, but unable to make that move. He did try. He's putting a whole emphasis on the front of that, but could not get through. Along Lakeside they come, all of these BMWs, all 39 BMWs make their way in towards Island Bend at great speed. Alan, you've got 2 jobs in this one. You're on corner watch and Coates watch.
I can do this.
Okay, we'll see as they come through Highland Bend and in towards Shell Hairpin. It's still at the sharp end. Bobby Very does look menacing. Who's that starting from the pit lane? I think that's Chris Duggan actually making his way out there. No jump starts comes through as Bobby Very hits the front. Barry Burrell into second place. Christian Smith down to third, just ahead of his younger brother, Kieran Smith, in fourth place over the crest of the hill. Behind Kieran Smith, we've got Dale Thomas, then it's Kenny McLeod, then Bjorn Estimate. Bjorn Estimate ahead of what looks like it could be Jack Tynan. I think it is, one of our Rocket rookies, as they make their way through that. And I saw Nicky Coates already into round out the midfield pack. Be interested to see if Coates and Corner managed to do anything. And I did speak with Josh Corner about the whole incident. He says, look, I wasn't even trying to pass. I just thought Nicky slowed down so much It was more than I was willing to slow down for. By the time it all unfolded in front of me, I was already into the side of him. So that was Josh Corner's story anyway. We got the truth from Nicky Coates, but I'm only jesting at that one as they come through Lodge up towards Deer Leap. We see them coming into our view now and heading towards turn number 1. It's Bobby Very with Barry Burrell and Kieran Smith looking at Christian Smith but deciding not to do anything. And then Dale Thomas, really impressed with the upturn in pace of Dale Thomas of the last 2 events. Now let's see, is it time for us to get a Coates and Corner update, or are we too early? They're not on the first page of the timing yet, Alan.
Too early.
As we make our way along the lakeside in towards Island Bend. Bobby Very with those very bright yellow leathers ahead of the number 1 reigning defending champion, the Halliwell Jones BMW of Barry Burrell. Rumour has it this is the last time we'll see the Halliwell Jones BMW in this series. Let's hope, Larry Carter, let's hope that's not true. Have you done anything about the funding page for that yet, Larry? Have you dug deep into those Yorkshire pockets that you were talking about yesterday? There's bound to be a Yorkshireism for having some money you could give somebody, as we watch them bouncing their way through Britons. And that's Bobby Very, just a little bit unsettled. What's Bobby doing? He's looking down at his bike there. Was he looking down the side to make sure everything was okay? That looked a little bit strange. He still manages to hold the lead, but Kieran Smith coming under pressure from Dale Thomas. Thomas can't go through on the braking zone, but there's something up with the I'm going to say the right-hand side of that Bobby Very bike here. A big, long look down the side. Doesn't do anything this time with that iconic Kevin Schwantz replica helmet.
I'm ready with an update. Nicky Coates up into 22nd. That's 15 places made up on lap number 1, and 23rd for Josh Corner. That's up 16 places.
So they're together on track.
Together on track.
22nd and 23rd. That's kind of what you would expect, to be honest, as Bobby Very leads in towards Lodge. A little bit of a glance down towards the dashboard just to check what gear he was in there with that iconic Kevin Schwantz replica. There's Harley Preble going through just ahead of a whole gaggle of guys. Then we catch up with Nicky Coates. He's managed to put a few bikes between himself and Josh Corner. This time 2 bikes in there, one of them being Liam Vella, the other bike being 73, which is Harry Gower as he crossed the line. Corner has a manoeuvre in towards turn 1. He goes through on the inside. Lovely stuff of Liam Vella. And he makes it nice and easy for Liam Vella, but then almost Harry Gower in front of him almost goes off the road, and Josh Corner got right caught up in the middle of that, and that was almost costly for a corner. A costly corner, there we go. Well, that was Shell Hairpin from yesterday, and it was almost Old Hall today as Bobby Very still leads at the front. Lap 3 out of 12. Race day here at Oulton Park, Sunday. A later start in the day, so it's racing all the way from 12 o'clock onwards to around about 6 o'clock tonight. And we'll bring you all the action here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, as the BMW Rocket-Off F900R Cup is on track. And we're just getting into the interesting phase of this race, because Barry Burrell is quite happy right now to follow Bobby Very, but that will not last for too much longer, because the incoming advances of Christian Smith, who was very quick yesterday, and Kieran Smith, who seems to have just dropped a little bit of pace. He actually was the Heat 1 winner, remember, after that coming together with the 3 riders into the Shell Hairpin. Kieran was the next man through, and he managed to ride past the pile of BMWs in the dust at the Shell Hairpin, and he picked up a good victory over Dale Thomas. But Kieran just lost a little bit of pace and is coming under pressure from Dale Thomas. Then is Bjorn Estimate ahead of Kenny McLeod. Those 2 guys are kind of separated from any pack. They're just on their own. But Bjorn Estimate, Bjorky said to me during the pit lane walk, Larry, I'm going to get my elbows out here. It's all guns a-blazing. This is my last one, so I can't wait to get going.
Nicky Coates made up more places on that. It made up 14 places to 18. Josh Corner only 2 places up to 21st.
Yeah, Nicky Coates definitely with his tail up as he comes in towards turn number 1. He goes past number 71, Davy Grace. The next man he will be passing,
that's 14th.
Yeah, will be Harley Preble. He's really cutting through them like a hot coats through butter, isn't he just, Alan? Here we go.
Thank you, Murray.
No problem at all. Barry Burrell looks to go up the inside on his BMW, but unable to go through on Bobby Very there. Bobby just a little bit quicker over the lumpy, bumpy bit of the road and towards Island Bend. A little bit more controlled, whereas Burrell was having to go over the inside, and it just kind of naturally upsets the rhythm of the bike. A little bit wide in towards Britons for Bobby Very, but it does manage to get the bike back through the heart of the corner. Doesn't say too much in interviews, Larry. I have to say that Bobby Very doesn't say too much. You get a little bit of information from him, but you can tell very much thinking behind that dark visor about everything he does. And a really good addition as Dale Thomas goes through ahead of Kieran Smith. Lovely stuff from Dale Thomas. But Bobby Very was a great addition to this championship when he came on board. Rides with the red rose, if I'm not mistaken, on his leathers, which is the Lancashire rose. I'm going to get that one right. I said it very slowly just to make sure it was correct.
Correct so far.
I'm going to stop at that and move on now.
The red rose of Lancashire, the white rose of Yorkshire. The Battle of the Roses. Know your history. Don't get all about this cricket match that goes on between the two counties.
Yeah, cricket. Not my thing, Larry. I've got to say, as we see...
You don't play cricket in Scotland, do
No,
you?
we don't. We're not very good at it anyway. Kieran Smith comes back through the side of Dale Thomas. And Dale Thomas, very impressive run so far for the past couple of rounds. Dale Thomas back up the inside in towards turn 1. Through he goes on Kieran Smith. Lovely stuff from Dale Thomas. If we look at our championship, Dale in 12th place. This really is a bit of a turn up in form for Dale Thomas. He sits in 12th place. He's 3 points off Kenny McLeod. Kenny McLeod, his championship position is coming under threat to Dale Thomas, who's now ahead of Kieran Smith on the road. Dale with the very plain leathers. No real sponsorship by the looks of things. Also very plain bike as well on number 93. It's badged as DT Racing. That'll be Dale Thomas. We've got a rider down at turn number 1. I can see the gravel cloud on the internal feed that we're getting here, and the flashing yellow panel directly in front of me. That's what caught my eyes. Ooh, who's that? Is that number 13? Andy Booth from Horsley up walking away. Or is it number 8? It's difficult to see through the dust cloud. It could be James Heath. No matter who it is, they're up on their feet and they're walking away. That's what we like to see. We'd rather see them on the track, but if they do manage to come off, walking away is the thing. Very goes through the Hizzy chicane. It was number 8. It was James Heath, unfortunately. The man from Liddon on the Austin James Racing BMW who goes down. Now, this 3 at the front have completely pulled away. Bobby Very ahead of Barry Burrell. And then, well, Christian Smith looks like he's got pace, but it doesn't look like he's got much in the tank left over. He looks like he could possibly be at his maximum. There's just a bit of a gap up towards the light blue Halliwell Jones number 1 that Barry Burrell is on, as Bobby Very backs it in. And did he miss his apex? Yes, he does. He misses his apex by quite a chunk. He's wide over the exit curve, and that's going to hurt Bobby Very as they come up and across the line. Last time it was 0.2 of a second. It'll probably stay around about that. In fact, it dips below 0.2, down to 1/10 of a second is the lead he has over Barry Burrell. You don't need to be a superstar to notice that the gap has come down quite considerably. And Nicky Coates goes in towards turn 1. Cue Alan Hyde.
Nicky Coates.
12th.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me. Yeah, no places made up on that lap, does it?
No places made up on the lap,
but
no.
2 for Josh Corner.
2 for Josh Corner. Nicky Coates with a personal best lap time across the line last time, and also the fastest of anybody through the last sector on the track. So the update's coming thick and fast. Nicky Coates, remember, and Josh Corner. Coates started in 37th. Corner started in 39th place.
And Josh hasn't quite had the rub of the green, has he? Because he's down there in 15th.
Yeah, it's always easier for the first person coming through to get through the traffic, and sometimes the traffic will then realise that there's a faster man coming.
Close up.
These guys were bound to be aware that Josh Corner and Nicky Coates are going to come through, but you know they're not going to bash anybody out the way because Josh Corner can't afford to get any more championship penalty points. That's something that he's got hanging over his head. Hanging over Bobby Very's head is the number 1 Halliwell Jones BMW of Barry Burrell. Barry looks so comfortable in that second place. He looks very, very happy as Bobby makes his way in towards Druids. Lovely colour scheme on both these bikes. The iconic BMW Sport, the M kind of colour schemes that we see on Barry and Bobby Very's bike as we watch them coming along in towards Lodge. Those 3 guys are at the sharp end, 1, 2 and 3. Behind them, we've then got Dale Thomas still ahead of Kieran Smith as Bobby Very has a bit of a look over his shoulder. Is that a little bit of a panic look from Bobby as they come in towards turn number 1? It's still a 10th of a second. Last time round, 1:43.9 for Barry Burrell. New fastest lap of the race. New fastest lap of the race, and looking very cool, calm and collected. Does he go up the inside in towards Cascades? Well, he had a half look, but Barry Burrell deciding not to go through there. It'll be an interesting one if Barry Burrell does win this race. It will help him in his championship as he looks up the inside and towards Island Bend and goes through. No, he doesn't. Bobby Very chops the nose of him as they go in there, and that was quite a move from Bobby Very, actually. Didn't want to give that position away. In towards the shell hairpin, maximum lean, maximum angle, pick up the throttle. BMW number 88, Very's bike just moving around as he did that, and it puts him a little bit wide on the run towards Britain's. Are we seeing a bit of a push here? Bobby Very really looks like he's trying super hard here. and contrasting styles to Barry Burrow, who looks nice and smooth, kind of wheels in line. Barry Burrow sits in the championship in 4th place. He's only 8 points off the championship lead. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. Could Barry Burrow actually take the championship lead here after this race, depending on where that man on number 65, Alan Hyde, Nicky Coates, manages to get up to?
11th place, 1 place made up, and 2 places Josh Corner up into, at the end of the lap, 13th place.
You know what, it would be pretty hard for Halliwell Jones to say, right Barry, that's it, we're not going to race anymore this year, but you're leading the championship. Oh, Larry Carter, there's food for thought for us. Let's have a look down the pit lane. Somebody has pulled in. That's Andy Booth, bike number 13 that we can see away in the distance. He's popped in, and he will not be taking any further part in this race. As we look back to James Ellison, Jack Tynan, Reese Coates, and Nicky Coates goes underneath Reese Coates as Barry Burrell hits the front. Barry Burrell goes to the front ahead of Bobby Very. Now, how much extra pace do we see in this Halliwell Jones BMW? The light baby blue, can I call it that, Alan? I think it is baby blue BMW.
Good description.
Yeah, it is, of the Halliwell Jones BMW. Now in the lead, the reigning defending champion. We love seeing the number 1. The helmet, which gives me an instant kind of memory of Gus Scott that we see in Barry Burrell as we come in towards the Shell hairpin, back towards the inside. Burrell looks really nice and economical on this. Doesn't look like he's riding it within an inch of its life, where I think Bobby Very just looks a little bit more like it's riding near the ragged edge. Through they come over the first curb almost, and then just clip that white line in the middle of Britain's before you come up over the crest of Hilltop, down towards the Hizzy chicane, lap 8 out of 12. Number 13, Andy Booth, now officially documented on our screens as a retirement from the Rockeroff BMW F900 R Cup main race. Reminder, if somebody's listening, tuning in, and you're looking for a loved one, number 8, unfortunately, James Seath, did slip off at turn number 1, but he was badged as perfectly okay. We saw him up and walking away from the bike. That's the only real retirement we have had, apart from Andy Booth, who we've just seen. The leaders are through Druids. They're coming along underneath the Carroll Nash Bridge in towards the braking zone. Bobby Very back up the inside. Wow. Didn't see that coming, but through he goes into the lead of the race. Nice and wide over the exit curb, but here comes the run for Barry Burrell, because he had a better run through the corner. Does he go back up the inside? Well, no, because Bobby Very managing to hold that one at bay as they make their way in and through Old Hall Corner. That was a good manoeuvre. I'm very impressed that Bobby Very came back on Barry Burrell. That was not something I was expecting. I thought that Halliwell Jones BMW had a little bit more in reserve in the tank. Bobby Very, though, was a little bit late getting on the throttle through Cascades because he was running wide. Doesn't matter. He's not going to let anybody come through him as they come in towards Island Bend on lap 9 out of 12 as they make their way through and in towards the Shell hairpin. Bobby Very, you can just see him turning his head, looking through the corner. He doesn't mind if his BMW is moving around underneath him. He's quite happy for that. Doesn't seem to bother him in the slightest, where Burrell's bike is line. The bike looks like it's always line. The wheels are in line, nice and smooth, nice and straight. Apart from when you notice Barry Burrell really is pushing on. He likes to back it into a few corners. But I have to say, in this race, it's Bobby Very who misses a little bit of his first apex.
More places made up to 8th place for Nicky Coates. 2 places on that lap. Josh Corner remains in 13th.
Wow, impressive for Nicky Coates. Impressive stuff from Josh Corner as well. Kenny McLeod is some 2.7 seconds up the road from Nicky Coates. Nicky Coates last time round as Chris Duggan just cuts across the front of Bobby Very. Bobby has to go round the outside. That cost both of those guys, not just Bobby Very. So that's one of these things, you catch a lap rider in the wrong place. There's nothing that you can do about it. It's not the lap rider's fault. He's on track at that area. And Druids, the apex of Druids is not where you want to catch them. I'll tell you what is happening though. Kieran Smith is ahead of Dale Thomas, and Bjorn Estimate has just kept his head down, worked away really hard, and he's brought the racing bike right up towards the back of Dale Thomas. Good showing from Bjorn Estimate as Thomas sides through on the inside of Kieran Smith as they go through the heart of Old Hall Corner. Lovely overtake there. Kieran Smith looks over his shoulder and gets a fright of his life as he looks into the visor of Bjorn Estimate. Bjorky, well, he'll take one attempt to get past, riding number 33, which is the number that his rider in MotoGP, Brad Binder, his countryman, runs under. And this will be the last time we have Bjorn Estimate here before he goes back to his day job, which is part of the KTM MotoGP team, and being the helper, a direct helper for Brad Binder. As we watch them coming through this tight Shellows hairpin, we're on lap 10 out of 12. And then out of the tight layer of the corner, trying to just stay away from Chris Duggan, they all do. Duggan will stay out to the far side and let Estimate go through. And they've all managed to clear that little hazard that we had on track there as they come bouncing their way through and up over the Hilltop. Britain's is done. Hilltop is now down to his. I'm very impressed. I've said it so many times. Dale Thomas up towards the back of Kieran Smith. The black leathers with the green gloves. Looks really good, actually. It's a nice effect that Dale Thomas has given us on 93. And he really is pursuing Kieran Smith, putting a maximum amount of pressure on the number 24 bike that makes his way up the hill. The GP Titan Tech by Bathams. And then we look back, and now Nicky Coates. I'll do the update now if it's all right, Sir Al, because he's on screen. We've got Nicky Coates on screen, and he's ahead of Kenny McLeod.
My work here is done.
Is that a mic drop, is it?
Yes.
Heidi has left the building. But yeah, Nicky Coates has come all the way up to 7th place. It'll be interesting to see what the championship pans out now. Larry Carter, do you have a pen and pencil? Are you able to do a little bit of mathematics for us along there?
Yeah, I was kind of listening, Dunk. Given that after this weekend we've still got 4 rounds to go, which is 4 times 25 points for the race winners. And remember, there's 4 times 12 points for the heat racers as well. So there's still an awful long way to go in the championship. I'm intrigued to listen to the thoughts about Barry Burrell. He's told us that every round we've been to this year that he's not going to the next one. Yeah, like the old bad penny, he keeps turning up, doesn't he? But yeah, there's still an awful long way. 4 races. We're not even halfway through the championship yet.
No, long way in the championship to go. But I'm thinking Barry Burrell might be about to take the championship lead here. And if that is the case, will Halliwell Jones keep this momentum going?
Well, there's 18 points between the top 6 in the championship. Kieran Smith leads on 121. Christian Smith 120, Nicky Coates 117, Baz Burrell 113, Bobby Very 111, Josh Corner 103. 25 points for the winner of this, so you do the sums on that one, Tom.
Oh, he's just passed it back to me, Heidi. You hear that there? He's basically said everything I said to him and reworded it and given it back to me.
Baz Burrell is 8 points back off the championship leader, Kieran Smith. So again, we've got to see where the Smith twins sort of fit into all this. Nicky Coates, he's 4 points off the championship lead, 117 plays 121. So again, we really can't start doing the sums till we see where they all end up stacking up at the end of this one.
Well, I'm wanting a live championship done by one of you guys because Barry Burrell's ahead of Christian Smith and Nicky Coates. If he's more than 8 points ahead of Nicky Coates, he will take that championship lead as we're on lap 11 out of 12. It's getting close towards the end here. We also, unfortunately, during the middle of that, Harry Gower went down on the RGR Performance BMW at the Hizzy chicane, but he was up and walking away. Dale Thomas putting a huge pressure here as we move into the last lap on Kieran Smith.
Just wondering, Dunk, if Josh Corner has gone as far as he can, because he's been 13th for the last couple of laps, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's 4.3 seconds behind Rob McNeely, so he's either been caught up, maybe picked up a bit of a problem. You know what, Alan? He's maybe sore after yesterday as well.
Very possibly,
possibly sore because he went down and he did get a bit of a thump. But still, to come from the back to the front, very impressive as we are on to the last lap. And speaking of very impressive, here's Bobby making his way through the heart of Island Bend. Once again, happy to have that bike bouncing around and moving underneath him as they come out of the shell here, but maybe moving about a little bit too much. If Barry Burrell wants maximum points for the Halliwell Jones team, he needs to do something in the next half of a lap as they come out of Britain's. He gets a really good run compared to Bobby. Then he tucks into the slipstream. He's going to make a manoeuvre into his. Here comes Barry Burrell up the inside. The knee goes out from Bobby Very, up the inside and through. Oh no, he doesn't. Bobby Very fights it out and manages to hold the lead off because you can see a couple of riders that are about to go a lap down ahead of them, and they're about to come up behind these guys as they make their way up the hill. 18 is Ryan Arnold. First of all, he's at the head of that, and 47 is Nick Heath. These guys are about to go a lap down as they come in towards Drews. Through on the inside, wow, through on the inside goes Bobby Very, and he manages to do that at the absolutely perfect place on the entrance to Drews. Just a little bit of a hold up for Barry Burrell as they come in towards the last corner. Down the gears he goes. Bobby Very still thinks that Barry Burrell is going to attack him as they come through, but it's only going to be a drag race towards the line. Bobby Very will take the victory here at Alton Park, and he does it only just, actually. Only just, I had to hold my breath there. 0.02 of a second. Burrell had a really big push towards the flag, but Bobby Very takes maximum points from Barry Burrow, with Christian Smith in 3rd place, Dale Thomas in 4th, Kieran Smith 5th, Bjorn Esterman in 6th, Nicky Coates, Alan Hyde up into 7th place with James Ellison.
Spectacular.
Yeah, James Ellison is behind him in 8th, Kenny McLeod 9th, and Jack Tynan in 10th place. I tell you what, that's the race of the year for Bobby Very. I think that's the best I've seen Bobby Very performing in any of the BMW Championships we've commentated on him. He had that thing moving about underneath him, and he looks like he's been hard at work as the visor was up there gasping for air into that RI helmet.
It was exhaustion and delight, I think.
Yeah, great stuff. Bobby will be happy with that one. In 11th place, Rhys Coates, Rob McNeely, Josh Corner in 13th place from the back of the grid, Liam Vella, Jordan Bannon, Davy Grace, Harley Preble, James Dutton, Aaron Dakin, Lee Devonport down to 20th position. But Barry Burrell, well, he will be delighted with that 2nd place. He'll have to be delighted with that. Fastest lap of the race, 1:43.969, also goes his way.
Do you want a ready reckoner of championship points, Dunk?
Hit me.
Make a note of these. Kieran Smith leads on 141 points. 2nd position is joint between Bobby Very and Christian Smith on 136. 4th is Baz Burrell on 135. And 5th is Nicky Coates on 129.
Nicky Coates is going to have to get the nickname Unlucky at one of these points. Nicky Unlucky, it's just not gone his way in his 4th year of this championship, but that's pretty tight. Look at the photo finish towards lane. Bobby Very was too busy celebrating, and Barry Burrell almost stole that. I mean, that's a tight finish. I have to say, a very tight finish towards the line there, and Bobby maybe just celebrating ever so soon, but maybe he was just cool under that Kevin Schwantz replica helmet. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Larry Carter has given you an update on the championship. They're making their way around. Well, one thing's for sure, Barry Burrell wins the wheelie championship, that's for sure. All the way.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
All the way from Druids towards Lodge. There we go. Making their way back into the pit lane. I think I've talked too much, Alan. We should probably hand down to Scoop for this one, and then we'll get a quick commercial break before the next race.
I reckon we'll get down to Scoop, yeah.
Yeah, if it's okay with you. So without further ado, Scooby-Doo is down there waiting for the guys to come in for another podium chat, and that was a good race. Bobby Very, he's had to work hard for this one, Larry Scoop Carter. Very hard indeed.
Well, the Preston Massive were absolutely cheering to a man down here in pit lane when he took the lead and just put that back marker between himself and Baz Burrell, the reigning champion on the Halliwell Jones. Halliwell Jones, the local BMW dealer, very much close to the Oulton Park circuit here, and Baz will be pretty happy with that one. Here is Nicky Coates. Not too sure. Was Nicky actually on the podium there? Oh, no, he's got the ride of the day. That's he's got the 200 quid in the back pocket for a new fishing rod, as Nicky Coates. So, yeah.
Maybe he's not unlucky then, Larry.
Yeah. So he gets the 200 quid Rider of the Day award. It's a scant consolation, given that he has relinquished them championship points on that one. But there is... Let's go and say a word. You're quite right. The man of a few words is Bobby Very, but he's got a smile nice as wide as Preston Bay out there. And I'll tell you what, Bob, I didn't know that the team could do cartwheels in pit lane, but when you put that back marker between you and Baz on that last lap, mate, I'll tell you what, the cheers were deafening.
I thought it would have made more of a difference, but it didn't. He was still sat on me, weren't he? But yeah.
He wasn't, but he really closed in. You're right at the end. You had about 30, 40 yards going into Lodge. You didn't know that, but then you rolled it off a little bit coming across the line, and you only just to say beat him.
Oh shit. Well, I'd like to say I didn't roll it off, but.
Well, you got the win, mate, and it's your first year, and we're better than the local circuit.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Thanks to everyone for coming, and Sam Brown, my sponsor, my dad, all my family.
Yeah, Goldie the Goldfish and everybody else.
That's it, mate.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. There'll be a couple of pints in the Guildhall tonight, will there?
Yeah, sure will be, mate.
Are we invited?
Yeah, of course you are, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much for that one. So I won't be home tonight. I'm off to Bobby Very's party. Baz Burrell out there. Oh, well, what place to catch the back marker, Baz?
I know, to be honest, well, hey, it works both ways, doesn't it, the back markers? I've had them before that worked for me, and obviously that time against me. To be honest, Bobby deserved it just for the amount of slides he was having and brown pants moments he was having as well, I would have said. So, no, I'd like to say enjoyed it, but actually the whole race went kind of to plan apart from the last lap of not winning it. So we've been struggling for top end speed all weekend, so I know if I started passing and dicing with Bobby, they'd bring the others into it. So I just sat there and just let him drag me along the straight, and then the plan was last 4 laps then make a move, but It almost worked. Try my best, that's all I can do. Obviously, massive shout out to Phil from Halliwell Jones, the big boss, and his son, the other Phil, who come to visit this weekend, so I really appreciate all the help. And yeah, might be the last one though.
Well, you keep saying that. Well, thanks to Halliwell Jones for doing a wonderful job for sponsoring Baz over the years. They are a big part of this championship. You tell me it's the last one every time, but I just don't believe a word you say, mate. There is Christian Smith there. We're going to go on with the podium because we are moving things on at pace. So sadly, I don't think we're going to grab a quick word with Christian Smith. So we will get him up here onto the podium, given that already the Superstock machines are starting to get prepared for their race upcoming. So we'll just muster the riders up here onto the podium. I can see Christian Smith just having a chat to old Curly down there. That's the daughter of Harley Preble, who is very much part of that Smith racing team these days. And nice to see that the old gammy leg has managed to be fixed in recent times as well. She should be playing netball for the UK team up in Commonwealth Games, but she's decided to come to Alton Park instead. Let's get them up here onto the podium then for round 5 of the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And onto the podium for SCH Motor Prep and Batham's, a third podium of the season for Christian Smith. Second position for Halliwell Jones on the BMW, it is Baz Burrell. And sending the local fans home very happy, the rider from just up the road at Preston with his first win of the season, it's Bobby Very. There will last Steve Plater, former British Supersport champion and Superbike race winner, to make the podium presentation then to Christian Smith, with those golden black Batham's leathers on, backed by SCH Motor Prep. His third podium of the season, a fourth podium of the season for the defending champion Baz Burrell. Wasn't planning on doing this championship at the start of the year, just came in after a couple of rounds and taking the race win. And with it, the trophy back up to the Ribble Valley in Preston, and that is the race winner, Bobby Very. So hoist the trophies up, boys. You're live on telly. Make sure that the TV pictures get your good side, which is a little bit difficult for you BMW racers, I know that, but Bobby Very, he says there you go, that wonderful new T-shirt that he's got on there, just covering up the old leathers. Well, folks, if you don't want to get wet, take a step back, because out comes the Prosecco out into the and you'll be pleased to know, boys, that Burrell has just crashed off the podium. We've just nearly taken a tumble off the podium there as the Prosecco gets wasted. And the bottles clink, and the BMW riders celebrate with each other in the friendly camaraderie that we've come to expect. A round of applause from the assembled masses down here for the top three of Bobby Very, Baz Burrell and Christian Smith. And already the next build-up to the next race is starting, so we go back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. Yep, 3 o'clock is the expected start time for Pirelli National Superstocks. That is coming up next here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And if we haven't got to your message on WhatsApp, we will do our best to do it before the end of the afternoon. 07482 877 877 is our WhatsApp number. 07482 877 877. Hi again, Duncan. We're back again. Hope everything and everyone is okay. We're here with Grandad Tony, my cousin Liam, and my granddad's friends Pete and Brian as well. Becky and Nick, are enjoying a trial-free day before we get married in 4 weeks. Welcome to you. Great to have you here. And this one says, hi Duncan. Big thanks to my granddad Tony and cousin Ollie. And we've been coming to Alton Park for about 7 to 8 years now. And I say a big well done to Max Cook for a super job yesterday after yesterday's crash. And my name is Liam. Liam, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
thanks for writing in.
Good job, Liam. Thanks for getting in touch with Uncle Alan across there, a.k.a. What were you again? You Scooby?
I was Scrappy.
Oh, you're Scrappy.
Yeah.
Scrappy-Doo, Scrappy and Shaggy. Yep, Superstock time, Alan. Now, we've got a bit of a connection with Superstock. We're not going to take up too much time talking about that right now, but we will in the warm-up lap, because Larry Carter will be on the grid, and already we have Superstock bikes making their way to their grid position. So, Scooby-Doo, once again, for another one of those expert grid walks, giving us all the information. We'll hand down to you. I'm not going to say basking in sunshine, Larry, but it does look pretty warm out there.
It's muggy. That's the problem, Donkey. It's a little bit overcast. And for those people that are saying, well, we know it's trackside, we know it's a little bit overcast, Scoop. These are for the tens of thousands of people that tune into BSB Radio by Kawasaki online, like you can do. If you can't make it to any of the forthcoming British Superbike Championship meetings, then and you don't want to, or you don't have facilities to watch the stuff on TV, then tune in online at tsltiming.com via YouTube, or on the official British Superbike page, whereby we bring you BSB Radio from the very first thing in the morning when we start broadcasting, usually around about 9 o'clock, right the way through till the podium has finished and we've said our farewells on the last race of the day. Uninterrupted throughout the course of the weekend. BSB Radio, you can pick us up around the world at the various platforms. It takes a little bit of navigation, but I'm sure that you would get there. And also, it's 94.9, I think we broadcasted on this weekend, if you are on the FM wavelength.
94.9.
And then if you decide that you want to just head off a little bit sooner, well, why not tune the motorhome, the camper van, the car, radio, whatever, into 94.9, and you can pick up the remaining races as you perhaps make your way out to the exits if you are just leaving Alton Park a little bit sooner than we will be done with racing here. Well, you're quite right, the riders have made their way down here. The number 45 of the Rosewood Bespoke Joinery, with the backing now of SMR Sean Muir Racing, the factory BMW squad. Just having a chat to his brother-in-law down here, Andrew Irwin, on the grid. It's all very very intertwined, is the relationships in Northern Ireland. But Andrew Irwin down here. Andrew, just a quickie, we don't get to chat to you much because obviously Graham's on the bike these days. Any sign of a comeback yet?
Honestly, I'd love to say it's going to be at Thruxton, but I don't think so. Aston is still a goal. I've had a bad right arm for a little while, and I got a little bit extra work done whenever I got it, or I done this last operation, and yeah, I'm going to try ride, maybe not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, just to see how I feel. But I got to wait until the specialist says I'm ready to race. Riding's different than racing, and I describe it like a footballer. They don't come straight away back to playing on the pitch. So yeah, it's a stepping stone back to racing again. So hopefully awesome. Yeah, well, this season, that's great. That's absolutely fantastic. Well, Scott Swan down here. Swanee, what was going through your mind when you were just losing that little front yesterday? The bike pirouetted across the track, and you were on battling up there for a race win. Put things right today.
Yeah, yesterday I went in and I tried not to push hard so that I didn't crash, because I knew the track would be dirty out there, and even with pulling the speed back a bit, I still folded the front. I couldn't believe it until I was lying on my arse, but today I'm back on pole anyway, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck in. We've changed the bike a wee bit and I'm still learning things, so yeah, hopefully have a good one.
Wish you well, Swanee. Thanks for that one. Well, apologies if a couple of expletives have slipped out in the last couple of interviews, but I'm sure the kids here worse in the playground these days, don't they? But Luke Mossey's down here. He's got the race face on because the crash helmet ain't coming off on this one. and he's looking good on this one. Hey, we are Oulton Park again. We've had these conversations so many times, Luke. We're not going to go over old ground again. Obviously, we hope we don't see a red flag this time. Might just give you a chance of a win.
Yeah, hopefully. Really enjoyed yesterday. It was a good race. I felt very comfortable. Such a shame that we didn't do the last 4 laps to see the checkered flag, but hopefully we can have a clean race today and yeah, see what we can do.
Wish you luck, my friend. Thanks for that. The Padgett's team from just over the border across there in Batley, very much part of this paddock for over 60 years, and long they may be to continue to do that. Here's David Darlingham. D-Bomb are looking to continue this wonderful Oulton Park streak, this wonderful season that you're having. P3 on the grid today. It's not a disaster, but obviously this is going to be a tough race.
Yeah, they're always tough, but I'm fired up for it. None of these races have come easy this year, so I expect nothing less in this race. But yeah, as always, T-Bomb's going to be going for it.
T-Bomb, we wouldn't expect anything less. Thanks, David. David Allingham, the rider from across their small town of Grayskill, which was in the news for all the wrong reasons many, many years ago, just on the outskirts of Eglinton in County Londonderry. Here's Danger Scouts down here carrying local hopes as well. Well, you're probably still coming down to earth after that podium yesterday, Josh, but another one would make a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously it was great to get back on the podium yesterday, but realistically today is the day you want to get on the box. So yeah, we're going to try our best and see if we can stick that punch.
All of Liverpool's turned out for you, mate, so don't disappoint them.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks very much. Well, here is the Finnish contingent down here. Emily Lahti, and he speaks very slowly. Here is Emily. Emily, are you used to these temperatures? Very warm here today, but yesterday you had a good ride. Hopefully you get on the podium today.
Yeah, we'll do our best. At least the right hand is feeling a little better today than yesterday. I had a big crash on Friday, so it's been a little painful to ride, but we'll see how it goes today.
Fantastic to have you in the championship, Emily. Thanks very much for that. Well, wish I could speak Finnish as well as he speaks English. And what about this one for Ash Barnes on the back of a pretty nasty injury at Brands Hatch, and he's managed to put the Rapid Drive Live Honda onto row number 2 of the grid. Well, Ash, it's been one of them seasons, hasn't it? It's just been a little bit tricky at times, but here you're giving yourself a fighting chance on row 2. Hopefully you can get up there and push for a podium.
Yeah, this is sort of new territory for me, fighting up here with these class of riders. Yeah, looking back at the season so far, it's been good. The pace has been really fast. So, yeah, like I say, this weekend, from the start of the year, I've knocked 1.2 seconds off my fastest time around here. So, yeah, can't ask for much more. Just, yeah, get stuck in and try and learn off these boys.
Wish you well, my friend. Leaves a little bit of luck after that big Brands Hatch accident. Well, we are just about ready to go. It's about being the D-Bomb show, hasn't it, so far this year? David Allingham on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW has really swept all before him. But it's a different kettle of fish today because we've got a very fired up Luke Mossey who's looking for his first win of the season. And remember, one of the very, very few people to have beaten David Allingham was a certain Scott Swan when he took victory up at Knockhill a couple of rounds ago. So he'll be looking to impress his new boss, Sean Muir, on that BMW that he's riding only for the second time, as we're ready to go with racing for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship here at a wonderfully sunny Oulton Park. Back to you, Duncan.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter, down there on the grid. Once again, great to hear from all the riders. Yeah, it sounds like it's building up to be another great Superstock race. They always are. Yesterday, unfortunately, with that red flag which popped out early on lap 9, just after going to 2/3 distance after Harrison Crosby's bike. I don't know if it blew an engine or sprung a leak, but yeah, it didn't do itself any favours going up Clay Hill. And we saw that graphically on a TV picture. That gave David Allingham his 7th win of the season. Luke Mossey said he actually really enjoyed that race. He came home in 2nd place. The championship lead from Allingham to Mossey, 27 points. Lewis Rollo, a further 55 points back. There's quite a big gulf in championship points. It looks right now like it's a bit of a race with Allingham and Mossey, but never count out Lewis Rollo. You never know what will happen in the championship. 4th place in championship is Matt Trulove. 5th place is the man who sits on pole position for this 12-lap race, and that is Scott Swan on the brand new SMR BMW. He's alongside Luke Mossey and David Allingham, who we had in the commentary point for a little bit of an interview yesterday, Alan Hyde, and it was lovely to get some insight from D-Bomb. David, a really lovely, softly spoken, quiet guy. You wouldn't think he was a motorcycle racer, Alan, if you met him down the local high street.
And we discovered during that conversation yesterday that he's a giggler.
Oh, yes.
So he likes to have a giggle, doesn't he?
Yeah, he likes to have a giggle. Yeah, we do like that. It's a very well-made point, actually. Second row of the grid sees Josh Owens alongside Emily Latty and Ash Barnes. In the third row, Declan Connell, the teammate to Ash Barnes, with his countryman Lewis Rollo alongside him, and then Ash Beach. Row 4 has Matt Truelove, Jack Bednarek and Simon Reed. And the fifth row has Jamie Van Secleris, Blaze Baker and Callum Bay. Callum Bay, who's had all sorts of little niggly problems with his brand new bike this year, just needing to get to the bottom of it. The reigning Ulster Superbike champion is on the head of the sixth row. That's Carl Phillips alongside Jamie Coward and John McGuinness. So a good row to be on there, the sixth row. Richard White has Harrison Crosby and Jeff Van Calster for company on row 7. Row 8 sees Thomas O'Grady, Max Lofthouse and Lee Healy. And the ninth row has Kieran Wilkinson, Paul Cunvan and Mikey Evans. Mikey Evans yesterday unfortunately got the black flag for taking the shortcut and then not coming back into the pit lane. Now, the shortcut was where he did the Foster circuit, which is the old touring car circuit, straight down Cascades, go straight on and you join at Hizzies. If you do that, you need to come into the pit lane. Mikey Evans missed that memo and then got black flagged for it. So he's back on the track today on the 9th row on his Defabet Honda. We've then got Charlie White, Jake Major Bird and David Williams on the back row of David on the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati. Looking forward to this one. Superstock, always a race that's very close to my heart. It's one of the last championships I raced in many years ago. But it's good to see a big field of bikes here. 30 bikes in total getting ready to go for this one. I would ask you, Scoop, do you have 50 pence you want to put on somebody? Are you going to keep that Yorkshire money safe in that pocket of yours? Because
you're asking a Yorkshireman to venture 20 pence on the bloke who's won 7 races and leading the championship in this one. I'm going to go for Luke Mossey.
Oh, he's going Mossey. Heidi?
I just think Luke deserves it, doesn't he? And and he won at Oulton Park last autumn, and he needs a win if he's continue his hopes of the championship.
Heidi, give me one name.
The giggler.
Oh, he's going David Allingham. Let's see how this one goes. Alan Woods clears the front of the grid with the red flag. He makes his way over towards the Port West Race Safe Marshals. We're now under starters orders. Red lights on and off. Very quick turnaround again. And it's David Allingham and Scott Swan. Mossey doesn't make the best of starts. Latty tries to come through. Josh Owens fighting with Mossey as they come in there, and it all gets just that little bit close as we all make our way through turn number 1. But it's Scott Swan and David Allingham away at the front. They go over the rollers in towards Cascades. It flattens out down the bottom, and then you accelerate hard along the bottom of Lakeside in towards Island Bend. Here we come. Scott Swan leads the way on the lovely SMR Honda. Declan Connell's got the better start of the two rapid Hondas. Deco Connell looks like he's up just behind Josh Owens as they come in towards Shell Hairpin. Everybody trying to get on in the inside and over everybody. Allingham might have made a little mistake there because Mossey's now up into second place. We need to try and see exactly what happened to David Allingham, but there was some sort of little error, and the giggler D-Bomb goes down to third place. Scott Swan. Oh, yesterday it was a very slow tip-off that we saw for Scott Swan. He was in the outside dirty part of the track and just cost himself a little bit too much. Somebody's gone straight on at great speed. Somebody's also fallen off in the background there. We see Ash Beach coming through. Cameron needs to go back that way. Oh, who's that? That's Carl Phillips. He's not happy. He's perfectly fine. He's up. The airbag's gone off. A few hand gestures, friendly ones, towards the bike. But that's a great shame for Carl. He looked like he went down quite early on the brakes on the way in. Unfortunately, through the no-go road went Ash Beach on the Jones Dorland BMW. And that brings us to the last corner lodge where Josh Owens tries to go underneath Emily Latty, but there's no room at the end. Declan Connell sits behind that. His countryman Lewis Rollo follows him across the line as the leaders go in towards turn 1. And is that a change in position? No, it wasn't. It was very much, it was Lewis Rollo passing Declan Connell on the run towards turn 1. So Lewis on the BMW ahead of the rapid Honda that belongs to Declan Connell. Let's see a replay of this. If you look at the big screen, you'll see Carl Phillips goes down quite early, just went down all on his own behind GVS actually. But also already having made the mistake and gone straight on was Ash Beach. That's a long replay that. Carl perfectly okay, thankfully, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion. Great to see him back in the paddock. Last time we saw him here, as I said the other day to Larry Carter, it was back in the Gearlink, just at the end of Gearlink Kawasaki's Superbike tenure before they went back to Super Sport. But that was it. That wasn't just yesterday. Not that Carl's old, I'd like to point that out. But Emily Latty comes out of Britain's ahead of Josh Owens. He's in 4th place, Emily Latty. It's Scott Swan, it's Luke Mossey, and it's David Allingham. We're going to see what David Allingham is made of here. Now, we've seen this already this year. That Mary Truelove straight across the grass. It was. The Tag Honda rejoins in the heart of his, and through goes his teammate just before that. JVS goes ahead of Mary Truelove, and it's Callum Bay who's trying to come past him as they come up Clay Hill. Callum on the outside. Matt Truelove manages to hold Callum at bay. I like that one. And then they make their way in towards Druid. So 2 Tag Hondas very much together as they make their way through over Druid and along towards the Lodge corner, where again Josh Owens had a big, long, loving look up the inside to try and see if there was anything that he could do about Emily Latty, and no was the answer. In towards turn 1. Owens needs to do something pretty quickly, because coming up behind them is Lewis Rollo in the number 88 Motorrad Central BMW backed M1000R, and Lewis looks really, really good. Is he going to go up the inside into Cascades? No, he half thought about it, but Lewis deciding to hold back on that manoeuvre as they come through the bottom of Cascades. Let's see if there's some BMW power and a nice bit of drive as they come out and along Lakeside. Again, we know that Josh Owens is brave as they come, as they go in towards Island Bend, and decides not to try and make that manoeuvre. Lewis just follows through. But the speed of these 3 guys at the front, Swan, Mossey and Allingham, well, basically they are putting a little bit of time in, a couple of tenths of a second each lap. As I look out from the commentary box window, I can see David's pit board, P3 plus 1.2. He's getting that given to him. 35.0 was his lap time last time round, and L9, 9 laps to go. So the pit board getting put together. He's actually maybe going to get a bit of a change as Lewis Rollo goes through, and then see the Josh Owens. Lovely, hard, good manoeuvre from Lewis Rollo. Hard but clean, and hard but fair is another way to say that. Josh Owens just left half a gap, and Lewis Rollo created the extra space. Now Declan Connell about to try and come through as well if he can. But Josh Owens doesn't want that to happen into Druids, and he holds Declan Connell on the Rapid Honda, the number 33 Rapid Honda, behind him as they come along in towards Lodge. It does look like David Allingham starting to catch up. Last time round, Allingham fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.0. Let's see if he's caught Mossey back up. Yes, he's taking a bit of time. He's 1/10 of a second behind. It was 3/10. It goes down to 1/10 of a second. It's really interesting to watch the pit boards get made up. And there's a lap record for David Allingham as well. 1:34.832 for D-Bomb. 1:34.832 for David Allingham. He takes 1/10 of a second off the lap record with quite a lot of fuel in the bike, but new tyres. So David Allingham has the pace. Last time round, he was the only man on track to go sub 1:35, and the charge is on. He's coming up towards the back of Luke Mossey. He wants to see if he can get through on Mossey, because he knows he doesn't have that long to get back up towards Scott Swan, and Lewis Rollo is now ahead of Emily Latty. So Lewis Rollo putting in a really, really good run. I wonder how much pace Lewis Rollo's got in that bike. Last time round he did a 1:35.4. Can Lewis Rollo get himself up towards the back of David Allingham? It's a big ask, but he's on a BMW and he likes that bike. He says it's the best bike he has ever ridden in the Superstock class. And that's quite a statement, because he's ridden for the likes of Paget's and he knows what a good bike feels like. Lewis Rollo, BMW Motorrad Central from Dalkeith in Edinburgh, local BMW dealer, putting a bit of money behind this man and the MLAV team, and they're getting their just deserved, as they make, just as rewards I should say, as they make their way in towards Druids through that lovely double apex corner. Out goes David Allingham's pit board again. It tells him almost exactly the same, apart from the gap back to the guys behind them is now up to 1.9, and Emily Latty has that thing on the move. The Armada Marine Cables SC31 Honda was all out of shape going in there, but he manages to hold it and bring it round. Very good move. Declan Connell unable to get past Josh Owens, and it's not through a lack of trying. I'd like to point that out as well. Let's look a little bit further back down into the pack. Simon Reed's in 8th place behind Declan Connell. Then it's Ash Barnes. We see John McGuinness flashing through the shot. McGuinness finds himself 15th place, last of the point scorers for John McGuinness, and he's got a whole lot of youngsters behind him wanting some of them. Harrison Crosby, Ash Beach, who we saw running on at the Hislop Chicane, Jamie Coward, Thomas O'Grady, Max Lofthouse. McGuinness, JM 130, holding his own very much at that sharp end on the number 5 Honda UK Fireblade. I think it was Larry who was saying he doesn't even put the entry in the programme as Honda UK, simply Honda. Maybe he comes from a higher level in Honda. We don't actually know, but we could believe it. in towards Hizzies. Scott Swan starting to be pulled back ever so slightly by Luke Mossey and David Allingham. Last time round, 35-1, 35-1, 35-1 for the top three. P3 +2 is David Allingham's gap back to Lewis Rollo, and he's got 7 laps to go on his pit board. He's right at the far end of the pit board, the pit lane with me here, so it's good to get that information and see what other people are hanging out for their rider as they come through Druids along underneath their Carol Nash Bridge. Scott Swan, this is where he tipped off yesterday. He was on the outside part of the track and it cost him dearly. Oh, Richard White's in the pit lane. Yep, Richard White goes back round towards the garage. That's a retirement for number 67, Richard White. That's a great shame. And that's the top three in towards turn 1. Then Lewis Rollo's pulled away. He's on his own then. 5th, 6th and 7th will be Declan Connell. Simon Reed starting to be caught by Ash Barnes. Oh, somebody's gone down from that top. Oh, Mossey's down. Luke Mossey's down. Off at the first corner, up on his feet, walking away. Luke Mossey goes down. We saw the yellow boards illuminated at the side of the track, and it had to be one of the top 5. Mossey is off the Malenko by Paget's Honda. Watch the big screen for a replay. In comes Scott Swan. Mossey, down he goes, and does that hold David Allingham up ever so slightly. The bike goes back to the inside. Mossey on the outside exit curb gets to his feet and walks away. Larry Carter, that's a very, very un-Luke Mossey manoeuvre. He's standing at the side of the Recticel, shaking his head. That was not on the cards. We didn't expect that.
Tipped me for tipping him for a race win then, doesn't he? Talk about the commentator's curse. But he had to do something. He knew that second places were no longer going to be good enough for him in this championship, so he's gone down fighting. But unlucky Luke, unlucky bites back at Thruxton, where he always goes well in a couple of weeks' time.
That does massively help and give an advantage now to David Allingham. Allingham already 27 points in the championship ahead of Luke Mossey. Lewis Rollo is 55 points behind David Allingham. So no matter what, Luke Mossey is going to lose a whole chunk of points here, and David Allingham is going to gain a whole lot of points. Whether he gets the race win, whether he needs to, will he be getting something in his pit board that tells him that Luke Mossey is out? There goes Swanee. In fact, he'll know Luke Mossey's out. He witnessed it right in front of him as they went in towards Old Hall Corner. What he will try and do now is maximise his points haul on today's race. Laps to go, you ask? Well, we're on lap 7 out of 12. That means we've got 6 laps to go as we have a little bit of a look down again, keeping our eyes on the pit boards that are getting put out to the guys at the top sharp end. Emily Latty just gone behind Josh Owens now. Josh Owens up into 4th place. Lewis Rollo standing on the podium. This will be a nice one for Lewis if he can take that and make that work to the end of the race. It looks like he's got great pace. He's lapping in 1:35.5. He's actually faster than David Allingham, but bearing in mind last time David Allingham had Luke Mossey sliding along the track in front of him, so that's naturally going to slow you down ever so slightly, even if it's only by maybe 5 or 6 tenths of a second. There is a definite roll in the throttle, as David Allingham wouldn't want to do anything like running into Mossey or that Malenko by Paget's Honda. We catch up with Matty Truelove. Matt Truelove finds himself a little bit deeper in the pack than he'd like to be. 10th place. In fact, he's up to 9th. He's gone ahead of Blaze Baker. He's 9th. Blaze is 10th. And Callum Bay, who scrapes his boot on the ground in towards the Hizzy chicane, in 11th. This is a better showing from Callum Bay. He has just been on the back foot. If you remember, he had a start to the year where he injured himself in pre-season testing in Spain. He then came to his local Knockhill round, fully fit again, and really rung his bell, if you remember, Larry. He had a fairly sizable high side at turn 3, McIntyre's, and that put him on the back foot for a couple of rounds. Oh, McGuinness is down. John McGuinness. That is not something you see ever, ladies and gentlemen. John McGuinness has gone down, and that looks like he's gone down at Druids. He's up on his feet. No, he hasn't. Where has he gone down? He's gone down at Knickerbrook. McGuinness turns in. What does he do? Just folds the front. John McGuinness. I don't think I've seen a scuffed set of McGuinness Alpine Star leathers in my life, actually. As there we go, stands at the side of the track. Make sure you give him a little bit of a round of applause for getting up there to his feet, guys, but also get a picture of John McGuinness. Well, there you go, Alan Hyde. Did you? I mean, that's not something we ever expected to see here.
I don't remember when I last saw.
A safer pair of hands you have never seen. McGuinness crashes out. Unfortunately, he goes out of that last point-scoring position, and that will be a bit of a slap for him.
I would venture his last crash was at the Northwest 200 when he broke his leg very badly in 2017.
I think you're bang on, Larry. I think you're 100%. Oh, Simon Reed goes down. He's up on his feet at the Shell hairpin, walking away. Simon said to me yesterday, I'm not feeling it this weekend, Dunk. Things aren't coming together. I feel like I'm really having to force to get anything out of the bike. He just folds the front, does he? Yeah, the front just tucks from underneath him, right in front of Ash Barnes. Off goes Speedy Reedy 2.0 in towards the grass. A very slow off, but yeah. Simon says he just wanted to bring it home and get some points because that's what he was really trying to do this weekend. He knows it's not going to be easy. And Port West Race Safe Marshall just struggling to get that bike out. It looks like the front wheel's jammed, possibly in a bit of bodywork or something that has come off. We move into lap 9 out of 12. Scott Swan leads the way from David Allingham and Lewis Rollo in third place. Emily Latty behind Josh Owens. Josh Owens fourth, Emily Latty fifth, and Declan Connell in sixth. We're 2/3 distance complete. Ash Barnes up to 7th place after Simon Reed slides off, and everybody else moves up a position as well. Mary Trulove, Blaze Baker, Callum Bay inside the top 10 now. JVS in 11th place, which is a really good showing for him. Did you notice Larry's social media said that he had some metalwork removed from his legs, so this should make Jamie a lot quicker. It should probably bring him back to what we're expecting JVS to be like. And when we go to Aston, you know he's a poster boy. We've seen that before. But JVS up to 11th place, ahead of Jack Bednarek, Ash Beach, Jamie Coward, and Harrison Crosby, now the last point scorer after John McGuinness unfortunately slipped off from his Honda Fireblade down at the back of Knickerbrook.
Let me have a word with the daughter and the missus down here. What's going on here, Becky? We can't remember the last time he did something like that.
I can't even remember the last time he did something like that.
I'll tell you when it'll be. It's when he hurt himself in the Northwest.
He should know better, shouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He puts you kids through the mill anymore. No tea from McGuinness tonight. Oh, Becky, she's looking there. She's thinking, what the hell's going on? My husband's just crashed a bike. He doesn't do that.
I know. A front end short circuit crash. You know what that shows, though? It shows you just how hard John's pushing on. He's not just riding around here. He's in the mix. He's scoring points in the British Championship. Some 50-something years old.
54 years young.
Very, very impressive, with a lot of fast guys behind him. Just looked like he was a little bit wide, a little bit offline. Full lean angle, I'll give him that. But, yeah, great shame for John McGuinness. Becky sounds as perplexed as you are. That'll make the journey home interesting. Ewan won't be happy. Ewan will not be happy. He likes his bikes to be shiny. A lot of dusting down to be done on that biking as well. I'm pretty sure Alpine Star already making up another suit and getting it sent up to junction, whatever it is, 35 on the M6. Jack Bednarek goes through on the inside of JVS on the run-in towards Old Hall Corner. Good to see the iron competition, Aprilia of Bednarek going through, and he runs very wide. Oh, Bednarek on the grass. A lot of lead angle for the grass here, Jack, but he manages to keep that on. Oh dear, what a great shame for Jack Bednarek, having a look down the front to make sure that everything's okay. Weird off that. Looks like he just didn't have any grip as he turned in towards Cascades, and he went cascading off the track onto the grass. We pick up with Swanee. Lap 10 out of 12. This beautiful BMW, the SMR bodywork. Sean Muir Racing stepping in with Rosewood Bespoke Joinery to back Scott Swan for the remainder of the 2026 Pirelli National Superstock Championship race season. Well, this is race number 2, and Scott Swanee didn't finish race number 1. He was unfortunately offline and tipped off coming in towards Lodge Corner, where we are at this moment, as David Allingham was overtaking him up the inside. But I actually have to say, Larry, I think D-Bomb he's using a championship head here. He knows what's just gone down in front of him. Let Swanee go. Let Swanee get the glory, have a win. Pick up the good points today, David, because you're about to double your championship lead.
Normally I would agree with you, Dunk, but having spoken to David so many times and kind of ventured them arguments about points-making prizes, he kind of responds always about, I'm here to win. I'm not bothered who it is in front of me, but I'm here to beat them. So, and you've got to sort of think this is a fellow Northern Irishman in front of him, isn't it? So that will be doubly galling. But he'll have seen Mossy go out, and I think he's playing the percentage game today.
It's like having a red rose in front of a white rose, Larry. Is that what you're telling me?
Not quite as bad as that, Dunk, but it's a similar analogy.
Great stuff. Yeah, you will be able to ask him that question after the race. Don't say Vincent said. You can say you were thinking as we catch up with them. We're now on lap 11 out of 12. Telling BMWs fill the podium. That is a telling statement there that we've just said. BMW, Swan, Allingham and Rollo. Then a field of Hondas behind that. We catch up with Callum Bay. Callum Bay in 10th place, all over the back of Blaze Baker. What a move for Blaze Baker to get in with the Whitney Motorsport Racing guys and put himself into this championship and be at the sharp end. We know how good Blaze Baker can be, as we've just seen Harrison Crosby dicing with Max Lofthouse. Harrison Crosby's gone into 15th place, takes the last point scoring position away from Max Lofthouse as they make their way through the Britain chicane and head up towards the crest of Hilltop. Meanwhile, Scott Swan will be making his way along towards Druids and in towards the last couple of corners, or last corner. Swanee with 1 lap to go after where he is. In fact, that's Swanee past me now. That's such the gap that these guys have on the likes of Harrison Crosby, who's just coming out of Knickerbrook in that 15th place. Final lap of the race. Scott Swan has a 3.6 second lead over David Allingham, your championship leader. D-Bomb has looked pretty good. His team having a bit of a chat on pit wall, looking at the pit board. The job's been done for David Allingham. The TV cameras have assembled down this end of the pit lane as well. They kind of split in two areas, Larry. They want to be beside Swanee's pit, and they also want to be in David Allingham's pit. Understandable. Lewis Rollo, though, I think one of the rides of the race for this young man. Lewis Rollo on that BMW likewise, coming from the 3rd row off the grid, and he got there at the start of the race and then worked his way through the traffic, showing us that he still has great pace, great racecraft, and is going to be a threat towards these guys as we move through the championship. But into Hizzies for the last time comes Scott Swan. Looks very economical, even though he's got that new era riding style where you have the whole body off the bike. You actually lead with the wrist, the elbow and the chin as you drag yourself through the corners, through Clay Hill, through Water Tower, in towards Druids for the last time. Over the ripples, looks nice and calm, nice and in control. The Phonacab sticker very proud on the side of that bike, as they are on almost everybody from over the Irish Sea. As he comes into the last corner, where he unfortunately tipped off yesterday, this has been a bit of a demonstration from Swanee, and it's a worrying wake-up call for the rest of the grid. Swanee on the BMW arrives and takes victory. David Allingham takes 2nd place and extends his championship lead. And Lewis Rollo steps on the podium with a big smile on his face on the Motorrad Central Edinburgh by M Lav Racing BMW. Matty Truelove up the inside of Blaze Baker, holding him at bay. Callum tries to come round the exit of Blaze Baker. They're going to come across the line neck and neck. They do, but it's for the slightly minor placings at the bottom of the top 10. Callum Bay does come home in 10th place, chasing all the way. And then we've got this battle for 15th place. Harrison Crosby still ahead of Max Lofthouse. Bednarek will be 14th across the line ahead of them. And Harrison Crosby, can he get double points haul for Joe Richardson? Yes, he can. Josh Owens comes home in 4th, and his teammate Harrison Crosby crosses the line in 15th place. But we'll give you the top 3, we'll give you the top 15 as we look into the Honda UK garage. First of all, there we go, John McGuinness with his head in his hands. Yeah, he's about as perplexed as the rest of us are, actually, to tell you the truth. But Scott Swan wins from David Allingham and Lewis Rollo. We've got Josh Owens in 4th place, Emily Latty in 5th, and Declan Connell a good 6th place. Ash Barnes comes across the line in 7th place to put 2 Rapid Hondas, 6th and 7th, and a great day for Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong, with Mary Truelove in 8th and Blaze Baker in 9th, Callum Bay in 10th. Ash Beach, well, he ran on at Hizzy Chicane, but he does recover to 11th place. JVS, Jamie Van Secleris comes home in 12th ahead of Jamie Coward, Jack Bednarek and Harrison Crosby. Max Lofthouse is 16th, Thomas O'Grady 17th, Jeff Van Calster in 18th place, Mikey Evans a good solid 19th, and Lee Healy comes home in 20th position. That was an interesting race. Larry Carter, you will post the question to David Allingham, and I think you'll also give the plaudits to the likes of Scott Swan and Lewis Rollo. That really was a classy race.
39 points is lead provision. I've just quickly calculated there with 7 races to go. Now, when we say 7 races to go, we can't, not all eggs are equal, are they, in all this, because the points do ramp up at the end of the season, not just in BSB, but in all of the classes. Not quite to the extent that they do in BSB, but...
No, just the last round in this class.
It's just the last round where they get 35 points for a win rather than 25 points for a win, so it's not kind of like the double points syndrome that we've got. But still, look at the demographics there. 39 points to the good with 7 races to go. 5 at normal points, effectively, with 25 for a win, and then 2 at 35 points for a win. So, yeah, he's not quite got one hand on the crown yet, but it's something that he will be looking to try and... it's now a percentage game, isn't it? It's now he can afford to play that game. But I got to feel sorry for Luke Mossey because he knew that he had to kind of push and, you know, just go into the level of the zone of uncomfort that he ended up in. As Lewis Rollo makes it successive podiums. He was on the podium twice at Brands Hatch. He was on the podium here at Oulton Park earlier on in the season. And the rider from the small town of Gifford, just on the outskirts of Haddington, just south of Edinburgh, then he is, that is the BMW, to give it its full title, the Swan Racing by SMRW, given that it is still very much Scott's team. There's his dad, multiple Irish champion Michael, and the rest of the team. I don't think Sean's here this weekend. Sean Muir, I can see Lewis Muir down there, but not too sure whether Sean is with us this weekend, but he's very much the man to thank for putting that bike underneath him. There is Lewis Rollo just having a chat with the MLAV team for this Central Edinburgh concern. And he's rocked up with one or two good podiums over the years at Oulton Park, as Lewis. Well, making a little bit of a habit of these podiums at Oulton Park, Lewis.
Yeah, another third place. We need to move further up this podium, but nah, yesterday we had no one's fault, just a wee wire rubbed through, and obviously that was the reason for us starting from pit lane. So made our life hard yesterday, started 8th, and then I think I got the worst start of my career there, so had to make up a few places. They boys were gone, but hopefully Mossy's okay, and he obviously had the crash putting us up into 3rd place, but we'll take the points, take the podium and move on to the next round.
What about the fan club here as well?
What was it?
The fan club here.
Yeah, I know, all the families came down from Scotland. Motorrad Central Edinburgh, the title sponsor, they're down as well, and a couple of the salesmen, so it's good to have everyone here supporting me.
It's even better that you rewarded with a podium. Thanks, Lewis. Well, there is David Allingham. David, a question that we were conjecturing in the commentary box there was, every time I ask you about winning races, you say, I'm here to win, but you must have known that Luke Mossey had gone out there and you seemed as though you were playing the percentage game there. Scott might not be a factor in the championship, and you needed them points today.
I needed those points today. I had to play it smart, you know. How we were pushing on, you know, behind Luke and Swanee there for the start of the race, and felt comfortable, but I was so close to hitting poor Luke Mossey as well, so close. And the minute Luke went down, obviously I have to be smart, you know, take the points on the day. I think when Luke went down, it gave Scott like a second lead, because I nearly ran over the top of Luke, and just had to play it smart, mate, and take the points. That's what it's all about. Bigger picture.
Thanks very much, David. Well, Sean Muir is here because he's talking to his rider, Scott Swan, down here, and Swanee is down there. He just explained it. Sean, on behalf of Scott Swan, can I shake your hand? Because what you've done for this guy is absolutely phenomenal. You know he's a raw talent out there, and to actually put a bike underneath him when out of the goodness of your heart, Sean, that's absolutely fantastic. I'll talk to you in a second, Swanee, but Sean, you've been a part of this paddock for a long, long time. We thought we'd got rid of you full-time to World Superbikes, but luckily for us, you keep turning up again.
No, I've enjoyed it. Well, I was talking to Scott right at the beginning of the year. Honestly, he was so professional. He came to see us at Portimao. Is there anything you could do? And he was just a little bit, I just couldn't do anything at that point in time. And then I had a chat with him at Brands. I said, look, you know, I think being on a BMW will just make the difference for you. You're a quality rider, young, talented, and I know they've got a great group of guys. And I didn't want to intervene with any of their sponsors. And I said, look, you've got a great group already. If we can put a package together underneath you and it's a BMW, I'd love to do it. And we did a little bit of a test last week. Just kind of a run out and everything went well, and you've just seen the end product there. So I'm really, really pleased for the whole family, the whole team and everything.
Yeah, it's fantastic having you involved, Sean, and I just think that this might be the tip of the iceberg again.
I'm saying nothing at the moment.
Good lad, I've known you too long, Muir. Don't worry about that one. Well, here is Swanee down here, just having a chat to the team. Scott, congratulations. That's what it's all about. Put the wrongs of yesterday to right today. Pardon? Yeah, you put the wrongs of yesterday to right today in a comprehensive victory for you.
Oh, definitely. Yesterday was just unlucky. I felt unbelievably comfortable in the race, and made the first move. David came back. I just went slightly offline. I tried to even counter it by going slower, and I still tucked the front, so nothing more annoying than that. But we changed the bike a wee bit for this morning because of course I'm just still learning it, and we made it way better. So I can't thank Sean Moore and Lewis Moore enough at SMR Performance. The bike's been unbelievable, and I just feel like I've got something underneath me to do what I want to do.
He's a good eggy, Sean. If you stick in with him, mate, you'll go far.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks very much. Well done to Scott Swan there. I've got a lot of time for Scott. He's one of these riders that it's like probably 80% of the riders in this paddock is you give them the tools and they'll do the job. And it's just unfortunate that racing motorcycles cost an awful lot of money. We know that, and every now and then they do just need a little bit of leg up, and we're better in Swanee's case than the boss, and he is the boss of BMW motorcycle racing in the World Championship. He was the guy that guided Toprak Razgatlioglu to the World Championship last year, did Sean Muir. He's won the British Championship on a couple of occasions with his riders, and he certainly knows all about motorcycle racing. To get involved with Scott Swan is absolutely fantastic. But let's take nothing away from David Allingham, a sensible ride from him into that second position to bolster his championship points. And as well as the two Northern Irishmen, there's a Scotsman on the podium in the shape of Lewis Rollo. That is the correct pronunciation, actually. It's not Rollo, it is Rollo. That is the way it's pronounced up there, north of the border. And he on the podium again for the Michael Laverty squad with that backing from Central Edinburgh BMW. It's going to take just a couple of minutes. They haven't even started the TV interviews yet. So what we'll do is we'll just tread water a little bit down here before we're ready to go to the podium. And whether Al is, I'm not too sure, sometimes has to nip off and do one or two other duties. So
he's here.
He's in the studio.
I'm right here.
Perhaps time for just to rattle off a few more messages, Al.
We've got loads of them, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, can you read that again? Because what we heard was Becky and Nick, because the bikes were so loud. So I'll say it again. Becky and Nick enjoying a child-free day before getting married in 4 weeks. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Hopefully you heard that one okay. That's the plan. We'll get to as many as we can. Hopefully we'll get to all of them. Can we have a shout out to Rosalie at Lodge Corner? Great song by Thin Lizzy, that. Rosalie down at Lodge Corner. Brad Ray's #1 fan. Flying the flag high. Come on, Bradders. Thank you very much indeed, Rosalie. And this one says, hi to all the commentators doing a great job. I'd like to give a big shout out to Team Doc and especially our grandson, Lennon Doherty. Good luck with the sport bike race today from Valerie and Ronnie. Thank you, Valerie and Ronnie. Thank you for writing in. And this one says, hope everyone is having a great weekend. Jesse, Nick, Bexley, Lilana are enjoying their first BSB visit. They have been joined by a new friend, Frankie. Thanks to Kaz and Andy. Have a great day, guys. Thank you for writing in. And this one says, can you please say a big hello to Logan, Alfred and Elliot enjoying their first superbikes at Alton Park. They've travelled especially from Sweden. How cool is that? Thanks from Laura. Thank you very much indeed, Laura. This one says, hi team, can you wish Jeanette Donnelly a happy early 40th birthday? Great start to all the birthday celebrations. All my love from Craig. Thank you very much indeed. Can I, in the distance here, Larry Carter, or not?
No, we've still got a couple to go, Dom.
It was the bikes in the background, Larry, so apologies about that. And this one says, hi, can I get a shout out please to Loopy Laura from Simon at Alton Park BSB. Simon, Laura, great to have you guys here. And this one says, it's another one, Tom and Nikki. Tom and Nikki are getting married and spending the day together. Just the two of them celebrating their stag and hen do with all of you. Thank you for making our day so special. There you go, we've done that a couple of times today. And this one says, can I give a shout out to my husband, ex-Supersport racer, now turned marshal at Ireland today, David Jones, number 89. Thank you, Abby. Thanks for writing in. Still got loads more to get through, and I will try and do as many as we can on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. Paul and the OAPs, 6 of us for Mel's birthday today from Penzance in Cornwall, here in great weather, watching the Superbikes. Next on to Thruxton, then Cadwell, all of which we've got booked. That's really good to hear. And this one says, hi guys. Can you please say hello to Thomas and Charlie, who are the biggest pair of monkeys you'll ever meet at Alton Park? Rianne, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, good afternoon from Alton Park. Please give a shout out to Rhys Irwin on Master Mac Honda by Hawk. Good luck, wee man. Shout out to the whole Master Mac team and bosses Stuart and Steve. Thank you guys in the studio for keeping us entertained during the race weekend. And that's from Kate from the Rhys Irwin fan club. And this one says, could you wish Charlie Glover a happy 17th birthday today? We're sat down at Knickerbrook, can't wait to cheer Carl Ride on. That comes with love from Dad James. Well, you've already had a bit of a result today, and one more race in Superbikes to look forward to at 4:30. That is just under now 1 hour away. Was that an intake of breath?
Yeah, the rider's just finishing off the interviews
Very
down
good,
here. I
Larry.
just wanted to pick up on one of them. Nice to hear of Jones Esteem, a former racer, Davy Jones, down there.
I hoped you'd hear that one.
Now marshalling. It just goes to show that there is a place for you on that race safe table. If you want to be involved in marshalling, don't worry, we won't just throw you in at the deep end, give you a flag and tell you to get on with it. There is a licence structure. If you want to be involved in the application process, we'll be starting very soon for the 2027 season. There's a website we'll direct you to. They call it RaceSafe.org, RACESAFE, racesafe.org, and that will tell you all about what you need to know if you want to become one of the Port West heroes and heroines in orange here as a round about 250 strong team each and every weekend that comes along to each and every round of the British Superbike Championship.
Quick question, Larry. Did you mention Stu Wilson on the grid yesterday?
Yes, he was. Yeah,
Biggles
Biggles himself. Yeah, Biggles. The only man that falls off, and we need to send somebody to repair the tarmac to where he's landed because he was such a big guy. But yeah, and he was one of the stars of the show in the Riders versus Press. We also used to rope him into the goal because he was so big nobody could get past him, and that included a football at times. So we've got ready clearance to go here with the podium presentation for this round 6, race 9 in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and onto the podium for Motorrad Central Edinburgh and MLAV BMW, 4th time this season for Scotland, Lewis Rollo. B3 for Lewis. Second position then, the championship leader for SMS, Nicolaus BMW, and that's David Allingham. Congratulates Lewis Rollo on the podium and taking a second win to add to his victory at Knockhill for Swan Racing on the SMR BMW, the race winner, Scott Swan. As he congratulates, and the team award as well goes to the Swan Racing Sean squad. Michael, are you going to collect it? Oh, in fact, the team have got to go up there and collect it for the SMR Swan Racing BMW squad. And we'll ask Jason Griffiths, the racing manager for Pirelli, to make the podium presentation to the third place rider, Lewis Rollo. Lewis the Scot, who's says just need to be up the podium a little bit after these third positions. D-bomb, David Allingham, already with 9 podiums, 7 of them of which have been wins this season. He settles for second on this occasion. And after yesterday's little misdemeanor, he's managed to top the podium. Scott Swan, the rider out of Larne in Northern Ireland, he takes the winner's trophy across the Irish Sea back with him and the team as well. Thanks to Jason Griffiths for making that podium presentation. Up go the trophies and the crash helmets for the various press photographers, the TV pictures and everything else. And all we would say, folks, is if you don't want to get wet with a Prosecco, you know what to do. Take a step back because the boys are coming out there with it. And they don't soak each other nowadays. They just go and soak the crowd. So you know what to do with it, D-Bomb. Out into the crowd where the kids absolutely love it. Please don't drink it, kids, like somebody did yesterday, because we get into awful trouble for that. As the Prosecco supplied by our friends at Lanchester Wine exits the bottles and heads towards the various attire and clothing of people who are now shaking themselves dry thinking this wasn't such a good idea that Oak Scoop said to stand back. So that is great. You're very welcome to join us for the remaining couple of races that we've got here. It's just at the back of the race control building. It's an open paddock here. You're very welcome. And you know you just want to get covered in the Prosecco before you leave for your various exits this evening. That concludes the Pirelli National Superstocks. Already the Super Sport machine starting to assemble on the grid. We'll hand you back to the studio.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 94.9 FM here at Alton Park. It's not blistering sunshine, but it is warm, and down there on the grid is Larry Carter.
You know what? The cloud cover has come in a little bit, and with it has dropped the temperature a little bit.
Oh,
so,
has it?
Yeah, it's not
Larry?
as muggy. There has come a little bit of a breathe because there was hardly any air earlier on this season, so conditions are probably a lot more favourable than they were for the Superbike race. One rider it won't bother is the Aussie down here on pole position. It is Ollie Bayliss. And quite simply, Ollie, same again, you smashed the lap record, a second quicker than anybody's ever gone round here before. Obviously taken to Alton Park. Hopefully you can repeat that victory from yesterday.
Yeah, that's the plan. Struggled a little bit in warm-up this morning. I don't know why. We just we made a small change on the bike. I don't know if I had the best sleep, but I don't know. We'll see how the race goes, but I'm sure we'll be fighting for a good position, so let's see what we can do.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that. What a breath of fresh air he has been into the championship. This man won't agree because it is Luke Stapleford. I just see where James Whittam is going with the TV interviews, because I've stumbled across James a couple of times on the grid walk so far, and it doesn't make good TV when he's waiting to interview a rider and I'm stuck there with a radio mic in front of him. Doesn't matter to us, does it, folks? You people have paid good money to come in. That's what I'm here for. But if we can just not trip over each other, it does. It just adds to a little bit more professionalism. Jack Kennedy just giving him the once over there. Let's go and have a quick chat with Jack Mahaffey down here, because we've heard from one Aussie down there on the grid. This is the reigning Supersport champion. Jack, you just need a little bit of luck, don't you? Started the season off so well, but it just hasn't really had the rub of the green over the past few rounds. You looked racy yesterday. Hopefully continue that today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few things out of our control, a few things in our control that has, set us back, but we've always been fast. So, yeah, we've got another chance today to rip it, and let's see how we go.
I'll rip it. There's another Aussie up the front that you're going to chase as well. Good luck. Thanks, Jack. Then the 3-minute board's gone. There is Jack Kennedy just about to put the crash helmet on, well, Jack, we keep talking about it, don't we? You're saying I've got the smallest bike on the grid, I've got the oldest bike on the grid, but that win, we just could do with one on this one. Hopefully it's going to come today.
Yeah, let's hope for a better race than yesterday. Like I keep saying, we need a better start to get away with the two lads in the front, and I believe we have the pace to run with them. So once we're there at the end, there's no reason why we can't have a go.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for the Irishman there. And don't think we're going to get a chance to have a word with Luke Stapleford. We're not. We've been ushered off of the grid now. Our cue to go is on the 3-minute board. That is where we normally exit the grid. But we have got the all-conquering Aussie. Remember, he's been here for 6 races since he arrived at the championship at Knockhill. He's won 5 of them. And the big dilemma for Ollie Bayliss is that one of the rounds later on in the season clashes with the World Supersport Championship round, yet he's bidding for the British title as well. He has got a dilemma to make, whether or not he contests the round at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, or he goes across to Spain and Jerez for the round at the World Supersports. Luke Stapleford increased that championship lead yesterday with the absence of his main rival Ben Kerry, and also just putting a little bit of space between him and his rivals. But then what can Jack Kennedy do? The 4 times winningest rider, the most winningest rider in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, the Dubliner from across there in Ireland, looking for his first win of the season. But after yesterday's performance, Duncan Allen, I think the one question is, who can stop Bayliss?
Who can stop Ollie Bayliss? Well, that's a good question, because he is in such a run of form. It's going to be an interesting 14-lap feature race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. But the big news comes out of morning warm-up for this race, Larry, because Dean Harrison, you did mention that you saw Harrison and Truelove both badged as crashing in morning warm-up. Well, Dean Harrison has picked up a 3-place grid penalty for that instant where he scooped up Hazza Truelove. So Dino goes on to 6th place on the grid. It is Ollie Bayliss on pole position on his Triumph from Luke Stapleford on a Ducati and Jack Kennedy on his Honda. Jack Mahaffey, Harry Truelove and then Dean Harrison on that second row off the grid. Carter Brown, the bike has been rebuilt. You managed to interview Dave Binch this morning, which was fantastic actually. He's alongside his teammate Oliver Barr and then Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown came from 27th place yesterday and he's got himself up to 9th. That's somebody that we need to keep a watch on, that MSG Suzuki, Larry. Lucas Brown. Maybe going to give you that job, Alan. Keep your eye on Lucas Brown. See how he fares throughout this race.
I'm up for the job.
Number 29, he's up for the job. Fully committed. Fourth row of the grids, Billy McConnell, Corey Tinker and James McManus as they all make their way onto their warm-up lap and head around this Oulton Park circuit. The fifth row of the grid, Cameron Fraser, Freddie Barnes and TJ Toms, with row number 6, Mikey Hardy, Harvey Claridge and Ben Tolliday. James Alderson has Cam Hall and Cam Swain for company on row 7, and Keogh Walker is on the 8th row with Josh Bannister and Stephen Thomas. The 9th row, the 9th and final row, Christian Elkin, Francesco Faraldo and Jamie Davis make up the 27 super sport bikes that we have. A little bit down on numbers compared to what we have had. We've had to have a few times where super sport Larry qualifying's had to be split into an A and a B because we've had so many groups or so many bikes. The championship though led by Luke Stapleford, and he's a 46-point championship lead ahead of Jack Kennedy coming in here. We send our get well soon wishes to the man who's at third in the championship, and you notice his name was absent from that list on the grid. Ben Curry, the McCams Yamaha rider. Ben, get well soon. We can't wait to see you back here in the paddock, and everybody is sending some lovely get well soon wishes your way. Fourth in the championship is Dean Harrison. Then Ollie Bayliss sits in 5th place, and Bayliss is only 69 points back, but he's only 5 points back from Dean Harrison. This could be an interesting outcome in this race. It's got all the makings to be a fabulous Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. Interesting what Jack Mahaffey was saying there. A few things, Larry, a few things under his control that have gone wrong, a few things out of his control. Well, that's the mechanical failures that he said recently. I think he had a couple of fuel pumps failing him at Knockhill, and maybe the other things is when he's just tipped off, when he's just been trying to push. Mahaffey, though, showing around Oulton Park, he definitely knows where he's going now on his second return visit here. He's on second row of the grid on the Astro JJR Hippo Suzuki, the 750, the GSXR 750 Suzuki. But he's got Ollie Bayliss, Luke Stapleford and Jack Kennedy ahead on that front row. Bayliss said he struggled a bit in morning warm-up. Well, it looked pretty good from where we were watching, but he'll know he's got the ultimate feel, that's for sure. Sits there and stretches his arms out on the grid and bangs a tank. We wait for the green flag at the back. Alan Woods has the red flag ready at the front, and he now gets the signal from the back of the grid to clear and make his way across towards the Port West Race Safe Marshals. They're about to go racing for 14 laps of Supersport action around Oulton Park. Red lights on, red lights off, quick turnaround, good start from everybody. Down to turn 1, here comes Stapleford. Also, Stapleford up the inside. Mahaffey making a good start as well as they come through. Outside is Ollie Bayliss, and Bayliss hangs it around the outside. Brave as you like, takes the lead. Mahaffey into second place ahead of Luke Stapleford. That was lovely from the two Australians to get through ahead of Luke Stapleford, and Mahaffey almost runs off the edge of the curb as they come along Lakeside in towards Island Bend, but it's Ollie Bayliss who leads at the front from Jack Mahaffey, and then it's Luke Stapleford. Then we have Hazard Truelove, who's also made a really strong start on the one McCams Yamaha. Now, if that was a little bit of car racing, somebody would say hip and shoulder as Carter Brown got muscled into the side of Lucas Brown. They're no relation, and they won't be friends after that one. But Carter Brown just lifts up and pushes Lucas Brown that little bit wider, and through went both of the Binch Pro 3B Construction Ducatis. Mahaffey's not stopping that. Never was Mahaffey stopping that. He goes straight through the emergency escape road. We're leaning with him in the commentary boxes. We see him coming through, and that really puts a big hole in the race for Jack Mahaffey. Not what he needed. He had the perfect start there. Outbreaks himself at the bottom of his and goes straight on. No such bad luck for his countryman, though. Ollie Bayliss, who at the sharp end leads. And look at that. You cannot give Ollie Bayliss a start like this. You just can't do it. Hazard Trulov in second place, Jack Kennedy in third, Luke Stapleford in fourth place with Dean Harrison fifth, Carter Brown sixth, Oliver Barr just behind him in seventh, and a pretty wide Lucas Brown in, was that eighth place for Lucas Brown as he crossed the line. OB up the inside of Carter, B through he goes. Carter leans on Oliver, doesn't want to give that position away, runs a bit wide through the heart of the corner, and Oliver will be straight back along the inside. Carter maybe fighting a battle that he should have just held back there and given Oliver that place at the start. That looks like Corey Tinker and Billy McConnell now ahead of Lucas Brown as well. Corey Tinker very much up into the mix of things. Jack Kennedy goes past Hazard Trulov. He gets through. He's now ahead as they make their way along and in towards Island Bend and the Shell hairpin. Jack Kennedy muscles through on the inside to get past Hazard Trulov. It wasn't an easy overtake, but watch the replay of Mahaffey, just in too hot. There's nothing else you can say about that. Too deep, and he will not be happy with that one. No matter how quick you try and go through that escape road, you always lose so much time and so many positions. Oh, James McManus is on the floor. Is that on? Lucas Brown's out the race. Good grief, the MSG Suzuki has stopped on Lucas, and James McManus also retires. James had a bit of a spill, but he is perfectly okay. That's a Shell hairpin where we saw McManus go down. And a great shame for the MSG Suzuki of Lucas Brown. So a lot of action at the start of this Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. Feature race, 14 laps. The news being that James McManus slides off at the Shell hairpin, and Lucas Brown with the MSG Suzuki unfortunately stops on him. Don't know exactly where he stopped. Oh, Shell as well. So in towards Lodge. Luke Stapleford finally goes underneath Hazard Trulov on the McCams Yamaha. That wasn't easy by any way, shape or form. It was very much Hazard Trulov late braking as late as you possibly could. He comes back on the inside and goes straight through. Lovely counter manoeuvre from Harry Trulov to go back ahead of Luke Stapleford, and Stapleford won't like that because he can see Kennedy getting away. He can also see that way in the distance is Ollie Bayliss. He's already checked out. He is in a different postcode from a lot of other guys in this race. 1.3 seconds. If Jack Kennedy has got anything inside him to make that 1.3 seconds up, it will have to start showing now, as through in the inside of Island Bend goes Luke Stapleford on Harry Trulov, and Dean Harrison up the inside. He's not going to stop that. He's down. He's down. He's down. Dean Harrison was asking far, far too much from the front end of that Honda CBR 600 as Scott Hargreaves just looks on and doesn't get too animated with that one. Dino's been trying this weekend, Larry, but 2 crashes from Dino into one weekend. We could see he was never going to stop that, asking so much from the front end of that CBR 600. Down into the gravel for Dean Harrison. That's the thing you do not see very often. Wife Vic in the back, they're watching on, Scott Hargreaves and the rest of the crew. Not much you can do about that one, unfortunately. They still have Jack Kennedy in second place in the Super Sport team. But Dean Harrison, 2 crashes the one weekend. Dean Harrison and John McGuinness both crashing in the one weekend. That's unheard of. It really is. As we watch Corey Tinker coming through with Billy McConnell. In fact, Jack Mahaffey's got past both of these guys. Jack Mahaffey's gone ahead of McConnell and Tinker. Mahaffey's got a bit of a head of steam in here. He finds himself now in 8th place. The next man that you can see up the road will be Carter Brown. It's a fair size. It's a big lead. In fact, is it Carter Brown or Oliver Barr? It's actually Oliver Barr. Carter Brown's dropped down 2 places on that lap. And he's found himself now down in 9th place. Mahaffey back up to 6th. This is a good ride back through the field for Jack Mahaffey. He's got 1.5 seconds to try and catch up with Oliver Barr, and OB is setting a pretty hot pace as Billy McConnell on the MMB Ducati pops out from the slipstream on Lakeside, tries to go through, and Corey Tinker can't do it, can't go through on the inside of Corey Tinker, and Corey on the GDM Ducati holds a nice tight line in towards the Shell hairpin with that lovely long locks of hair poking out the back of the helmet and floating in the still air that's behind him. But it's a good lap from Corey Tinker. Another fastest lap of the race for Jack Kennedy. A 1:36.935. He's the only guy on the track in sub 1:37. So Kennedy, it's now 9/10 of a second. It was 1.3 if you remember, Larry. It's now down to 9/10 of a second. So Kennedy is pushing up towards the back of Ollie Bayliss. The big question is, can Bayliss answer what Kennedy is bringing towards him? Will he have a faster lap somewhere in the bank, and will he be able to extract that?
Did you remember what Luke Stapleford said when we interviewed him post-race? And Ollie Bayes said, I was really trying hard like that. And Luke's treat it with disdain. He says, no chance. He was rolling the throttle.
Yes, exactly, Larry. Exactly. That's a very well made point. As TJ Thomas comes up the inside of 1 but 2, Claridge and Fraser in the middle of that. But TJ Thomas manages to post it right between the pair of those guys. They always seem to be together on track, Cameron Fraser and Harvey Claridge. But now they have TJ Thomas in the middle on the GNS Kawasaki. The official factory or supported Kawasaki squad in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Luke Stapleford now into the 36s with a 36.7. Last time round again, Bayliss 37.2, 36.9 for Kennedy, 36.7 for Luke Stapleford. The gap at the front comes down to 0.6 of a second. Larry. Jack Kennedy's a coming. Jack Kennedy is on a march up towards the back of Ollie Bayliss. We're about to see this tightening up coming in towards Britain's, and if anything, Luke Stapleford is also. The question is, will they take too much out of their rear tyre as they charge up towards the back of Ollie Bayliss, who may just be managing the pace? Don't know where they are situated in the pit lane. In fact, the Triumph team are directly outside me. I can see what the pit board is going to be for Ollie. It's plus 0.5. He's getting plus 0.5, which means he's got a half-second gap in his pocket. It might be less than that, actually, as they come across. We might be changing that to 0.4 or 0.3. And just as I say that, they put the 3 in the board. So 0.3, they want to give him a little bit of a hurry-up to say, you've got a bunch of guys coming in. You've lost a second, effectively, Ollie Bayliss. And you might need to dig deep over the next couple of laps. They come through Lodge Corner. Bayliss leads from Jack Kennedy, from Luke Stapleford. They're about to come through Deers Leap over the crest. They come past me now, and Bayliss gets that board. Let's see what the lap time comes back this time. Bayliss 36.9, 36.7 we get for Kennedy, and Stapleford has a 36.6 as TJ Thomas is out of the race. The bike has stopped on him. He's retired as he comes down towards Lodge. That is not what we want to see. 136.6 for Stapleford, but a tenth of a second away from his lap record. In fact, from Ben Curry's lap record. And already Stapleford's gone through the first sector with a fastest of anybody, a purple sector number 1. We see Oliver Barr now catching up to the back of Harry Trulove going into the shell hairpin. Trulove drags that leg. OB, lovely style that Oliver Barr has got. He's just been a little bit off the radar the last couple of events for OB, but he's back to what would be his best, battling inside the top 10 of the British Supersport Championship for a young man who's so new to bike racing on circuits. Is quite something for OB, as he has, ahead of him has Trulove, but he needs to watch behind him as he backs it in towards the Hesse chicane, because the hard-charging Jack Mahaffey is coming, and everybody, look at that, the top 6 all set personal best laps of the race last time round, including Stapleford's fastest ever. TJ Thomas now confirmed as having a technical problem and stopping at Lodge, and that gap of 0.3 is now down to about 0.2. Kennedy has worked so hard to get himself up towards the back of Ollie Bayliss. But can the Honda pass? Maybe the Honda works well in clean air, but can it actually make a manoeuvre and get past? Only time will tell. The big powerhouse in this championship, the 3 riders, Bayliss, Kennedy, and you've got to say, Stapleford. We would like Ben Curry to be involved in that, but he's on the injured list, and we don't know when we're going to see Ben Curry coming back. But look at this, last time round, 37 flat for Ollie Bayliss. He can't answer. He's got nothing in the tank. He's been told from the guys on the pit wall that they are coming. They're catching you. And still, Kennedy answers with a 36.7. A new fastest lap of the race from Luke Stapleford. Is it a lap record? Yes, it is. 36.516. Or did we get something faster yesterday, Larry? I question you for that. I think we had a faster lap yesterday. If you can look through your notes, I've got paper everywhere here, and I can't find it by quickly looking at it. Alan Hyde comes back from other duties, back into the middle of an epic Quattro Group British Supersport Championship feature race. Ollie Bayliss has been told in his pit board that they're coming. He had a 1.3 second lead. The gap has been chopped away lap after lap by Jack Kennedy, and he's now on the back wheel of the factory Macadam Triumph as they go through the Hislop chicane. The Honda UK star, the sole Honda UK in this race, after Dean Harrison tipped off going in towards Shell Hairpin. Not like Dino to do that, but glad he is A-OK. They come up Clay Hill in towards Druids.
It's missing apexes left, right and centre is Ollie Bailey.
Yeah, it's not right, is it?
There's something not right with that bike, because he's dropping time hand over fist.
lap times yesterday, Larry. I don't know if you can remember what we did in Quattro Group Super Sport.
36.5. I don't know what the digits were, though. Here comes Kennedy.
Kennedy up the inside. Through he goes. Lovely stuff. Good call, Larry. Carter through into the lead. Goes Jack Kennedy. He's now ahead of Ollie Bayliss. Bayliss needs to get back through now if he's got anything, but no, he tries to go up the inside. He just doesn't look confident on that bike as they go through Old Hall. Bayliss yesterday did a 36.411, Larry. 36.411. We'll remember that. We'll write that one down as well. That's what the guys have as a lap record. Under the old lap record was Luke Stapleford, but it's Ollie Bayliss who holds that after yesterday's race, and Jack Kennedy has hit the front and he's not been passed back straight away by Ollie Bayliss. Larry Carter, our eyes on the ground, the intel coming from the pit lane. He's a man who's been around a long time as Kennedy forces it deep into the shell hairpin there. Larry Carter says that Bayliss is missing apex, and we're starting to pick that up, and it does look more apparent at certain points in the circuit that that's true, especially in towards Hizzies. Doesn't look like he can just keep that same line. And look at Kennedy. He's actually starting to gap Bayliss. That's really reassuring for the likes of Luke Stapleford. Let's see if Bayliss gets an apex in towards Hizzies this time. Yes, he does that time, but the front of that Triumph may be just that little bit wayward. And Stapleford, well, he sees Bayliss is weak. And when your prey is weak in super sport, you need to attack effective, immediate. And as Luke Stapleford climbs up Clay Hill, you can see Ollie Bayliss ahead. You can see that he's just a little bit off colour today and things don't appear to be right. In fourth place, we've still got Hazard Trulove ahead of Oliver Barr. Jack Mahaffey in a fine sixth place as well. Corey Tinker, Carter Brown, Billy McConnell, Freddie Barnes is up the inside of Kennedy. Comes Bayliss. He goes back towards the lead. Ollie Bayliss on the number 68 Triumph. Back towards the front. So even when he's a little bit wounded, he still has something he can pull out. But what can Kennedy do into turn one? Nothing. Nothing. He thought about it, but now they're all together. I think we're about to see for the last 6 laps a proper super sport dust-up. But it's been a long time since we've seen one of these. Or has Bayliss managed to get his head round things that are problematic on that bike? And is he now managing to maybe as he rides off the end of the curb on towards the mud? And as I highlighted earlier on, Larry, that's one of the places that they do watch from race direction, the exit off Cascades. And if you're in that mud at the end of the curb, Larry, that means that you have gone off there and you've not used the green.
He was incurring track limits during qualifying, was Ollie Bayliss as well. It's something he's got to be careful of. But whilst Bayliss is now trying to just stretch it a little bit, perhaps the onion in the petunia patch is Luke Stapleford, because all the time that these two up front are battling away, we saw it yesterday with Brad Ray, then it could well be that they're just playing into the hands of the former British champion.
Was that another Yorkshireism?
Yeah, sorry, we weren't giving Yorkshireisms today, were we?
I think you made that one up.
I've never heard of that in my life. No. Okay, absolutely. A car amongst the pigeons, an onion in the petunia patch. I don't know what that even is, to tell you the truth.
I'm just going to look up the spelling.
Thank you very much.
We need an inquiry on this.
As the leaders come in towards, I tell you what, Ollie Bayliss has put his head in and really put a march on here. 37-1 last time round, 37-2, 37-1 for the leading three as they come in towards the last corner. They've been in the 36s for quite some time, but we now see them dropping into that 37-second bracket. 1 minute 37, obviously, as Bayliss comes up, really having to dig deep here is Ollie Bayliss as he goes past in towards turn one. 36.7 for Ollie Bayliss, and the other two are in the 37 club. So Bayliss has had something happen. Whether he's just had an issue and he's having to re-change the style or change a bit of a line on the circuit, but he really is now up to pace. And we have Mahaffey on the back of Oliver Barr and Hazard Trulove. Trulove in 4th, Barr in 5th, Mahaffey in 6th on that Astro JGR GSXR 750 Hippo Suzuki. It's been a bit of a race for Jack Mahaffey, but he could be staring at a 4th position here. And who knows what happens at the front. There's a possible podium one for Mahaffey. And it was unfortunate. It's been a difficult race all through his own doing, but he's really fought hard to come back towards the back of these two. We have seen Oliver Barr make that manoeuvre and get ahead of Hazard Trulove, but we saw Hazard Trulove come straight back. We haven't really seen much more movement from Oliver Barr, and he's about to get a rude awakening. I think his pit board will say, go, 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 because here comes number 73, Jack Mahaffey, as they come down and in towards Hizzies. It is the lovely McCams R9 Yamaha at the sharp end in the hands of Hazard Trulove in 4th place as Oliver Barr just checks up mid-corner and Jack Mahaffey gets half a cent off the back of that Ducati as they bring themselves up through Clay Hill in towards Druids now. Yeah, here comes Mahaffey. He's looking really hot, really racy. There could be a possible pass for Mahaffey as they get on the exit of Druids if he gets a good run along and in towards Lodge, here we go. Watch the yellow bike behind. If you're at Lodge corner, behind Oliver Barr, Mahaffey throws the leg out but doesn't make the manoeuvre. He's got the pace, but he can't go through. The gap at the front, half a second now from Ollie Bayliss back to Jack Kennedy. That's telling. 36.8 for Bayliss, 36.9 for Kennedy. This really is a chess game with a 37 flat for Luke Stapleford. Then we go back into Hazard Trulove. He's in the 1 minute 37.6, a 37.8 and a 37.7 for the two guys behind him. So Mahaffey has a little bit more speed, but he's just found himself kind of bundled up behind Oliver Barr and unable to make a manoeuvre. But here we go, along Lakeside, up the inside into Island Bend. Mahaffey, no. Oliver Barr says that won't be happening today, Jack. As nice as that would have looked on television and for the spectators, I'll just lean my bike across the nose of you and you're not going through there. So Mahaffey has to think again about where he can make one of these manoeuvres. Stapleford has got himself right up towards the back on that number 8 Scars Ducati of Jack Kennedy, but it doesn't look like he's got much in the way for Ollie Bayliss. Neither of these guys have. They worked so hard to catch up with Bayliss, then all of a sudden Ollie Bayliss just opened the taps as Mahaffey up the inside of Oliver Barr, couple of stabs at the brakes, gets back towards the apex and takes that position away. We could actually see Jack on the brakes, then off the brakes, then back on the brakes, just to make sure that he was past Oliver Barr. Didn't need to completely pass, just needed to level him in towards that Hizzy's chicane. Ollie Bayliss pulls the mother of all wheelies as they come through Druids. Don't think he meant to do that, but up the inside of Kennedy goes Stapleford, and through he goes into second place. He's going to run wide. Jack Kennedy's going to cut back. It's going to be a drag race down towards turn 1, passing us. Kennedy on the inside. Stapleford knows that that's not the place for him to try and fight. He'll live to fight another day, and he'll come back on that one. But that was a really interesting lap there. Ollie Bayliss pulling a monster wheelie out of Druids, and then an overtake for Luke Stapleford, which took him from third up into second place. Bayliss, Kennedy and Stapleford, your top three. They're gone. They're down to the exit of the Cascades on the Lakeside. We've then got Trulove, Mahaffey, Oliver Barr, Carter Brown, Corey Tinker, Billy McConnell and Freddie Barnes in 10th place. That's a solid run for young Freddie Barnes on that Sencat Yamaha. Sencat Yamaha, there's a flashback. On the Sencat Triumph. I'm going to see a replay. Watch this wheelie from Ollie Bayliss. Don't think he meant that, Alan Hyde, but didn't that look good mid-race?
Ride him, cowboy.
Larry Carter, you doff your cap towards that one as well. Ollie cutting it back just that little bit tight, pops it up in the air, and away he goes. Fabulous, fabulous stuff as we make our way in towards lap 12 of 14, the end of lap 12 of 14 as they come through the heart of the lap. Mahaffey looking at getting past Trulove here, trying to get past Trulove, but unable to do what he did a lap ago with Oliver Barr. We've got to say, I'm very impressed with Jack Mahaffey. If he just could have kept it together on that first lap, Mahaffey has ridden such a strong race. He might not have had the pace for Ollie Bayliss, but he would have been in the mix that we're seeing here. As again, up the inside comes Luke Stapleford. Kennedy says, whoa. He just chops Stapleford off a little bit, makes Stapleford run wide there. And once again, back through comes Jack Kennedy on Luke Stapleford. Now, I have to say, Jack just lent on Luke ever so slightly there, but then Luke goes back up the inside into turn 1. So a pass into Lodge, a pass at Deer Leap, and then a pass into Old Hall. And these two, fierce rivals as they have been for quite some time, side by side through Denton's in the avenue. Oh no, Mahaffey goes down. He's pushed so hard. He's gone down at what looks like Lodge. Good grief, Jack Mahaffey. You've given us so much excitement. We catch up with this. He was on the back of Hazard Trulove, and he folds the front, and down he goes off the Astro JJR Hippo Suzuki. The Race Safe team get that out the way. The Port West Race Safe team move that, and it's a Jack Kennedy who's now back ahead of Luke Stapleford. This is a really interesting ride. It's good to watch them go through the avenue in Denton side by side. That's a brave place to do that. And clearly Luke Stapleford not wanting to force too much of that issue at that moment in time. But very impressive that Ollie Bayliss has. He had a 1.3 second lead. Didn't look like he had the bike underneath him. The guys caught him up. They passed him. It's like that was a wake-up call. It's like that triggered something inside Ollie Bayliss, and he thought, oh, I'm not having this. Away we go. And he now has a 1.9 second lead with about a lap to go, a lap and a half to go.
Your neighbour, Keel Walker into retire.
Keel Walker into the tire. Carter Brown straight on it. Hizzies. Keep it upright, Carter. Keep it upright. The grass is dry at least. Oh, he comes. Yeah, I even heard Alan Hyden taking of breath behind me there. That was he almost Corey Tinkered. Corey Tinker is again. These two. This is going to end badly. This is going to end. These two guys need to watch. Kennedy and Stapleford are tearing lumps out of each other. Kennedy not willing to give Stapleford an inch. Last lap time. They need to remember, bigger picture, championship here. As every time that Luke Stapleford gets alongside Jack releases a brake and leans across the nose of Luke Stapleford. This is a tasty battle. Stapleford's got a bit of a big lap to do on this last lap. If he can do it all on his own in 4th place, has a true love. And then all on his own in 5th place, in a top 5, Oliver Barr. Behind those guys, we then have 6th place for Billy McConnell. This is a great run for the MMB Ducati squad. He's ahead of Corey Tinker and Carter Brown. And this would put a bit of a smile on the face of Eugene McManus. Not the superbike racer, the actual dad, Eugene McManus, who puts a lot of time, effort and money into this. James McManus also one of the riders as well. We saw him slip off early in this race. But Billy McConnell getting that into the top 6 is a bit of a result for that small MMB Ducati team as we catch Ollie Bayliss in towards Hizzies for the final time in this 14-lap Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. He comes out and then heads up from Knickerbrook in towards Clay Hill. Behind that, Jack Kennedy looks like he's done enough now. Bayliss can't stop wheeling, can't stop showboating on his last lap. I wonder what he's going to do through Druids this time, Alan Hyde, as we keep our eyes on the screen. Will he pick it up another wheelie? No, he's actually being a little bit more behaved.
Front tyre preservation, that's what this is.
Yeah, exactly. On the brakes for the last corner, ladies and gentlemen, Ollie Bayliss tips it back in. Bayliss makes it another win. He takes a double here at the weekend. And what do we see Ollie Bayliss in the championship? That's his 6th victory as he crosses the line with a big wheelie. Jack Kennedy, a good 2nd place. Luke Stapleford, an equally creditable 3rd place. We wait a while for Harry Truelove to come through in the Sol McCams R9 Yamaha. He does so, and we'll get Oliver Barr for a good top 5 on the 3B Construction Bench Pro Ducati. Billy McConnell will take 6th place for MMB Ducati as Corey Tinker makes a really spirited lunge towards the end of that. Equally impressive for the JDM Ducati squad of Corey Tinker to be inside the top 10 in 7th place. Carter Brown across the line in 8th place with Freddie Barnes, one of the rides of the race for me, inside the top 10 ahead of Mikey Hardy. But that race had just a little bit of absolutely everything. I don't know what was going on with Ollie Bayliss at the start. It's like he actually needed Jack Kennedy to pass him for it almost to be a bit of a wake-up call, a bit of a slap from cheek to cheek, Alan Hyde. Right, you've now got a race here, shake him by the collar, and then Bayliss disappeared.
Just to light the blue touch paper, yeah.
2.3 seconds, the winning margin.
Impressive.
That was impressive. Bayliss, Kennedy and Stapleford. Kennedy and Stapleford, well, I said that was going to end badly. The way they were attacking each other, every time Luke Stapleford got alongside, Jack would just release the brake and almost try and cut across. We'll be interested to find out what Luke thought of that race and what Jack thought of that race. It was great for us to watch. I'd imagine a little bit frustrating for both those guys as they watch Bayliss come back to them and then disappear into the distance. We'll pause for a very quick commercial break here in BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
All the news, all the stars, all British superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits 2 wheels can bring.
Search for British Superbikes on YouTube on race weekends. You might like what you see. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
We need to hear the reaction down in Parc Fermé following what was a great race for the Quattro Group British Supersports. So who better than to get that reaction than Larry Carter?
I can tell you it's fraught. The body language from, and indeed the language from Luke Stapleford is such that he's less than enamoured with Jack Kennedy with that move. And there's been an exchange between the two. Jack Kennedy is there. Luke, he's just come in. Yeah, that's nice to see. That's nice to see. Your emotions running a little bit high. Increased the championship lead to 46 points by my provisional reckoning. That's important, Luke, but a little bit less than happy with that last corner.
Nah, the race with Jack was fine. At the end of the day, we're always going to have a race with Jack, aren't we? We know that. Jack come out on top today, and that was fair play to him. Jack did all he needed to do. There's one bike that's in the championship that clearly shouldn't be in the championship. That's all I'm saying. It's crystal clear for everyone. Like it can't be more obvious. Like we're in two different races. So Jack was first, I was second today, and that's as much as I can say.
Have you made any representation to the powers that be about this? I know that it's been a bone of contention of yours now for 2 or 3 rounds since you had some revs dialed out of the Ducati. Is this situation going to be reviewed very, very soon? What's the situation?
Well, how's the logic of a Ducati that can be the same for 3 years, but yet 3 rounds for me? Just does not make sense. There's no logic to it at all, and that's all I'm asking for, a bit of logic, an explanation as to why we're where we are. We've put a massive amount of effort in to get where we are. We were clearly the fastest at the start of the year, nowhere near the speed that somebody else has now, but yet we get pulled back. So it just makes no sense. We're just asking for logic, that's all.
All right, Luke.
A fair race, that's all. This at the minute isn't a fair race.
You've made your point. Thanks very much for that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Scott Smart listening to every word of that one. Jack Kennedy down here. Oh, so at one point, Jack, we thought that was going to be it, but you were leading a race, you reeled Ollie in, but then he must have found an extra gear from somewhere, and it was left to you and Luke to battle for that third.
Yeah, I think he clicked it into 7th gear like he had yesterday towards the end. Yeah, look, I couldn't have done any more. Very happy for the effort I put in there. Got a bit boxed in at the start, back to 5th place, what I didn't want again, but got through to 2nd. Worked my backside off to get onto the back of Ollie, managed to get in there, get in the slipstream, made a pass for the lead, but only lasted a lap before he came back past, and just has too much for me off the corner, you know. I'm having to risk too much to stay with him, so I'm very happy to get one over on Luke. That was very hard to keep the Ducati behind me as well. I had to brake unbelievably late, not sure how I got it stopped a few times, but I knew how late I was braking. If he was going to come past me, he was going to run a fraction deep, and he did that both times, and I got the cutback, so delighted. Yeah,
absolutely.
I couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Well, there is Ollie Bayliss with the Macadam team, and he's got the sourdough specials down here. Ollie, at one point in time, we thought you might be in a little bit of trouble in that race because you had a fairly big lead. The other two reeled you back in. It seemed as though your bike had a hinge in the middle of it, and then all of a sudden you got that second breath and cleared off and won it.
I kind of started worrying myself as well a little bit. Felt like I was pushing fast at the start, but the lap time just wasn't really there. As the tyre kind of dropped off, I started to feel a little bit better and ride the bike how I really wanted to. So I was good in the end. So
you got the win anyway. That's all that matters. So that's 6 out of 7 wins here. But yeah, it is Luke Stapleford. It's been eating away at him, this, hasn't it?
Just a bit. He was more controlled than we've heard.
And when he came in, I wouldn't have, out of courtesy to everybody around the track, and not through any other reason, because Luke was just a little bit upset with that. He was definitely less than happy. Well, we're not going to get a chance to have a chat with the Supersport Cup winner. Once again, is Cam Swain. Congratulations, Cam. Well done on the double again. Increased his lead in the Hell Performance Supersport Cup. We'll get the podium presentation rattled off, then I can get down on the grid for the second and the third of the Superbike races. So let's go then with this round 6, race 12 in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and onto the podium for a 10th time this season for Scars Racing Ducati, the championship leader. 3rd position to Luke Stapleford. Well done, Luke, congratulations. 2nd position, the 9th podium of the season for Honda Racing UK and for Ireland, Jack Kennedy. But taking a victory for the 6th time in 7th races for Macadam Triumph in Australia, Ollie Bayliss. And a sporting round of applause for Ollie, from Luke, and from Jack. And we'll ask Simon Bleasdale for the team to collect the team award on behalf of the Macadam Racing Squad. And the presenter for this one is Mr. Thomas Galvin, representing Quattro Group, the title sponsors, who presents the third place trophy then to Luke Stapleford. My provisional math states that he's now got a 46-point championship lead at the end of Alton Park. Jack Kennedy takes the 9th podium of the season for Honda Racing UK, still looking for that first victory. But since he arrived in the championship at Knockhill, out of the 7 races that we've had, he's won 6 of them. And he takes victory here again at Alton Park. And it is the Mick Wadsworth Macadam Triumph Squad that get the team award as well. Thanks to Thomas Galvin for making that podium presentation. Already the Prosecco about to go, and old Scoop's got a face full there.
Larry, if I can just give you an update, it's a result change, a classification amendment to the BMW race. Bobby Very disqualified and Kieran Smith disqualified from the result, which gives Barry Burrell the win from Christian Smith and Dale Thomas.
Does anybody want to go down to the Preston Guildhall and tell Bobby Very that?
I think he already knows, Larry. Unfortunately, a technical infringement with both bikes. Something other than water in the coolant system. So there we go.
Okay, yeah. We've had that before?
Yeah. And sometimes it's fuel that happens because they go testing and they put normal fuel in it and then they get a fuel sample taken and it comes back to bite them. But fabulous stuff, Larry. Already Superbike starting to make the way out. If it's okay with your permission, I'll quickly do the grid. Then I can see walking across the maximum time for you on that grid. Because for this 18-lap race number 3, we will have Kyle Ryde on pole from Bradley Ray and Scott Redding. The big 3, Max Cook, Ryan Vickers and Leon Haslam are on row 2. Haslam on the comeback trail after tipping off in race 2. Joe Talbot, Glenn Irwin and Jason O'Halloran make up the third row of the grid, with row 4 Storm Stacey, Rory Skinner and Christian Eden. Lee Jackson has Eli Mickelchick and Josh Brooks for company, if they got Josh's bike back out the trees actually in row 5. And row 6 is Fraser Rogers, Charlie Nesbitt and Richard Kerr. The 7th row of the grid, Rhys Irwin, Joe Sheldon, Sean Braden Elliott, with Graham Irwin, Dan Brooks and Danny Kent thankfully back out on the track after an engine swap after it dropped a valve in morning warm-up. And once again, our man out there on the grid ready to take us through a chat, Larry Carter.
Thanks, yeah. A little bit moister than we were when we exited the podium, thanks to Jack Kennedy. But it's all good. They do say it's good for the hair, but with my receding hairline, there's not much left for it to be good for. So anyway, we're moving. Already the Amalgata watch has been presented to Kyle. In fact, it hasn't. The Amalgata watch just about to be presented to Kyle Ryde. He gets another one to add to the collection. And I'm not sure whether that's going in Mum Janine's Cafe. If you're up in the Jacksdale area tomorrow, just pop in and no doubt have a chat with them, because there might just be an Amalgata watch on display down there. Well, Carl, you've been made to work for it this weekend. I think it's fair to say it's not been very easy for you, but here we are, the final race. The temperatures perhaps just dropped a little bit. It's a little bit cooler, but it's a longer race.
Yeah. Obviously yesterday the longer race. If I'd have not started 10th and got a bad start, could have won it. But biggest objective yesterday was, after the crash on Friday, get the feeling back, try and beat Scott, which I did, and from then on I've felt a lot better on the bike. Still got another bad start in race 2, but managed to win the race somehow. And this one, I feel like I've deserved this pole position. I've worked hard.
Well done, Carl. Thanks for that. Good luck in this one. Remember, he's won a race at every round of the British Superbike Championship so far this year, as Carl Ryde. And that run continued with a victory in the sprint race earlier on. Can he make it a double here at Alton Park? Well, one rider that be determined to stop him is the rider that won yesterday's feature race, and that is Brad Ray. Brad, who he needs the points to just start pulling that gap back to him and to Scott Redding. And it's been a while since you've done a double, Brad. It would be great to leave Alton Park with 2 winners' trophies, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be lovely. Yeah, I'd snap your hand off that, but it's going to be a tough race, long 18 laps. Boys obviously found some pace in that sprint race. It was close, so yeah, last race of the day. Made a few small changes. Let's see if we can hang in there.
Wish you luck, my friend. Thanks for talking to us, Brad. Bradley Ray, the 2023 British Superbike champion, before he went off to a couple of years in the World Series. But it's wonderful to have him back. Of course, at the start of last year, it was supposed to be a totally different team and everything else he was racing for. And Steve Rogers and the McCams Yamaha squad, that's the race for his team based up there at Fleetwood on the Fylde coast. They'd retired the previous season. They said, that's it, our tenure is done within the British Championship. And then Brad Steele fell through, and a phone call Yeah, okay, we'll dust the old transporter off, we'll put a bike back together, and they've been here ever since. Well, here is Scott Redding. Well, Cowboy, a little bit of a longer race, this one for you. You showed you had a decent pace in the sprint race. Can you transform that into 18 laps?
Yeah, I'd like to try. Yesterday was difficult. Sprint race was better. So yeah, let's see. If I can find that same rhythm again, I'll be happy. But yeah, longer race, we'll just see towards the end of the race how the tyres and that's feeling. But no, I feel pretty good. A couple of just small minor changes to try and help us for this last race.
Roundabout Kid, thanks for that. He's a little bit under the weather, he's not feeling 100%. He's honest as the day is long, and he says I'm here to race motorbikes. I have no excuses to give to the team. Here is Leon Haslam after that little tip-off in the early race. Leon, I can't remember the last time I saw you on the deck, mate, actually. I don't make a habit of that, but anyway, put that one to bed and try and go again this time.
Yeah, we got a lot of warnings. We knew what the problem was, and all fixed for this one.
Good lad, thanks very much for that. Well, he'd be looking to try and get onto the podium like he did last time. There's James Whittam just having a chat to Ryan Vickers, see which direction he's going to go in there. There's Max Cook down here. He said I'm a little bit battered, I'm a little bit bruised after that one, and just taking the last of the gel. Max, sprint race was probably a little bit easier on the body. This is going to be a long 18 laps for you.
Yeah, will be a long one for me. Just want to get my head down and try and forget about it really, and crack on with the job. But no, feeling good in any case. They got started for fourth, so yeah, should be quite good in the mix.
Love to see you on the podium, Max. Thanks for talking to us. There is Ryan Vickers. This is again knocking on the door. Well, Ryan, you're running a podium position for some of that race last time. You proved you got the pace. You've said to me before, you just haven't got the longevity, and I guess the long race is probably going to be a little bit more difficult for you.
Yeah, for sure, it's not going to be easy, Larry. We've got to get a good start like we have done all weekend, sit on the back of these front guys for as long as we possibly can, and hopefully we'll be in a better position to be able to stay there at the end. But the guys have got a lot of pace. They'll be able to do 33s to the end. I don't know if we've quite got that yet, but we'll be doing our best.
I'm sure you will do. And he's got the multiple British champion Roger Marshall here on his corner as ever. The local boy, the local hero Joe Talbot down here from standing on Clay Hill a few years ago. He's now racing in the premier domestic series of any type in the world. Once again, Joe, well, you proved in the feature race yesterday that you had the speed. Hopefully get away with a decent front, and you never know, you just might be able to run the front again.
Yeah. One place more in front on the grid than I would start that sprint race, so another good solid start, and just chip away 18 laps, and I feel confident. The results were showing all weekend, so no reason why I can't finish strong.
It'd be good for the local fans if that was the case. There is Glenn Irwin, just seeing if we got chance. I think we have got a chance to have a word with Glenn Irwin and Nicky Coates down here on the grid. It'd be good to finish the weekend off in positive style, Glenn. I'm not too sure whether the podium is going to be possible from this one, but hopefully you can have a good run.
Yeah, never rule anything out. The feeling is a lot better in the warm-up lap. The guys done a great job looking at the data. Kyle's showing exactly how competitive the package is, and good work by the team. They've made a good change, I think, for this race. Feeling was nice in the warm-up, so let's see if we can actually make some moves. I've felt so fast but stuck, and I know already we have a better feeling now.
That's great to hear, Glenn. Thanks for that one. And one other rider, I've not spoken to him all weekend, and that's Jason O'Halloran. And Jason, it gives me great pleasure to come and have a chat to you and say that it's now seems as though things are starting to turn around a little bit. You know your way around Oldham, you've won plenty of races around here, and it's great that you're now starting to get the results, not where you want to be, but a lot better than the start of the season.
Yeah, it's been a good competitive weekend for us. We made a good step forward with the bike, and I feel like my speed's sort of gone with it straight away. So good couple of races that we've had so far. Looking forward to this one, getting stuck in and finishing the weekend strong.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for talking to us. That is the current World Endurance Champion. 2.5 minutes to go is our cue to leave the grid as we get set for this, the third and final race in the British Superbike Championship. This is the second of the 18-lap feature races. A reminder that yesterday it was Bradley Ray that took the victory ahead of Carl Ryde. Carl reversed those fortunes in the sprint race a little bit earlier on, so we're going to get them two up at the front again. Rest assured, assured that the comeback kid, Scott Redding, is going to be in there. What about the two Bimotos for Max Cook and the local hero of Joe Talbot as well? The two Hondas are starting to show some decent pace. What can Leon Haslam do after that little spill earlier on? And Glenn Irwin telling us that he thinks he's got a good package and he might well be able to shoot for that podium. All were revealed in the next 18 fast and furious laps of this at Britain's most picturesque circuit, or one of them at least, as we go with the third and final of the British Superbike Championship races here at Oulton Park. And to call it the voice of British motorcycle sport once again this year, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry. Carter down there on the grid giving us a really good in-depth run through all the top runners and riders. Well, it's got all the makings to be another cracking superbike race. 18 laps around this Oulton Park circuit. We had a shorter one before, but the 18-lapper yesterday was pretty impressive, I have to say. It gave us just a little bit of everything. Kyle starts on pole, which will be the interesting one. Bradley Ray alongside him, and Scott Redding. Ray, Redding and Ride. RRR, as you... Were you saying reading, writing, arithmetic, Ellen? That made me chuckle, actually, when you said that. He's never done any of them, has he? But
well, that's what we used to call it in Yorkshire anyway. I'm not too sure what the grammatical terms are. Well, yeah, the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic.
Yeah, brilliant, fabulous stuff. So let's see how this one unfolds. The teams are leaving the track. The teams are making their way back into the pit lane, as you would expect. And I hope you enjoyed, if you're watching on YouTube stream, just a little bit of gimbal camera where we saw everybody making their way back out onto the pit lane. Having a look down the pit lane myself for Larry, I can see Michael Rutter walking down the pit lane now. You know what, he must be quite happy with how his weekend has gone, considering Storm did put that bike down. Michael didn't think he was going to get that bike back in one piece and back on track, but they did. The team dug very, very deep and got him back out there, so that's nice to see. Time will tell, though. The riders are on the grid. The teams have left. It's all now down to the riders and their superbikes. For one last time around Oulton Park, we have 18 laps ahead of us. Who will come out on top?
The official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
Track temperature 34 degrees centigrade, air temperature 25 degrees. I did say it was quite muggy out there, Alan. Everybody on the SC1 front and rear tyre. We are about to go superbike racing, 18 laps around Oulton Park. The last couple of bikes make their way into the grid slots, and Alan Woods is in control with the red flag at the head of the grid. A little bit of looking down at the side of bikes here. Green flag at the back. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick your winner. You've got your favourite from the back row of the grid as well. Watch out for Danny Kent coming through. Red lights about to come on. On they go. Off we go down towards turn number 1. Nice, good control start, but Bradley Ray looks like he will hold this. Scott Redding's going to come through as well. Into second place. Yes. Ray from Reading from Ryde as they make their way through. Vickers, then Max Cook on the Bimota, ahead of his teammate Joe Talbot on the Bimota. Then Christian Idden with a nice, good, strong start. Then it's the Osho, Jason O'Halloran, the Pocket Rocket, Leon Haslam with a little bit of work to do. And this one finds himself down behind the Osho. And Leon Haslam's gone from the second row of the grid and dropped a couple of places. But it's Brad Ray who leads in towards Island Bend for the first time of asking. Scott Redding says he's made a couple of little changes to this. A couple of detail changes is all it might take just to bring that Hagar PBM bike alive for him. As we look, we see Rory Skinner going through, and then we see Danny Kent further back. He's made it one position. Alan, I'm going to give you Danny Kent watch, if that's okay.
I can take that.
I think you can. Okay, Danny Kent, number 52, just ahead of Dan Brooks as the leaders come down and in towards Hizzies for the first time of asking. Everybody fans out on the brakes, but they all managed to make it. This is where we saw Leon Haslam go down. Glenn Irwin with a manoeuvre on Jason O'Halloran. Nice move from Glenn to put himself through on the inside and take that position away from the Osho, Jason O'Halloran. And he's just kind of halted his progress a little bit there. And there's a bit of a gap now just behind Leon Haslam back to Glenn Irwin after that good overtake that Glenn made going through the heart of the Hizzies and Knickerbrook area. We come underneath the Carroll Nash Bridge into Lodge for the first time. Brad Ray at the sharp end. Oh, the pocket rocket underneath Christian Idden. There was no room. In fact, there was less than no room as they went through there, if that's even a thing. But Christian manages to survive the corner and come back as Max Cook goes scything underneath there. Ryan Vickers in towards turn one. That was a good move from Max Cook. The number 30 KB 998 Rimini Bimota, the AGN Steelstock FS3 Bimota through on the inside of the Honda Fireblade. Lovely manoeuvre, and Joe Talbot now lining up Ryan Vickers as well. No jump starts, but Braden Elliott enters the pit lane and rumbles down into his pit box. That's a great shame for Braden Elliott. It's been a pretty strong run for Braden, and he's made some good progress with that NP Racing Honda since he managed to get on that quite some time ago now. 4 or 5 rounds ago I think Braden got on that, and it's by far and away, without taking anything away from anybody else who's been on that bike, that's the highest calibre of rider that Neil Pearson has had in quite some time on a bike as they come over the crest of the hill.
2 places for Danny Kent, 22nd.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep your eye on that. Keep us updated as we go along. Brad Ray, a little bit wide through the heart of the first part of the Hizzy chicane, but he gets it back. You can run wide in there, but as long as you don't miss the second part of it. And Brad was okay there. He managed to do the direction change pretty quickly. And with all that talking, we're already up through Clay Hill. Who's down there? Oh, is that Glenn Irwin? Glenn Irwin walking away. Oh dear. One for the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducatis. Glenn Irwin walks away from the bike at Hizzies. The Race Safe, Port West Race Safe marshals are working to move that. Glenn perfectly fine, but down goes Glenn Irwin off the number 2. And that's not what they're looking for either. And great shame for Glenn. Here comes Scott Redding up the inside to take the lead. Redding power. Through he goes. Maybe not feeling well. A little bit crook, as they might say. But he goes into the lead. And those few detailed changes that he told Uncle Scoop on the grid, clearly working, but also he was held up for quite some time in the previous race and he just didn't make the pass. That might be the first pass that we've seen Scott Redding really make this weekend, and it's such a meaningful pass to take himself ahead of Brad Ray here. A monster wobble as he came with Cascades.
He really did, didn't he?
Yeah, that's one way of describing it. Monster wobble. Some people would call that a tank slapper. I'm just going to call that a wobble. We'll have a look at Glenn Irwin on the replay here. It's a long shot, very long shot. What happens? Does Glenn lose it? Yep, just falls off the side of the bike on the second part of the Hizzies. That replay is brought to you by R&G. Great shame for Glenn. Very slow, crashes up straight away and walks away from that one. And Redding leads as they come into that area where Glenn went down. Through Hislops they all come, and it's great to see that this is a big line of bikes, very similar to the race that we saw yesterday. If you remember, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bikes here with Leon Haslam at the back of that train. It's exactly the same as what we saw yesterday, but the two Bimotas were a little bit further up in that long feature race before there was a little bit of a fade for Joe Talbot, and then unfortunately Max Cook slid off as they got to Cascades. Behind this group of 7, Christian Idden almost a little bit on his own on the Senkat Yamaha, with Jason O'Halloran, Storm Stacey and Lee Jackson, and Josh Brooks in tow as well. Brooks is only 3/10 behind his teammate as they make their way on to lap number 4. Don't know where to look, Alan. There's too much going on, but as we watch Redding and Ray at the sharp end with Kyle Ryde in there as well. Fraser Rogers up the inside, or was that Spud Nesbitt? I think that was Charlie Nesbitt going past Richard Kerr into turn number 1. Fraser Rogers battling with Eli Michalczyk in 14th and 15th place. Oh, somebody's gone down at turn number 1. Who have we lost? Big cloud of dust. Somebody's on their feet walking away. Big tall figure, actually. So we need to see that. Oh dear. Is that Danny Kent? It certainly is. What a weekend.
He was up into 19th.
What a weekend to forget for poor Danny Kent, the former Moto3 world champion. Let's see a replay on the big screen, ladies and gents. Danny comes through. Ooh, a vicious high side for Danny Kent. Oh dear, that's not a nice one for him. Up on his feet straight away and walks away from that though. And that will definitely hurt in the morning on the hip as he went down at the exit of Old Hall Corner. So Danny unfortunately missed race number 2 due to an engine swap, not being able to get it done in time. They were never going to get that done in time. It happened in morning warm-up and they were racing about an hour later, if I'm not mistaken, Larry. As good as any race team is, that's just unfeasible. And then Danny unfortunately high sides out of this one. That's not a Danny Kent manoeuvre either. We don't normally see that from him. But he'll come back at Thruxton, a circuit that he knows and likes a lot actually. Remember his exploits there in that little small team, the Lovell Honda that he put together a couple of years ago, really punching above his weight. So yeah, we can't wait to see Danny back when we get to Thruxton in a week or two. But it's Scott Redding who leads over the line. Here comes Kyle. Up the inside he goes. He makes the manoeuvre. Lovely stuff to get through on Bradley Ray. Like that, controlled, executed, move on. Simple as that. He sees Scott Redding starting to pull away, and he doesn't want that to happen. The big question here is, has Brad got anything in the tank? He's had a victory already this weekend. The McCams Yamaha does look very strong. We've then got the motor of Max Cook behind, who has not been shy about putting that bike into places where you wouldn't normally think it would fit. And then behind that, an ever-improving Ryan Vickers on the Honda UK Honda Fireblade. Let's keep our eyes on this one because it's going to run all the way through towards the end of this 18-lap race. We're on lap 5 as they come in towards Britain's. It's Scott Redding for Hagar PBM who leads the way from the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati of Kyle Ryde, the defending reigning champion. And then Bradley sits there in third on his McCams Yamaha, just surveying what's going on. He's been passed now by 2 people. Redding and Ryde have both gone past him. Have a look a little bit further back. Oh, there is Rory Skinner pulling a manoeuvre on Joe Talbot. That was a fairly chunky manoeuvre from Skindu, and through he goes up to 11th place on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Bike number 11 into 11th place for Rory. And I thought I saw something happening off camera with him and Glen Irwin, but I haven't heard anything about it. So it must have been myself and Alan Hyde just kind of making stuff up to try and cause a bit of a drama.
Being over dramatic.
Yeah, it's not like us at all, is it? As the Osho comes up the inside of Storm Stacey and through he goes on the inside. That's more like it. We wouldn't have seen Jason O'Halloran pulling a manoeuvre like that in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Bit of confidence in the front end of that bike. Here comes Storm back up the inside. No. That crash has cost Storm a little bit this weekend. It's just taken the peak performance from him in that Ducati ever so slightly. And he'll be ruining that slight error in morning warm-up as the Osho goes a bit defensive. Storm looks like he can take lines and do whatever he likes with that Ducati, but ultimately the pace and performance just not there. We also heard from Leon Haslam saying that, you know, he knew things were wrong. He could feel he had a few warnings as he comes up the inside of Ryan Vickers. Well, Vickers had 2 choices there. Leave a tiny little bit more room or get one of those Ducati wings on the side of his helmet as they went in towards the shell hairpin. And through goes the Moto Rapido Ducati of Leon Haslam. He puts himself now into that 5th place as ahead of him is Redding, Ryde, Ray and Cook. Again, this is a nice controlled ride for Max Cook on that AGN steel stock Bimota. Further back down though, still Storm Stacey has O'Halloran issues. And isn't it good to see the Osho? 2 of the Honda UK bikes, Larry, up inside the top 10. That's brilliant. That's exactly what we're kind of wanting to see. And the improvements that Jason O'Halloran and the team have made is really, really impressive. Catching one's come up Clay help because Joe Talbot battling with Eli Michalczyk. Joe Talbot's just had a bit of a fade here. He's dropped quite a few positions in the last couple of laps. Is that 3 positions in the last lap, Alan? So Joe Talbot, we need to keep our eyes on him. And somebody that's moving forward is Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner coming forward as Redding leads in towards turn 1. You ask lap times, let me tell you lap times. 1:33.5 last time for Scott Redding, personal best lap of the race. Oh, somebody's down at turn number 1. We've got a yellow flag down at turn number 1. Yellow boards, yep, somebody off on the way in towards that. We can see the marshals dealing with that at the moment in turn number 1 area, Old Hall. So we'll wait and see what happens with that one. That was somebody towards the sharp end. Who have we seen popping down? Christian Idden, I think, is who's gone down at turn 1. Yep, Christian Idden. is the rider who's gone down at turn number 1. We can see him tumbling down our scoring chart on the left off the screen. So that's a great shame for the Sencat Yamaha, and we're just wondering if we're going to see a safety car here, because the lights are on at the end of the pit lane, and we'll keep you guys up to date with what happens as the leaders make their way up out of the back of the Britain chicane down towards Hizzies. Well, Scott Redding said it earlier on, he's had 1 or 2 issues with safety cars, and he feels like they've maybe just cost him. But Christian Ridden down there, leaning against the wreck to say, just needing to catch his breath. Helmet's off, but that's a nice thing to see, because that's a fast place to go down. But we just, for the Sencat team who are in the pit lane, Christian walks away from that one a little bit groggy. We can see Chris Barnes in pit lane, but we see a replay of that. That is a fast off going in towards turn number 1. The bike under the wreck to selling Christian in the gravel and getting a little bit of help from the Port West Race Safe marshals and the medics. But yeah, we're in towards that area. What a job by the marshals and the medics down there, Alan. What a job.
Just unbelievable.
The time we come back round, the yellow boards are taken in and away we go. Rory Skinner, from a week and a half back, sends it up the inside of Storm Stacey. And Skinner is on a bit of a mission here. Late in the day, late in the weekend, Rory Skinner coming good. He's on the back of the Osho. That puts Skinner up into 8th place. You know, this is pace that we might have seen in race 1 if he hadn't made that error, Larry Carter.
Absolutely, Dunk. You mentioned about the Port West marshals and medics and trackside. They're not the best in the world for no reason.
100% agree with that, and that was so swiftly dealt with down. And you know, it's not a nice place to go down. Thankfully, Christian seems to be okay. Just getting himself a little bit of air back in the body is the most important thing. But he was up and walking away. Larry, there's none tougher than Christian Ridden. He is hard as an oak tree, that's for sure. And we've just seen a graphic example of that. Ryan Vickers is starting to slide off the back of this top 5. That's something I have noticed. Vickers off the back of the top 5. And look at the speed that Rory Skinner's got. Is it coming? Was that a coming together, or just Jason O'Halloran running out of road with Storm Stacey there? I think it was the latter.
Straight on?
Yes, I think that was the latter. And I think that Jason's actually, the bike stopped on Jason because I don't think he got down the gears properly in that one. He's had to try and start that again. And it's just not been great for Jason there, unfortunately. But we catch the leaders coming back in towards Lodge. I'm just impressed with the speed that Rory Skinner's got. He's passed Stacey, he's passed O'Halloran, and he's pulled away. He's heading for the back of Vickers in 6th place as the leaders pass us in towards turn 1. They're all away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's Vickers. There's Rory Skinner now. Keep an eye on this gap, Alan. Okay, this is something you're going to do for us. 4.7 seconds is the gap from Skinner to Vickers. Keep your eyes on that as we go round. You monitor for that from 2 screens, the TSL and probably the TNT.
When you spoke to Rory on Friday, he said he was pretty happy with the way things were looking for the weekend.
He was, wasn't he? But
yeah.
Ultimately, it kind of didn't pan out the way he wanted it to.
Not quite.
Didn't pan out the way he wanted it to pan out. So
maybe now.
Yeah, as we watch them coming through the Shell hairpin and we see them making their way round towards Britons. That's exactly what they're doing. Redding and Ryde, wow, a tenth of a second between them. Oh, Max Cook dips his knee off the track into the grass and gives Leon Haslam a face full of grass. Haslam then opens up the taps of the Ducati, goes sideways. Here comes Kyle Ryde up the inside. No, decides to not do that. Hides behind Scott Redding as they come in towards the Hizzy chicane. Just thinks better off it. Doesn't need to make that manoeuvre at that point. Oh, the Osho is in the pit lane. Jason O'Halloran's bike is now being pushed back into the garage. As soon as it crosses that line and takes him into garage, that's him officially retired from the race. And that's the Osho retired. I think that's a technical issue rather than a Jason O'Halloran issue. As we catch the leaders coming underneath the Carol Nash Bridge along from Druids in towards Lodge. Redding dangles the leg, brakes and heads towards the apex, gets that apex and then accelerates down and up towards Deer Leap as they come across the control line. The speeds is across that control line. Redding does the breaks a beam, 155 miles an hour, 160 miles per hour for Kyle Ryde and 157 for Bradley Ray. So not a great exit for Scott Redding. But he did manage to get and hold that position as he went through Old Hall and down through Cascades. Let's watch this over the next half of a lap and look and see where the advantage ebbs and flows. See who's got a bike better in what area. Has Scott Redding got something better underneath him for Old Hall, Cascades, Island Bend and Shell, because he's put a bit of a gap in towards the pursuing Kyle Ryde? But then does Kyle have a slightly better setup on his Ducati and he comes back towards him at the end of the lap, which could swing into his favour. By the time they're at Britons, whatever lead that Scott Redding had is now completely evaporated. And poor Ryan Vickers, all on his own, wants to be involved in that 5-bike gargle at the front, but can't get close enough as Kyle looks again to go up the inside of Scott. Ooh, did Scott just have a little moment there going through the heart of that corner as Kyle Reid comes back just out of our sight? That was a change of lead. We've missed that one. Through goes Kyle Reid. Kyle Reid takes the lead at the exit of Hizzies in towards Knickerbrook. We saw that coming, but it just slipped out of our view. And number 1 now hits the front. Now does he scamper? Does he try and pull the pin and disappear from Scott Redding? Or does Scott Redding, will he be able to up that pace and stay with Kyle as they come in towards Lodge? Change of lead. Through goes the man who started the race in pole position, and he now leads as they come across the line. We're on lap 11 of 18. It's Ride from Reading from Ray. Still in the mix though, Max Cook on the Bimota and Leon Haslam behind him in 5th place. You can't discount those guys. Then we go back to Ryan Vickers. We then have a 5-second gap back to Rory Skinner, so that gap's actually extended in favour.
It briefly came down. It came down by a 1/10, but it's gone out now by 4/10.
Yeah, it's very much gone the way of Vickers as we get towards the latter part of this race. Vickers looks a little bit stronger as Haslam tries to come round the outside of Max Cook and up at the inside into the hairpin, and he does like that. Good manoeuvre. That was a veteran manoeuvre from Leon Haslam. Didn't need to actually do the manoeuvre at Island Bend, but set it up for the shell hairpin, and through and inside he goes. He can see these three at the sharp end just starting to stretch away, and he knows that he wants to try and be involved in this. He was on the podium earlier on this weekend. I think Leon Haslam will be desperate for another podium. He was leading a race at one point. Did Ron Haslam tell you he was getting a little bit giddy at one point, Larry Carter, when he was watching Leon leading that race? And did Leon just make a little error going through Hizzies? Yes, he did, because back ahead of him now has gone Max Cook. So all that hard work from Leon Haslam, and through goes Max Cook. Remember, Hizzies is where Leon tucked the front earlier on in race number 2. So he may be a little bit hesitant going in there, and we do forgive him. That's quite A-OK. As we come in towards the last corner. Let's see what the lap times are this time round. 33.7 last time for Kyle Reid, and a 34.2 for Scott Redding. Can Redding go into the 33s with Kyle? 33.5, 33.7, 33.8. Yes, the top 3 all in 1 minute 33s. Then behind that, there's a bit of a step change in time. It goes to 1 minute 34 for Cook, for Haslam, for Vickers, for Skinner, as everybody else makes their way in towards the latter stages of this race. We're looking at Storm Stacey and Lee Jackson. Those two guys are having a proper little bun fight with each other as they make their way through Denton's down into the Cascades area. This is where we saw Storm Stacey tip off in morning warm-up. And I'm still going to stand by my statement and say that that's taken the peak performance of Storm this weekend. He was riding the absolute crest of a wave, but that fairly... It was an easy enough off for Storm to slide through the gravel, but the bike did take a good few barrel rolls towards the end of it, and that will, we heard Storm say the handlebars will still squint by the time he got to the grid, so it will have some sort of outcome on the bike that the Batham's AGN team will take that back to their base, the headquarters. There'll be a bare chassis by tomorrow morning, and it'll be all jigged and make sure it's straight enough. As Lee Jackson, I think we've got to say credit to Dow Honda as well here, because Lee in 9th and Brooksy in 10th, we've seen a big step in performance, not just for Honda UK, but we've also seen a good step in performance from the two Dow Honda riders, Josh Brooks and Lee Jackson. Remember, Brooksy crashed it in race number 2, or the first race of today, up at Druids. We didn't actually see the incident, but we saw the bike going through the gravel lane in towards the tree line.
Did he start this one at the back?
Brooksy, where did Brooksy start this race from? No, he didn't. He started from... Oh, that's a good point, actually. 4th row of the grid? Yeah, 5th row of the grid, actually, Alan.
Right.
Had to look for that one. Fastest lap of the race last time round, Scott Redding. 1:33.3. He's faster than Kyle Reid. Redding is responding to the challenge and attempt of Kyle Reid to pull away as Lee Jackson goes through and Storm Stacey in towards Old Hall Corner. Storm then cuts back along the avenue as Leon Haslam now changes and goes ahead of Max Cook again. That seems to be Haslam's favourite place to overtake, Island Bend. There are slightly slower places where you can attempt to overtake somebody in a superbike, but Leon Haslam, through he goes. Somebody entering the pit lane. Is that the second Bimota? Is that Joe Talbot? Yes, it is. I thought Joe was on the slide. I've just seen Joe Talbot nice and slowly into the pit lane. Is that bike running as it passes you, Larry Carter?
Yes, it is. I was just going to bring that to your attention. He was just dropping down the order like a stone, so obviously some sort of technical problem. And bike sounds fine, no smoke out of it. One would imagine it's a technical issue, perhaps with a gearbox ignition or something like that.
Thanks, Scoop. Great stuff. Boots on the ground. Larry Carter bringing us the intel from the far end of the pit entrance as we watch Kyle Ryde and Scott Redding making their way in towards Druids. Redding is answering the charge. He's stepping up to the plate here and he looks good. It's taken a long time. He's been very much under the weather. A different Scott Redding from what we normally see week in, week out. The Yeehaw Ride 'em Cowboy with Larry Carter's almost a little bit forced this weekend because you know what it's like when you're not well. You're not really wanting to be the party animal for old Scoop on the ground, but you know you've got a lot of fans trackside, so you have to put on that brave race face, and that's what we've seen from Scott Redding. But Kyle Ryde is a formidable I've got to say, a formidable guy to race against, the adversary that he is. He'll try and take advantage of Scott Redding being ill in the nicest possible way. He'll try and maximise his points, or try and maximise the race pace to see if he can drag himself away from Scott Redding. But right now, it's a 1:33.4 for Kyle Ryde, Scott Redding and Bradley Ray last time round. In fact, Brad set a personal best lap time last time round, which shows there's still a lot of life in that McCann's Yamaha towards the end of the race. He can just see the guys ahead of him, and it'll be agony for Brad Ray to know that he's not actually in the battle. He's just off the back of it, but he's still on the podium, which he wants. He'll still want to be in that podium as Leon Haslam ahead of Max Cook. There's all sorts of issues. And is Ryan Vickers actually starting to come up towards the back of these guys? Well, yes, he is. Vickers last time round, 34.2. The two guys ahead were in the 35s, 1:35.2 and a 1:35.4 for Haslam and Cook. So Ryan Vickers has got a bit of a hurry up. He's got that Honda underneath them because it wasn't there at the start of the race. It's like the fuels needed to burn off. Something's needed to change on that bike for Ryan Vickers to come good. Maybe get a bit of wear through the tyres so it becomes a little bit less grippy, a little bit less chatter, which is something Ryan has been struggling with for quite some time. And now he can ride up towards the back of these guys that he's catching. As we see the top three crossing the line, lap 15 of 18. Here comes Max Cook looking at Leon Haslam, but it's only kind of a half kind of look. It's not really there. And all the time, Ryan Vickers comes into view. Vickers has dropped into the 33s. Ryan Vickers, 1:33.9. Compare that to Haslam and Cook, 1:35.1. Vickers could pass these guys and disappear up the road and put himself and put a smile on Scott Hargreaves' face. Might even not make John McGuinness pay for the bodywork that he broke in the Superstock race. You never know.
Don't be silly.
I know. I just thought I'd throw that out there for the sake of being wild, Alan.
I reckon Max's weekend is going to come at Thruxton in a couple of weeks' time.
I think you're right. It's not far away, really, is it? It's not far away. We've seen this with Max Cook at Thruxton. We know how good he can be there. And as we watch Kyle Ryde bounce his way in through that Hizzy chicane, Scott Redding comes through. And you can just see from that camera angle, if you're standing down there trackside as well, Kyle can go through the apex of the corner and continue to turn through the corner and keep the bike tight. It looks like Scott makes the apex, but that's it. It's then running wide through the second part. And that'll be playing on Scott's just mind ever so slightly as he watches Kyle not disappear up the road. It was 0.3 of a second last time across the line. It's not 0.3 of a second this time as they come in towards the last corner of Lodge. Lap 15 of 18 about to be completed. Vickers has already passed Cook. Vickers about to pass Leon Haslam. Lovely stuff from Ryan Vickers on the Honda UK Fireblade. Through he goes. And that was lovely. He's passed both those guys in one lap. He has that. Well, I did say Ryan Vickers had good pace. Vickers 1:34.3 last time round and made 2 overtakes, Alan. That's quite telling. Watch the gap between Vickers and Haslam get bigger here, or Leon Haslam will bite the screen and try and keep himself tucked up behind the Honda Racing Honda UK star of Ryan Vickers. Lap 16 of 18 in towards the Shell Hairpin. Kyle Ryde, Scott Redding and Bradley Ray. One thing we have seen about Kyle Ryde, he is metronomic when he gets towards the sharp end. We don't see many errors coming from any of these top guys. Maybe shouldn't be saying this, but once he gets into rhythm, it's very difficult to put him off.
Latter stages of the race, what's that gap doing between Kyle Ryde and Scott Redding? Is it coming down?
0.3 of a second. It's been there or thereabout for most of the... it seems to ebb and flow over the lap. It looks like it comes down at this part, then we get round to the far end of the lap, and it just goes back to that 0.3. The telling gap is from Redding to Ray, 1.4 seconds. And Bradley Ray doesn't look like he has much in the way of comeback for the guys ahead of him. But We will keep our eyes on that 3/10 of a second. Further back down as well, Lee Jackson, Storm Stacey, Josh Brooks and Ilya Michalczyk out there, the sole BMW in the British Superbike Championship. Now Ilya very much up to pace, and we see massive improvements covering from that little team week in and week out. Lap 17 of 18 starts. The two leaders passed. Has it gone up? It stays the same, Alan, doesn't it? But look at the gap back to Brad Ray.
It does, yeah, maybe a couple of hundredths of a second difference, but nothing much.
Yeah, as Storm Stacey goes through on Lee Bob Jackson in towards Lodge Corner. Lee Bob says no, he right round the outside of Storm Stacey. That was lovely. Great move from Lee Jackson to go round the outside of Storm Stacey. That was quite cheeky, actually. And Josh Brooks sits and watches on. Isn't it good to be talking about Lee Jackson and Josh Brooks inside the top 10 as he battles with Storm Stacey? Storm tries to go round the outside of Lee as they come down in towards Cascades, but that's not going to happen. They then accelerate off Cascades. Watch the Ducati get into its rhythm, stretches its legs along Lakeside, but Storm not willing to go through on that inside. One thing that does worry me about Storm's bike is that little exhaust that comes out under the seat. The amount of vibration that goes through that exhaust, it just looks a little bit fragile to me. It's probably not. It's probably designed to do that. But it would worry me that the hanger would break, and that would be a bit of an issue. There's a bit of the mechanical head coming out of me there. It's also a little bit boring to talk about in the middle of a Superbike race, but we'll keep our eyes on what's going on here.
Each to their own.
Charlie Spud Nesbitt ahead, or is that Fraser Rogers? No, it's Spud ahead of Rhys Irwin. These guys battling for, where's Rhys Irwin about? He is in 14th place. Charlie Nesbitt in 13th place. Charlie coming back after a bit of a hand injury. Not the happiest bunny at the tag camp, it would seem, just with that hand just not working for him. He doesn't make a good exit from Britain's, and then through goes Rhys Irwin. We start the last lap, and it's a half-second lead for Kyle Ryde as we start this last lap of Oulton Park. Lap 18 of 18. Last time round they were separated by a tenth of a second, 1:33.4 to 1:33.5. You cannot say any fairer than that. You cannot say that Scott Redding has not given it absolutely everything in this race to try and maintain the pace that Kyle Ryde has. As Kyle, you can see how hard he's trying, Larry, because both feet off the pegs on the way in towards Island Bend. That's your kind of stressometer for Kyle when you see those legs are flapping.
Yeah, we got the rodeo rider back. We haven't seen him much this season, have we? But you certainly know that when Kyle's got both of the pins off of the pegs, he knows that he is certainly trying.
He must be happy and comfortable with what he has underneath him then, Larry. That's the only thing we can really see and say from this, as the battle still rages on with Storm Stacey and Lee Jackson. Lee Jackson ahead of Stacey. One tiny error from any of these guys and you're guaranteed Brooksy will have both of them, and then Ilya Michalczyk will be there as well. As Kyle comes out from Knickerbrook, heads up Clay Hill, comes underneath the Cheshire Mouldings Manx Iron Clothing Bridge, and in towards the lovely long double apex corner of Druids, which goes over the crest on the exit. It's been a faultless performance from Kyle, but it has not been easy. He has been at 100% from start to absolute finish. He comes through Lodge for the last time, down through Deer Leap. He can almost see the checker flag. The Nitrous team celebrate. Kyle wins once again. Scott Redding second place, and that was a gutsy performance from Scott Redding to bring himself home in that second place. Third place for Bradley Ray. Ryan Vickers celebrates that, as he should celebrate that. That was a lovely race for Vickers. And look at this. Storm Stacey at the last corner goes past one of the Hondas, and Michalczyk comes past them both as they run to the line. Storm Stacey crosses the line in 8th. Ilya Michalczyk in 9th inside the top 10. And both of the Dow Hondas get mugged on the last lap by Storm Stacey and by Ilya Michalczyk. That was some finish to the race for those guys at the bottom of the top 10. But it's all about Kyle Ryde. Got to say, that makes Kyle 12 victories this season. That's his 12th win. Wins are good, that's for sure. The point structure keeps it quite tight, but Larry Carter, he came in here with a 28-point lead. That should be him up to, I think, a 30-point lead now over Scott Redding. But that was a race where he was at 100% all the way through. We saw the legs are flapping, and we saw Scott Redding rising up to the challenge, because that's something that we haven't seen this weekend. He has been a bit off colour, and you can see Redding coming in. That's taken a lot out of Scott Redding there, Alan Hyde. That really has put Scott Redding
needs
through
a
the mill.
line tomorrow.
You know what, I think he deserves a line. He's not even going through the Britain chicane. It's too tiring. Just let me go straight through here, and we'll head back in towards the paddock. Bradley Ray comes home for a good third place. Happy with that one. he had good race pace, maybe throttled off a little bit towards the end there. 4.5 seconds was the gap. And all eyes also on the Honda UK star of Ryan Vickers. Vickers put in a fabulous, fabulous run towards the end there. 4th place for Honda UK. That'll put a smile on Scott Hargreaves' face for sure. Leon Haslam 5th, Max Cook 6th. Rory Skinner in 7th place. He came through the pack and kind of reached his peak, but a good strong 7th. Head of Storm Stacey, Elia Michalczyk. I've got to see Elia inside the top 10 for that little IWR team, the Rocket BMW Superbike team. That's a really impressive run for those guys, making their way up towards the sharp end, week in, week out. But Larry Carter, the guys are heading out towards you. Lots of talking points from that one. It'll be interesting to see just how much that took out of Scott Redding, because he looks done in on that in-lap as he comes round celebrating and waving to the very, very big knowledgeable crowd here at Oulton Park. We will pause very briefly. In fact, no, we won't, because the leader's into the last corner. Everybody pulling wheelie off the day now, which Rory Skinner beat Scott Redding on. For the last time on the Superbikes, we'll say, Larry Scoop Carter, you're down there in Parc Fermé. We'll hand it down to Scoop.
Thanks, John. Yeah, that's the 4th double that he's had so far this season to add to his treble at Oulton Park at the start of the year, and Kyle Ryde extending his lead at the top of the championship there with 12 wins out of the 18 races so far. It's 2/3 of them that he's won, and he really is proving to be the dominant force so far. But remember, nothing will be decided for a long time yet, because the points ramp up once we get to Cadwell Park and then go on to Assen and then Donington Park, and then for the final round at Brands Hatch. It's effectively double points to what they are scoring at present. Currently they're scoring 18 points for a win, 16 for second, 14 for third, and so on. Whereas when we go to Brands Hatch in October for the final 3 races, the points ramp up to 35 for a win, 30 for second, 27 for third. So you can see there's an awful long way. And even at Donington Park, Assen and Cadwell, they do ramp up as well for that. In fact, it's Donington and Assen, the Cadwell Park in a couple of rounds' time is normal points. They then just go up to the 25, 22, 20 points for a win. So it does ramp up a little bit, so Kyle will not be counting his fortune just yet. That is the background noise. He gets the congratulations from the team boss, David Williams, down there, and Brad Ray. He just talking to both Brad and Marco Wojcic, the 2 team members, as he goes and just congratulates the other riders down there. His dad, Kevin, down there, who's been part of his fortune since the mini bike days, going back to fab racing, which is very much the domain of his father, Kevin, and lots of British stars have been wheeled through the ranks. Well, Brad, it's another podium. I've got to be happy with the weekend's work here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, that's it, mate. It was good. It was solid. Yeah, tried to stay with these boys for as long as possible, but I'm just on the limit every lap. I'm doing qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap, and after a while the tyres just don't talk to me anymore, and I saw I had a 6-second gap, so just brought it home. But yeah, need a bit of work to do, but we're doing our best.
Well, we're going to Thruxton next, where Yamaha has won 15 consecutive races. You don't need telling that. It's got to be a little bit in your favour when we go down there.
Yeah, no, it'll be a good track for the Yamaha. We're trying to get a win there for the boys, but it seems the Ducati's got pretty much everything covered, so we'll be interested to see what it's like there.
Thanks, Brad. Well, the one analogy was in the aircraft terms with this new Panigale V4 Ducati that's come along. We've got rid of the DC-10 and we've invented Concorde. That is kind of just doing the weight down. I've never seen them do the weight checks down here before for minimum weights for riders and bikes. So do it for the Moto 4, the Talent Cup, but never seen them do it before for that one. Scott Redding just having a chat to Uncle Darrell down here as he then just gets ready to do that. Carl Ryde's just been chucked on the scales. Got to be happy enough with that one, youth. There is Shannon Etheridge, his crew chief, his manager Tommy Hill down here, girlfriend Kat, and everybody else who are very much part. Holly Burrows, who's very much part of the nitrous competition squad, and everybody else gets the hugs. His dad Sean down here as well. There's the old man. Give him a hug as well. Why not? Remember that the sacrifices that the parents have made, remortgaging houses for a number of times. Well, that's job done. I reckon that's your 4th double this season, Kyle. Nobody's had a better start to the season than what you've had, and that's another double to take with you into Thruxton.
Yeah, great weekend. I think The only thing that I did wrong really was that little crash, and that knocked me a bit of pace throughout a couple of practice and qualifying. But yeah, bounced back really good. The bike was really good today. We made a big change in warm-up, and it paid off. And yeah, I felt like the bike was a lot easier to ride, and it was a few tenths faster than yesterday. And yeah, great result.
Well done, Cal. Congratulations. Scott Redding just having a chat to Johnny Moe, the crew chief, and gets the congratulations. And all things equal, Scott, you've got to be reasonably happy with the weekend. A little bit under the weather. Alton Park's never been your best hunting ground or whatever, but solid points this weekend.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I was happy with that race. I come out like a bull in a china shop, and my only tactic, because I know I can't really overtake, so just lead it and do as the hardest pace I could do. Brake as late as I can and try to make no mistakes, and I did that. And I feel like I was doing a good job. The only place Carl could pass me was into turn 1, I feel. And that was a place that he's been good all the weekend, and he has a different gear in there, so he's able to do a different line. But no, I'm super happy. After a tough start to the weekend, I was able to build. No, thanks to everybody that came out today and kept cheering. I hope we put on a show. And I was trying to come back at the end, but it just was refusing. So have a good drive home.
Well done, Cowboy. Congratulations. Well done to Scott Redding there. An excellent race, and notwithstanding the fact that he has been under the weather, we're not making any excuses there. But as far as David Williams is concerned down here, the crew chief just celebrating with them. David, that's a reasonable weekend for you guys there, considering Kyle was a little bit under the weather, a bit bashed up on Friday. To come away with 2 wins in a second, it's a pretty good weekend for you.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic. It's unlucky for Glenn. Just seems to get a bit of a low slide there, but Carl just seems unstoppable at the minute. Redding was strong, seen him trying to come back towards him at the end there, but Carl just had a bit more in him. I think he saves his tyres at the beginning a bit, so he's got a little bit in reserve, so yeah.
We're doing a cracking job, and obviously, you're relatively new into team ownership and everything else. You came in and kind of saved the guy's season last year, didn't you, when the previous rides didn't materialise and what have you, and I think the race fans are eternally grateful for you doing that, and obviously the race fans are so grateful for you stepping in and as a title sponsor, otherwise these guys might not have a ride.
Yeah, well, it's an expensive sport. Hopefully we can bring some sponsors with us next year and keep going.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad to, because that was one of my other questions. Same again next year, David. You've answered that one, mate. Thanks very much for that one. Well, hopefully that is the case, and we can see the riders continuing to do that. I've not seen that before. That must be a new regulation with the old weighing scales down here before. I'll just have to investigate that one at my leisure, as it were. Scott Redding just undergoing the interrogation by Shane Byrne down there for the TNT Sports, the TV channels. There is a list of replays throughout the course of the week if you want to catch up, whether it's behind the paywall, whether it's some from Freeview stuff, whatever. There is a list of times, transmission dates and everything else just in the programme, round about page 15, I think, if you wanted to set the old Sky Plus or whatever it else is. We'd normally say set the DVD recorder or the old VCR recorder, but that's showing my age a little bit. So if you want to just catch up with any of the action during the course of the week, then obviously there's plenty of stuff on the social media channels, the British Superbike website, YouTube and everything else. But absolutely fantastic weekend we've had here. Just clouding over a little bit, so I don't think we're going to get any
chillier,
rain.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely, old Scoop's left the coat in the cast because the weather forecast was 25 degrees, wall-to-wall sunshine all day, and here we are with some black clouds above us, which will definitely. But the news forecast did say that it's going to be fine everywhere, apart from some potential rain in the northwest of England. That's what I heard on the radio on Friday, actually. But when I looked at the weather apps and what have you, I didn't take a slightest bit of notice of that because it looked wall-to-wall sunshine all weekend. But we have one race still to go. If you are heading for the exits, ladies and gents, boys and girls, then do be a little bit patient. Obviously, it takes an awful long time to get 25,000, 30,000 people into Alton Park. We all ain't going to get out in 5 minutes. And even though MSV and the local authorities have got some very good egress systems here, you might just have to just hang about for a minute or two. So why not tune in to 94.9 FM and just listen to the final Sport Bike race as you work up towards the exits and head out around the approach roads. We probably can be picked up within sort of 2 to 3 miles of the Alton Park circuit. So if you want to just listen to that till we fade off into obscurity, and hopefully you can get on your way home without too much of a delay. Just on behalf of MSV and the British Superbike Championship, we do know that you have got plenty of options to spend the leisure pound. So thanks very much for choosing to spend your day with us here at Alton Park, and hope you've enjoyed it. So with the final podium of the day as far as the Superbike's concerned, one race left after this in round 18 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. And onto the podium for a 10th time this season for McCann's Yamaha, third place to Bradley Ray. Well done, Brad. Congratulations. Second position, a 14th podium of the season for Hager PBM Ducati and Scott Redding. As the comeback kid climbs onto the podium. And for a 12th time this season, onto the top step of the podium, the race winner and championship leader for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati, Kyle Ride. As he acknowledges the crowd. And have we got somebody from the team award? In fact, it's Cathy's girlfriend who is going to... you boys, don't even think about doing anything to it. Redding, you've got that look in your eye. As we ask Scott Goodman from the brand engagement from Zinn PMI, the title sponsors, to present the third place trophy 65 times now on a BSB podium and a 20th year at Alton Park. Scott Redding, a 46th career podium and a 5th at Alton Park for the comeback kid. And taking a 12th win of the season, a 36th career and a 7th win at Alton Park, the race winner, Kyle Ride! And Kat gets the team award on behalf of the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions squad. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the race winners. National Anthem. With 12 wins out of the opening 18 races, there has never been a better start to a title defence in the history of the British Superbike Championship, and Kyle Ride is well on his way to title number 3. Scott gets absolutely wasted with the Prosecco down here, and out into the crowd goes the Prosecco. The kids, the fans, everybody else getting absolutely drenched down here. And people saying, this wasn't such a good idea when you told me to come and look around the podium scoop. As the Sportbikes go off on their warm-up lap. That just about concludes proceedings as far as the British Superbikes are concerned here at Alton Park. One more race to go. With that, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. And yes, you're absolutely right. The bikes are off on to their warm-up lap. We'll take a short break and then be back with Duncan in a moment.
Online, on FM radio and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Powered by Kawasaki. This is BSB Radio.
Say hi to Chloe Louise, who turned 16 on the 13th of August, with lots of love from Dad Beck's nanny and Grandad Pink. Right, we're about to get our final race of the day underway. The Pirelli British Sport Bikes, 12 laps around Alton Park. Here we go, Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. Thank you very much. On pole position, Asher Durham, Alfie Davidson and Ted Wilkinson are the front row of the grid. Alan Woods has cleared that front row. We're going racing for the last time. Down towards Old Hall Corner we go, and it's not a good start from one of the CF motos. I think that was Peter Willis, or was it Aidan Davey, who got engulfed by the pack as we went through on the run down towards turn number 1. Everybody getting very close with each other, but giving racing room and respect as we come down and in towards the heart of Cascades. Hold your breath as they all make their way through the bottom of that tricky corner down at the bottom of turn number 3. And it's Alfie Davidson already looking up the inside of Asher Durham. Asher lets Alfie Davidson go, tries to cut back on the exit of Island Bend, but Davidson strong in that area. Great start from Carl Harris. Carlos up there in 4th place on the Rocket Rookies bike. As we look further back deep into the pack as well. Decent start for a couple of the Simceris bikes, and also Harrison McKay in the mid-pack. And I also saw Lennon Docherty, the first of the Sencap bikes, going through. Charlie Barnes a couple of paces just behind Lennon in towards his. Asher Durham looks aggressive but stays just a little bit back as Carl Harris goes deep in it. Oh, somebody goes straight on somebody else. That's Harley McCabe. Harley McCabe's across the grass, but somebody went down the escape road, got to join the circuit safely. Charlie Barnes is going through, a few other bikes going through as well in that area. And oh, somebody's all out of shape further deep in the pack, but thankfully managing to stay on top of their bike. But Carl Harris, well, he was the first person to make a small error going in towards the heart of the Hizzy chicane. But after that, it was very much Asher Durham who goes up the inside in towards Lodge Corner. Thrasher with the standard foot off the peg. It's always the outside foot as well, which I quite like. It reminds me a lot of Randy Mamola from back in the 80s, 83, 84, 85 onwards. Randy Mamola, who used to have that outside leg off the peg, just because he used to hang off the bike that much in that era of racing. As we catch up with Alfie Davidson back at the sharp end in front, is Davidson, Durham and Dawson. It's not double D, it's very much triple D with this one. And then we've got Carl Harris, Lewis Smart, Ted Wilkinson, Zach Shelton. Sorry, it's late in the day. Yeah, that was friendly. It was okay as we come through the Island Bend.
Sullivan Mounsey and James Bull in to retire at the end of the opening lap.
No way, Sully. We were just going to start talking about him. And Sullivan Mounsey retires. James Bull also retiring. And who is that? That is that number 6, Jack Knights? I'm pretty sure it could well be Jack Knights. We'll come back to that in a second. He's ridden away. But what a shame, James Bull in the pit lane. And Sullivan Mounsey, that's not what we're looking for. We're all excited to see him back in the paddock, Larry. Down towards his. Ted Wilkinson has a piece of bike flapping. Ted Wilkinson has a piece of fairing on the number 22, which is loose. There's Harrison McKay going through the left-hand side fairing. As you guys on the outside of the circuit will see Ted Wilkinson's fairing flapping about. He's making his way up through Clay Hill. On oh dear, that's Joelis on the ground walking away from his stricken bike. He wants nothing more to do with that, does he, Alan? He might have helped him.
He really doesn't, does he?
Take it away from me. I'm done with that. Me and that bike are no longer friends.
Sort it.
Oh, and Joe went down all on his own. What a great shame. All on his own. Joe went down off the number 23 Suzuki, the GSX 8R. As we catch up with Asher Durham, Alfie Davidson and twin Cam Dawson crossing the line. Carl Harris having a really good run. You know, Carl Harris needs a result here, Larry. That's the most important thing for young Carlos. Must get necessary finish. The bike behind him has the flapping fiberglass. You can actually see it a little bit as he comes along there for Ted Wilkinson. Just at speed it seems to flap and open up a little bit. Or was that his leg? Have I been caught off guard by it actually being his leg? We'll keep an eye on that number 22 bike behind the number 9 of Carl Harris. As Durham and Davidson again exchanging glances.
Can I run that one by you again? It's either a flapping fairing or it's the rider's leg.
Yeah, what did I say? Is that what I said? No, it's definitely the fairing.
Bit of a difference between the two, though.
There's definitely something amiss on that bike. You can just see it as what is one of the side vanes on number 22, Ted Wilkinson's bike. Super Ted. He's gone very super colourful,
It might be his cape, is it? No, that might have got caught in the machine somewhere.
Yeah, that could be his cape, actually, yeah. Remember, though, Ted was very plain colour scheme, but look at the bike as it comes down here. I think it's actually his foot. I'm just going to restrict that one back. I got caught up there, Alan. Got caught up there. Oh, Reese, Rocket Stevenson. Reese goes over the grass. A lot of small errors creeping in for the sport bike category here. Remember, this is the first time they've been on track for quite some time, and they're straight into race pace. Carl Harris has got ahead of twin Cam Dawson, which looks good. The fiberglass is just vibrating on that bike. I'm going to let it off. I'm not going to bother too much about it now, but it's not slowing Ted Wilkinson down.
Stop worrying.
That's for sure. I am worried.
Yeah, you're a worrier.
It's super Ted, you know. He's up there instead of Cam Dawson. He makes the attempt, but Cam Dawson just lays the Power Slide Suzuki, or the Slingshot Suzuki as I called it yesterday, Larry. The Power Slide Suzuki across the front of that as Asher Durham goes up the inside and takes the lead from Alfie Davidson as we go through All Tall Corner. Davidson down to second place on the Iron Competition bike. Now, what we've seen for Alfie Davidson, the minute he gets past, he likes to do that. Straight back through in towards the lead. We've seen this aggressive stance from Alfie Davidson quite a few times. Personal best laps for a lot of people, 42.165. Carl Harris, fastest lap of the race. Last time round on the Rocket Rookies Suzuki, the GSX 8R. That lovely little Suzuki that came to a championship with Taylor Morton, if you remember, on the Power Slide team, and it was at this very circuit, and it was Donington Park actually, then Alton Park, and it was fabulous to see him doing some great stuff.
You mean the Fox?
Yeah, Larry, Taylor Fox Morton, but we dropped that Fox, didn't we? Did he not drop the Fox? I think he did. He dropped it himself. But we do like Taylor Morton, really good friend of Storm Stacey's and good friend of everybody's, actually, as we watch these guys make their way in towards Hizzy Chicane. Lewis Smart, the back of the line, 7 bikes in a queue as we look deep in towards the pack. Ooh, Harley McCabe taking no prisoners, going past Harry Cook. Then behind that, Zach Weston, Reece Stevenson, Harley McCabe. Yeah, we've already seen that. Rossi Barnum, Callum Beach. Lennon Doherty 23rd for Lennon Doherty ahead of Edmonds. Not Clayton Edmonds, definitely not Clayton Edmonds out there. It is Clayton Edmonds actually. In fact, it is Clayton Edmonds. I was thinking that, looking at that.
Yeah, just a bit of a guest rider, a little bit like James Bull, a little bit like Sully Mousey. Well, I was surprised when we got to put him in the programme, but it is Clayton Edmonds, but British Motor 4 rider.
I just looked at his name in the programme and said Clayton Edmonds and said it can't be that Clayton Edmonds, and it is from Uxbridge. Rev to race Yamaha R7. Well, maybe Clayton's starting to look around at what will happen in 2027, because he's not been a great 2026. It's been a difficult year for him in the RNG Moto 4 British Cup as Asher Durham goes to the sharp end. Alfie Davidson comes round the outside of Cascades, or Denton's into Cascades, and they swap positions again. Davidson, Durham, Harris, Wilkinson. Ted Wilkinson, the local rider from Runcorn, delivered a lovely little bit of pastries, is that what we call it, Alan? Something like that into the commentary box for Alan Hyde earlier on yesterday.
Pastries.
Patisserie?
Yeah, patisserie.
Oh, it sounds lovely, doesn't
Pastries from the patisserie.
And he's got bits of croissant on his collar and his face and absolutely everywhere. He's enjoying himself up here. And Ted Wilkinson, ooh, that was loud. Ted Wilkinson makes his presence felt in this championship. Oh, Carl Harris gets a warning. That's a warning from the back of that Suzuki. He opened the taps and it just got a little bit too lively for Carl Harris. Carlos hasn't had the greatest of luck recently, Larry. I think we can both say that. And there was a social media post out there. We don't normally do that. We don't normally name check the people who are out there who are struggling for funds, because a lot of people are. But this is the talent that this young man has got, Carl Harris, and it's just been, he's been struggling to untap it. There's been a few errors on his behalf that have cost him dearly, but seeing him run at the sharp end is just what he needs. As we watch him making his way around, bouncing over the top in third place off the exit curb at Druids in towards Lodge. Ted Wilkinson follows him in as Alfie Davidson holds Asher Durham at bay. Let's run through the top places if we can, see how far down we get. It's Davidson, Durham, Harris, Wilkinson, Dawson that we see. Zach Shelton is now in the mix of this as well, and Lewis Smart. Good to see Zach Shelton having a bit of a return to form on the XMT Triumph. Behind Lewis Smart, Aidan Davies in 8th place with Ed Best in 9th and Harrison McKay, the injured Harrison McKay, in 10th. Is that the rain flag? Is that the rain flag we are seeing there? It certainly is. That's not what we expect to see. Rain flag at Island Bend as the riders make their way in towards that. The white flag with the red cross through it. And drops of rain will be in that sector. So that will be quite telling. It has got quite heavy in the skies. And you know what? Stuart Shenton, Rory Skinner's crew chief, to me this morning said, Duncan, there is weather heading our way. It just depends if it gets for our race or it might affect the race after us. And look at that. That's a veteran crew chief, Alan, isn't it? To know that was coming in.
It really is. And I think I'm a bit like Larry because we've had such a long spell of really nice weather. I've not really been looking at the weather forecast. I just expect it to be nice all day.
And you're quite happy. You guys are needing the rain down here. I'll give you that. But we're not needing it until the end of the sport bike race, please, Mother Nature. Let us get through this, and then you can get us really wet if you want to.
Need it for the petunias.
And the onion that's grown in the middle of them.
which is a song that refers to a famous 1940s novelty song.
All right, okay.
Made famous by 2 Ton Baker.
As you would expect.
Expect.
That is the knowledge that you will only hear on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, ladies and gentlemen.
It's an education.
Asher Durham is back to the front from Alfie Davidson. Carl Harris holds Ted Wilkinson at bay. He's just made a manoeuvre as well. Wilkinson had passed him, but Carl Harris goes back through on the brakes on the round towards Lodge. Here comes Zach Shelton looking at Cam Dawson. Not just looking at Cam Dawson, through he goes. That Triumph. Lovely little flame on the overrun as Zach Shelton goes in towards turn 1. I did like that. Like that a lot as we're looking a little bit further down. Now, have we lost... who have we lost in that bottom half of the screen? I can't see my Lennon Doherty. I don't know where he's gone. I don't know if he's on the second page right now. That's one of the names that always jumps off the screen towards me. As we keep our eyes on the battle at the sharp end coming through here, we have very much got Asher Durham under pressure from Alfie Davidson, with Carl Harris riding in that third place. That flappy wobbly bit of bodywork still attached to Ted Wilkinson's bike. Is the bodywork that's flapping, Alan? As he goes through shell hairpin, I am going to stand by that. Still the rain flag out at the far end of the circuit. And we wait to get to 2/3 distance and see exactly what race direction we'll want to do with this one. As we come down towards the bottom of Hizzies, through that Hizzy chicane we come through the right, then back to the left, and then back over to the right for Knickerbrook before we head up the hill. Something must have happened to Lennon Doherty because he's gone down to 32nd position and he was running in 22nd, so he's lost a good 10 places. Or so, and that's not what was on the docs list. A real struggle for Lennon Doherty in 2026. A man who was a 4-time winner, 4 races in a bounce, if you remember, in Junior Supersport. Almost couldn't stop winning at one point. But struggling to get onto terms with this Aprilia in the sport bike class. As the top guys make their way up Deer Leap, 7 of them all together. Durham, Davidson, Harris, Wilkinson, Shelton now up ahead of Dawson as well, and Smart. Dawson goes to the back of the group. Cam Dawson got a little bit of a trouble on here. He's got a little bit of a shuffle put on him, and he's making his way the wrong way inside that top 10. He's gone from 2nd place, finds himself all the way down to 7th place. Then there's a 1 second gap back to the CF Moto of Aidan Davey. And what about that news from CF Moto that broke just yesterday? Did you guys see that? They're going to be a 3-bike outfit from Cadwell Park to the end of the season. Who are they bringing back? Who are they bringing out? Richard Cooper. Yeah, Coops is coming back to help the CF Moto campaign. Aidan Davey, Peter Willis and Richard Cooper. Moto 12, CF Moto. That's a big scalp for those guys to have. There's only a couple of CF Motos on the grid, so they don't have the biggest amount of data, but put it in the hands of Richard Cooper, well, that's really, really exciting. Cooper may not have been racing in our championship, but he's very much kept himself racing and busy. Been doing a few of these small road races, whether it's up at Scarborough or across in Armoy. Cooper has been active. It'll be interesting to see just exactly how he gets on towards the latter part of the season. He's a bit of a flying ointment for a few of these guys at the sharp end. We know the CF Moto's a quick bike in the hands of Aidan Davey and Peter Willis. Charlie Barnes in the pit lane by any chance? Yes, Charlie Barnes is in the pit lane on the sister Sencat Aprilia to Lennon Doherty. Charlie with the red wheels will wheel his one back in towards the garage. Lennon Doherty with a bit of split personality on his wheels, a red and maybe a luminous yellow, or possibly 2 luminous yellow ones, as Asher Durham leads in towards turn number 1. The Asher Durham fan club in full swing opposite us, as we can see them on the far side of the circuit, giving them a big high five and pumping the air as Durham led in towards turn number 1. 2/3 distance complete. This is a fairly big moment. The rain flags have now, if I'm not mistaken, Alan, the rain flags have been taken in We don't
Good
see the
news.
Yeah, that is good news. Not good news for your petunias, but good news for these guys on track.
Can come in about half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. As we watch, everybody in the paddock doesn't win that element. They're taking down awnings and doing various bits and bobs.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Let's give it an hour and a half as we watch them round towards Britain's lovely flip-flop-flap chicane as they come in, through, out, and then up over the hill. It's important to get into it, but it's more important to get through and out of that chicane. It can be an overtaking place, but very unlikely. It's a drive up over the top of Hilltop into Hizzies that you can leave yourself vulnerable for. Alfie Davidson rushed the first part of the Hizzies chicane there, and the gap across the line last time was 1/10 of a second. Asher Durham, silky and smooth all the way through there. The new young dad, he and his better half Nina, we've seen young Bubba up most of the races this year as well. And Asher Durham, very smooth and silky through that chicane and put a bit of time into Alfie Davidson, who rushed the first part of it. As we look back behind, Ed Best is now ahead of Aidan Davey. So Ed Best has passed Aidan Davey on the slap. Aidan Davey tries to come back up the inside in the CF Moto and does so, goes ahead. There's the most recent winner, we could say, Harrison McKay, double winner at Snetterton and at Brands Hatch, both single race events for the championship. If I'm not mistaken, I've said that now. I've gone all in on that one, and I have to just make sure that I'm 100% correct with that. But yes, it was single header at Snetterton, Brands Hatch, and Oulton Park before we go back to the normal double header at Thruxton. But Harrison McKay had a big off in free practice one. He did an outlap on his first push lap. He gave himself a big high side at the exit of Knickerbrook, and that really paid to his weekend. He was whisked off to hospital. They thought they may have fractured a vertebrae in his back, but they think that's an old injury that has just reared its ugly head. But he's a bit beaten up in second hand. Larry was talking about the lovely pictures that his mum sent me, and you could see just how hard Harrison had been trying. Speaking of hard and trying, Carl Harris had that Suzuki, the Rocket Rookie Suzuki, all out of shape as he come through the Britain chicane in pursuit of Zach Shelton on that XM3 Triumph. Chris Hicks down there ahead at the head of the XMT team. Puts a lovely little team together. Super sport team, 2 super sport bikes, and also there is the sport bike for Zach Shelton, doing a wonderful job out there and putting young talent on track. Zach Shelton started off the year with a race win, if you remember, a victory at Donington Park. Then had that colossal accident at Knockhill, which he was part of and actually the cause of. But also he did a double DNF at Knockhill because he was almost bumped off by a couple of bikes coming together in towards turn number 1, and that cost him dearly. Cost him in the points, but it's good to see him back at the sharp end. Now, I was saying Harrison McKay was feeling a bit under the weather. He's managed to work his way through and got himself up ahead of Ed Best and Aidan Davey. Harrison McKay now in 8th place. Aidan Davey 9th. Ed Best at the fringe of the top 10. Change of lead, is there? No. Alfie Davidson tried to make a manoeuvre on the exit of Old Hall and the run along the avenue. It was a good attempt. Got to say that, good attempt. But Asher Durham, you know, Thrasher, when he's in this mood, he's just not to be messed with. I think the danger man could be Shelton here. Number 17, Zach Shelton. We've got a Suzuki leading from an Aprilia and a Triumph. That's a nice mix. Then a Suzuki from a Triumph that Lewis Smart is on. And an Aprilia for Ted Wilkinson running a little bit high, wide and handsome through the Shell Oils hairpin, that big banked hairpin. Then a Suzuki at the back in the hands of Cam Dawson, twin cam, with a little bit of work to do. So a nice mixture of manufacturers in this Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, and that's exactly what it was designed to do, bring in different manufacturers, bring in something a little bit better. Lennon Doherty's just flashed past me, caught him at the corner of my eye, up into 29th place now, 145.2 for him in the last time round, but still very much struggling away towards the back after a bit of an error as we watch the leaders coming in towards Druids. Asher Durham, Alfie Davidson and Zach Shelton as they all come through the corner. Bit of a gap back to Carl Harris now, so it's 3 then, I think it's 1 then 3. Carl Harris on his own, there's Lewis Smart with him as Durham, a very unconventional line in towards the apex of the corner. From the turning point where the brakes were applied, he just headed to the apex. I don't think there's much need for that as we go on lap 11 out of 12. We start the final lap of the race. I think that was Asher Durham just trying to see what it's like covering that inside line on the way in towards the last corner. The only thing is, he's now shown Alfie Davidson how he's going to do it, Alfie Davidson will just try and release the brakes, go round the outside and cut across the nose. That's guaranteed. That's true Alfie Davidson style. As we come along Lakeside in towards Island Bend. 1, 2, 3, 4. Carl Harris has worked pretty hard to get himself back up. Oh, a podium would be just what the doctor ordered for Carl Harris towards the end of this Pirelli British Sportbike Championship race at Oulton Park. The single race that we've got. Carl Harris can smell a podium just ahead, but he's got to try and do something about Zach Shelton on that XMT Triumph. Try, he will. Durham gets a really good exit out of the corner before he comes up over the crest and in towards Hizzies for the braking zone. Really nice stuff for Asher Durham. That's what he needed to do. Alfie Davidson unable to go through at that point on the circuit. They come through Hizzies all together. Here comes Zach Shelton looking at having a go. We've got a debris flag at turn number 1, but that doesn't matter for these guys. Carl Harris, no, down he goes. Carl Harris goes down at Knickerbrook and he can't believe what he's done, and neither can we. That makes third place pretty safe for Zach Shelton, because Lewis Smart just a little bit too far back, but it looks like Asher Durham is going to do this. But I said Alfie Davidson would drop it across the outside. Look at that, he does. He tries to. Durham will show him the edge of the track. It'll be a drag race towards the line, but it will be Asher Durham on the Power Slide Suzuki who wins from Alfie Davidson and Zach Shelton back on the podium. He looks happy with that. Across the line also, Lewis Smart a fine 4th place, Ted Wilkinson in 5th place, Cam Dawson 6th, Ed Best in 7th and Harrison McKay in 8th, just ahead of Aidan Davey and Harley McCabe, recovering somewhat after a grass tracky moment down at Hislops to round out the top 10. But Carl Harris down at the exit of Knickerbrook as the medics and marshals have a bit of a chat with the poor young man. Watch the replay on the big screen. What does he do? He just I think he caught the curb with either the wheel or the engine casing, and down goes Carl Harris. It'd be good to catch that from the other angle down there at Knickerbrook if we can. And then I warned you, I did say that watch out, Alfie Davidson won't care. He'll try and come round the outside and drop it over the nose. It's exactly what he tried to do on Asher Durham. 10 out of 10, Heidi, for application there. We're going to see that. And then it was a run to the line, but it was very much Asher Durham who held that one across the control line as the checker flag waves. And Asher Durham picks up another victory here on that Power Slide Suzuki. He will be happy and looks absolutely delighted with that one. As they make the way back round, we're giving you the top 10. We'll do down to 15th place. Peter Willis in 11th, Dan Goodman 12th, Rhys Stevenson 13th, Brodie Goth 14th, and Charlie Atkins rounding it out in 15th place. Then Weston Cook, Smart Whedon, Finn Smart Whedon, Rossi Banham in 19th place, and Callum Beach returning from injury in 20th, Alan.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
For the final time today, let's get down to Park Fairmay, and there'll be happy riders down there with Larry Carter.
Yeah, rather emotional Asher Durham, actually, who rolled down here, and he had the old face contorted when he came in. And boy, was that a rearguard action, if ever there was one. I'll tell you what, Asher, you had to fight for your life there to fend off the battle behind you. And then Alfie tried the audacious move around the outside on the last corner.
Yeah, I heard him, but to be honest with you, I hope that shows how much of a power disadvantage we are. I'm riding the wheels off this bike, and I knew it was easier me being defensive than it was attacking, just because of the straight line speed that they've got on us. So to get another win, there was no green this time, so we won't get this one taken away from us. And yeah, like I say, the team's working great. I'm feeling great, so thank you.
Well done, Asher. Congratulations. Yeah. Then just waiting to see if Shaky Bone will be doing the TV interviews. Let's just grab a quick word with Zach Shelton, because he was involved with that big smash at Knock Hill. Well, after the disaster which was Knock Hill, Zach, it's great to see you back on the podium. This is where you belong.
Yeah, obviously we started the season really strong. Then had an incident at Knock Hill, sort of knocked me off my feet. Tried to not let it affect me, but honestly, I did struggle a little bit. But we worked really hard, obviously, with the team. Kept my mind straight, and yeah, finally we're back where we belong, obviously. And actually before this weekend, speaking to their team owner Chris, he said if I podium this weekend, then he's going to write me a contract for the Super Sport next year. So
really, that is absolutely. Is that right, Chris? Everything got to go ahead. That would be a massive addition to Super Sport with Zach.
Yeah, I've had Zach for 3 years, and I've said to him, look, you've got to have a good weekend this weekend, because if you don't, then you're going to have more bad weekends than good this year. So if you get on that podium this weekend, I will give you a Super Sport ride for next year. I'm a man of my word. I'll write him a contract, and he'll be with me next year with XMT Racing.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done, Chris. Well, there you go. Exclusive breaking news that Zach Shelton will be in the British Super Sport Championship next year with XMT Racing. As who else we're missing around here? Alfie Davis. No, he's just down here. Let's just go on. Grab a quick word for the IN team, INN, Ian and Newton, and Newton and Marriott. Newton run that squad. Oh, what a move on that last lap, that last corners. I thought you were going to do it, Alfie, but I should just beat you to the line.
Yeah, I felt a bit stronger through the last sector, so I was waiting until then, and it didn't play out, but at least I tried, so yeah, I'm still happy with it.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that. I know it's not the double win that you had here early in the season, but 2 wins and a second place at Alton Park, it's not a bad return on the year.
No, not at all. It's just more points for the championship, which is my main aim for this year, so yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, on to Thruxton next. It's totally different to this place, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot different.
Good luck, thanks. Enjoy that victory with the team as we just wait to see whether or not TV, I think they are just going to undergo the TV interview, so it might just take a couple of minutes to do that. So once again, Al, whether or not you've got any bits and pieces to wrap up,
Larry,
because obviously at the end of this we'll be calling it a day. So just for a couple of minutes, back to you, Al.
I'm ashamed to say, Larry, that there are plenty of messages that we haven't got through today, so I shall catch up with as many as we can before you conduct our final podium. This one said, oh dear, wishing number 9 Carl Harris all the best in his race with the sport bikes, from Stephen Karen from the Knock Hill Parrots. Also Suzanne and Neil, hurry up and set a date for your wedding, it says here. Please give a shout out to my fiancée Emma and her eldest son Toby, who is here for her first ever BSB weekend. Emma starts her DAS tomorrow morning back home in Plymouth, so I've got a big drive tonight. Thank you for your brilliant and informative shows as always. Well, that's down to Larry and to Duncan, so thank you, Wayne, Martin, Mountain Box Marshall. And this one says, hi to all the commentators doing a great job, and like to have a big shout out to Team Doc, and especially our grandson Lennon Doherty. Good luck with the sport bike race today, from Valerie and Ronnie. A big shout out to Lennon from Grandad, Aunt Emma, Connor and Amber, all the way from Scotland. How are we doing, Larry?
Yeah, carry on. Still
going.
Haven't started yet.
Okay. A big shout out to Matthew from Durham for his very first BSB outing with his dad and uncle. Cheering on Reading Power. Yeehaw. Very good. And this one says, hello, please give a shout out to Louis from Cumbria, his first time at Alton Park for his 30th birthday, and his future wife Morgan. Love from Jordan and from Carly as well. This one says, Oh, thank you so much. Can you read it again so I can record it? Tom and Nikki are getting married and are spending the day here together. Just the two of them celebrating their stag and hen do with all of you. Thank you for making our day so special. I can
They've
tell
been
you
married 3 times now, have they not?
so 5 times in total.
Has the invite arrived for the wedding yet?
Well, I don't know if you've got yours,
Oh, not
Duncan.
that again.
I'm not sure if you've got yours.
No,
Well,
I've
it
not
just
got
means
mine.
if I don't get one, I don't have to buy a present, does it? I'm looking at the bright side of things. I'll leave that up to you
it's
two
even
boys.
better if you get gainfully employed, but every wedding needs a disco. I'll say no more. Paul and Shell are listening in Staffordshire. Go Storm Stacey. And this one says, please wish my husband Eddie a very happy 3rd wedding anniversary for this Wednesday. Love always, from Karen. And then I have to go back to very, very early today. Steve, hi, thank you very much indeed. Hi Alan, I appreciate Yorkshire Day was yesterday, but try, I'm not going to read that one out, Gerald. Certainly not. Nigel says, with the straw hat from World Superbikes Donington. Oh, hello, Nigel. Listening to world-class commentary from you guys, doing the ironing at home. See you all at Thruxton. Nigel, can't wait. And hopefully you've got the straw hat out as well. This one says, loving our first BSB event. Please give a shout out to Denise and Dinny from Dublin. Thanks, lads. P.S. Your coverage all weekend has been awesome. Thank you, guys. And this a shout out to 2 best daughters on the planet, Ellen and Abby, for coming with us to Superbikes and making our day 1,000 times better. We really do love and appreciate them. Love from Tracy and from Steve as well. This one says, the Aussies sitting behind the big screen on the hill, supporting the Aussie riders, and that's from Bob and Joan, waving the Aussie flag. I'm going to keep going, Larry. Don't know what that one means, so I'll give it a miss. This one says, hi, can I give a shout out to my little lad Marley? He's 7. He's been coming here since he was a baby, but it's the first year he's been old enough to get proper stuck in, and he's absolutely loving it. A shout out would put the cherry on the cake for him. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Marley, hopefully you had a brilliant day here at Alton Park. Thank you very much indeed. If you are missing the keys for a Vauxhall Zafira, you need to go down to the Fogarty Moss Centre, please. So that's if you have found that you are missing the keys to a Vauxhall Zafira, you need to pop down to the Fogarty Moss Centre. Thank you very much indeed for that. And this one says, a message from Sarah and Terry. Huge happy 78th birthday to Ian. Sitting down at Knickerbrook and rooting for our local lad, Ryan Vickers. And this one says, can you give a big thank you to my wife, Val, for treating me to the weekend here at Alton Park to celebrate my birthday. 68 years young on Tuesday. That comes from Ian. Thank you very much indeed, Ian.
Wonderful to have so many messages in there.
I've got loads I haven't done.
If I could just jump in there,
yes,
because
please.
we have got clearance to do the podium, then if you want to wrap any up as we just finish the
I've
broadcast.
got enough breath.
Then we'll do that. But thanks to each and everyone for all the messages in the interim. Right, let's get them up here then in round 6, race 9 in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. And onto the podium for a 3rd time this season for XMT Triumph, it's Zach Shelton. Complete with the Supersport contract in his back pocket for next year. 2nd position, the local rider, and 8th podium of the season, the championship leader for Alfie Davidson on the IN competition Aprilia. And taking his 2nd win of the season for Powerslide Suzuki, the race winner, the Thrasher, Asher Durham. And it is the Brad Clark, Dave Tyson, Powerslide Suzuki squad that get the team award as well. And he's been a busy man, as Scott Goodman from Zinn, who's going to make the presentation to the 3rd place. Zach Shelton had a win at Donington earlier on this season, if you recall. Had that big accident at Knockhill. Good to see him back on the podium. The local rider, Alfie Davidson, it wasn't the double victory that he had here back in May, but he'll settle for 2nd on this occasion. And adding to that victory at Knockhill, a 2nd win of the season. And that goes the way of Asher Durham. And the team get the Manufacturers Award as well. So that then concludes the podium as far as the Pirelli British Sport Bikes is concerned. And that indeed wraps things up from down here in pit lane for the round 6 of the British Superbike Championship. As ever, thanks to each and every one of the Port West Race Safe marshals and medics for doing such a wonderful job around here. We've had some excellent racing, some of the best we've seen all season long as the Baglieti Prosecco does flow down here. My thanks to my good friends Alan Hyde and Duncan Vincent for doing a sterling job in the box this weekend. It's been a very busy day today, and it was a busy day yesterday, and we'll look forward to doing it all over again in 2 short weeks' time when we head to the fastest circuit in the UK and the southernmost point of the British Superbike Championship at Thruxton down in Hampshire. So for the final time this weekend, this is Larry Scoopy-Doo Carter signing off and back to the commentary box and studio with Alan Hyde.
It's Larry is on his way. Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed for all of your work over the course of yesterday and today for BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and of course to Duncan, who's just packing up and getting ready for a trip back up to Scotland. So long drives for both of them, and thank you to both of them for absolutely excellent work as ever here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And Larry is absolutely right. 2 weeks' time down in the south of England, in Hampshire. It's well worth a visit. There are an increasing number of places to watch around the circuit down at Thruxton, so well worth seeing British Superbikes going on the fastest circuit in the UK. All of that to look forward to. We'll be on air as well. You can do it via the official British Superbike website. You can listen to us, and of course you can watch us via the official channel on YouTube as well. We'll see you all there. Thank you so much for joining us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and coming here to Alton Park. If we didn't get to your message on WhatsApp, I apologise. Try again, tune in online, and we'll do it all again in a couple of weeks' time. In the meantime, have a very safe journey home, everybody, and a very warm good night to you all.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.